Hey, SBG solution-based gang, like, share, subscribe. Say no to rim brothers, Manosphere and sell no good suckers. Hype him up, hype him up. Shouts out Sharoon, Bracy, and the Wildest. Wake up morning show, salute, big dog. Shout out to the Lure, PH, Diva, salute, Brownsville, SBG solution-based gang.
Let's go. Good day, everyone. How are we doing today? And you know how we like to start this show, Kim West. Thank you so much, beautiful. The way I would like to start, when I say good day to you, you make sure you say it back, because I can feel that great, productive energy. Absolutely. Thank you so much for being here. So good day to you. Good day to y'all. You could be anywhere else in the world, but you're here with me, and I'm here with you. Goddamn. And today, we're gonna dive. We're supposed to have finished up this review, and so today we are going to do it. It's a lot of nonsense that's been going on. Hey, what's up, beautiful? Good day to you, gorgeous. Man, it's always so good. I feel that great energy. It feels great. You know what I'm saying? So good to see you. And lately it's just been real interesting what's been going on in these spaces, man. It's just a strange, really strange thing. I'm not sure why it happens so often. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know it needs to stop. I'm not exactly sure why it happens so often. However, in today's conversation, we are going to be tackling this, because I don't waste time. I like to go straight into it. If you missed it, hey, you missed it. Make sure you're hitting that like and that share button for the YouTube algorithm. I really appreciate it. And in today's conversation, we are going to be tackling this recurring dynamic that has become all too familiar in certain online spaces. The way these rim bros discuss things, you know what that is. That's that red pill instant, that's Manosphere, that no good sucker. You know what I'm saying? The way how the discussions inevitably circle back to women. And in our spaces specifically, it got to come back to our Black women, no matter the starting point, politics, economics, culture, or even sports. The dialogue often detours into criticism of women. What up, Wrong Class? What's up, Rogue C? And it's a pattern that reveals more about insecurity than insight, right? So more about deflection than direction. This consistent blaming of women is not just repetitive, it's destructive. It reduces these complex social issues to a single scapegoat. It really is their favorite topic, Sherelle. And that's why we're going to go into have the conversation of what we've seen on the La Peeve Network, because Venus told me to go check it out. She said, this is what's going to happen. So we're going to check it out and see what it is. Hashtag no good suckers. Right? And so it's ignoring the broader forces of the systemic racism, the economic equality, and the generational trauma. Instead of addressing the structural challenges, right, that hold communities back, the conversation gets stuck in a loop of accusations. And women don't do this, and women don't do that, and women don't measure up. Meanwhile, the men making these claims often fail to hold themselves to the same standards. Blaming women is like patching a leaky roof with duct tape. It might cover the hole for a moment, but that rain still comes in, and the house still floods. That's the problem. they are barking up the wrong damn tree, because while they busy pointing fingers, right? One is pointing and three is pointing back. That's why when I point at a mother effer, talking to you men. See, they point like this, you know what I'm saying? They got those three pointing back at them. See, me, when I'm talking to those men and I'm pointing at them, that's how I point at a mother effer. So they busy pointing these fingers at women. And the real issue in our goddamn society, our community, the real issue is poverty, education gaps, systemic injustice. It remains unaddressed. I'm sorry. It remains unaddressed. And it's just this painting black women as the conspirators in some grand scheme to undermine men. But the reality is far less dramatic and far more human. Black women, like all people, they navigate through the same pressure of survival, opportunity, dignity. So to reduce them to villain is not only unfair, it's unproductive. Blaming women is like blaming the mirror for your haircut. You don't like what you see, so you smash the glass. But the problem is the reflection, right? It's the barber. That ain't the reflection, it's the barber. In the same way, blaming women doesn't solve the deeper issue, it only distracts from them. You like that one? You like that one? Make sure y'all hitting that like and that share button. I appreciate y'all. Turn the light because the camera acting up. And if every conversation ends with blaming women, then no conversation ever begins with building men. Without accountability, without vision, without self-improvement, the community cannot move forward. No doubt, bro. From you, it's not even a steal. From you, that makes me feel good. You my sis, so I feel that. Thank you. And the truth is, for us to progress, it requires some balance. It requires men to stop using women as shields for their own shortcomings. It requires recognizing. It requires for them to recognize that empowerment is not a zero-sum game. So when women rise, communities rise. When men take responsibility, families strengthen. When blame is replaced with building, everyone wins. Everyone. So this blame game is a bad habit. It's destructive. A cycle, a dead end. If the goal is to uplift the community, then the conversation must shift from accusation to accountability. From scapegoats to solutions. Solution-based guy! Yeah. Because the future, it won't build on blame. It will be built on balance. It will be built on respect and a shared responsibility. The hell ever, wrong class. Whatever, wrong class. You know my damn nerves. Let me go find the video first of all, so we can review it together. That's what I need to do. So I ain't even do that yet. I'm not prepared. I'm sorry. Sometimes I do stuff like that, you know. I'll be forgetting. I'll be just pressing the damn button and just start talking. I just start talking my talks. I'm sorry sometimes. What's the name of that damn channel? Okay, there we go. What day was that damn show? Okay, it was this one. All right. Hold on, let me see. Maybe somewhere around here. Okay, somewhere around here. This is where we're going to start this conversation at. I got it. Let me see how I share it now. I should have been a little bit more prepared. My bad. My bad. Somewhere around here is where we need to be. Somewhere around here is where we need to be. Why did I do that? Now I can't see a damn thing. Just, yeah. Hey, you know, Relly, if you ever want to, you know, all you gotta do is say where you got the link. Where was I in my thought pattern? Where was I in my thought? So I think this is a interesting one. How to shift from we talking about black fatigue to all of a sudden they concentrate on a black woman and her face expression, which is just crazy to me. I don't understand it for the life of me. I really don't get it, to be truthful. But it happens so often. Let me press play. Let's see where we at.
The issues of our community, and it almost seems like maybe you're a bit drained. And I don't know you, that's why I ask you.
Okay.
Of your body.
In regards to
Let's go back a little bit.
But it's like Black Lives Matter was once a name, then it became a movement. So you're right.
That was a white woman's movement. That was a liberal white woman movement. Yeah.
Absolutely. Founded by George Soros. But it was first just a little hashtag, and then it became a reality. So I agree. So what I'm saying is,
it's a lineage. It's just
if
another
numbers,
name to say that you're American.
I get it.
You're not going to say it's a movement. It doesn't have
I get that.
lineage. Can we specify you want to be called African American?
I never even made my point.
That we're calling ourselves.
I never even made the bill. I'm talking about the concept. Because he's talking about numbers. He brought numbers. So what I'm saying is, we do numbers. Like you said that, hey, maybe interracial dating can be advantageous because of a black man.
No, I'm not recommending it. Saying that it's militarily useful. Yes.
I agree with that. I'm just saying, as a point you advocate for, but you brought it up as an option that can be utilized efficiently. So what I'm saying is, if that can be utilized efficiently, wouldn't you think that, and I'm just going out there to the panel, wouldn't you think that it would be advantageous to attempt to create bond? I mean, hey, if y'all don't agree, y'all don't agree. But I'm saying, you don't have advantageous for numbers. They try to connect with black people all over the world. You don't think it could possibly be an option to work with people of color, although not the ones that don't like us. If it's a
Yeah, I don't know what the hell's happening. I don't know. Sometimes shit just get a little wild. I don't know why it does it sometimes, but it do. Ever since this nor'easter, yeah, ever since this goddamn nor'easter hit over here, things been happening weird. It's very windy over here. It's cold. It's disgusting, and the internet been acting wild.
26 feels like 11.
It's 11 degrees out here. It's windy. It's disgusting. It's blowing out things. Power lines is breaking. This is ridiculous. Wrong class? No. Make sure y'all hitting that like it. That shit button. All right, we're gonna get back into it. Let's get back into it. It's starting to heat up. They're trying to have a conversation about expanding the Black community, is what they are trying to have a conversation about. But let's see.
I used to have employees in South Africa. One of the challenges with international business toward the African continent is the distance. So it's just not realistic to be able to collaborate with people who are in a time zone that far away, with a history and language that different. Even English-speaking African countries, their English isn't even quite the same. Like if you go to Uganda, you might not understand them very well. So the first thing has to be ideology, and that has to start with individuals, with families, and with communities that can actually co-locate. And as we do that, then we can grow further. Like, for example, with the Chinese, their diaspora is really highly organized, because if you have a Chinese person in Britain, Australia, or the United States, there's something called Chinese school. They go every Saturday. They study history, culture, and language. So they're all fluent in Mandarin no matter where they were born. So until we have something like that, that provides a consistent, uniform outlet of meaningful information and identity, is not going to work. So what
So what is I don't know, our historically black colleges are. What is that? And the real problem is that we just need men to stop scapegoating it and come up with the solution and then stick to it. People already came up with the solutions long time ago, what we can do together as a community. The problem is that a community does not build families, but families can build community. And once we get out this mind, is why I started off saying that we got to get out this blame game, especially us as our Black brothers. It's too much blaming going on. And it doesn't matter. Like, we just got to be focused on the outcomes that we want for our communities. That's got to be the focus. We cannot keep focused on the minority of us. We keep majoring in minor things. We keep complaining about like things that people not even listening to anymore. We don't even care about the goddamn hip hop like that anymore. We move past that. Majority of people barely even listen to the new music. We got these young boys, they fending for themselves. They putting on quarter zips trying to change their own image. So, you know, I don't know what he meaning. I don't get it. But we're going to continue. We're going to see how this works.
Africanists have been talking about is this kind of amorphous thing of like together to be value based. We have to.
Yeah, I agree with that.
We do need to get the value system changed. So, you know, we preach that a lot on this channel, right? The men need to change their value system. They need to take lust and degeneracy from the top of their value system. That's the issue that we are having. That's why a lot of them, they just want to go and have intercourse with women. They don't actually want to build anything. They want to blame everything instead of building. They blaming women for their shortcomings. They blamed their mother for their shortcomings. They are blaming, you know, so it's just an ongoing thing. As we see what happened yesterday when I was on Taz's show. It's just a blaming and blaming and they blaming. Never actually taking responsibility for their own life. Like, you are grown, bro. And it's time for you to act like you are grown. We don't care about what happened to you when you was 12. It's over. You done passed 12 2 times already. You passed 36. You passed that age like 2 times, bro. Exactly, melanated. It's insane. Let's see. Let's continue.
With that. And like you made a great point. You brought up the Nation of Islam. And that's funny because historically the last great royal or the last great empire that we have was an Islamic one, ironically. So how do y'all feel about that? Do you think that Islam would be the answer? Not saying I'm a Muslim because, you know, I used to be, but I'm really not into religion at this point.
He destroyed his own point. Islam was the answer for you at one point, but then you left it. What is your value system? The problem is that when y'all choose a value, y'all can't even stick to it because y'all too worried about, who knows? It seems like y'all too worried about what a woman is doing. If you'd have stuck to the goddamn values, then maybe you would be in a better position, but you are more concerned about blaming than building. This is the problem. You can't even follow your own doctrine that you had with you for whatever the reason is. For whatever that is. But that's a value system. This is what Marquette was talking about. We need a value system, and you left that value system to follow what? What is your new value system? Just what's your thoughts? But we know most men we cannot trust men if they just follow their own thoughts. They need something higher than them to regulate their own thoughts because they would just go on the path of degeneracy, especially as they gain more power. So you need something to follow. So this way the woman can follow you so she can also see if you straying away from the thing that you said you follow. Not just any idea that comes up in your mind. You have to build and not blame. You need to have a value system. And clearly that value system was too much for you to handle. Insane, bro. Perfect. They followed Diddy. But that's a perfect example of a man that just following whatever comes to his mind. It doesn't matter how perverted his mind is. At one point he was considered a leader. And we see what he lead women into. Death and destruction, ass whoopings, degeneracy, lust. That's what, when you don't have no value system, you will lead a woman into that. And you will take advantage of a woman when she's young. Anyway, let's keep on building. Let's see where this goes.
But if that was the past thing that worked for us, do you think that can be a remedy today or no?
Like, did he answer that question already about why you left? Why don't you just say why you left and show? And so clearly you don't think it's a remedy for today. You should answer your own question. Answer your own question. Why did you leave something that was positive and productive for us since that was that last empire? Why did you leave it? Answer your own question. God damn it.
May I ask a
Hey,
strange,
brother.
strange question real quick? Aisha, I've never met you before, but how do you feel? How do you feel at this moment?
Is he going to answer Illa's question? Hold on.
May I ask
Hey,
a strange,
brother.
strange question real quick? Aisha, I've never
So
met.
he did frame it. I'm going to ask you a strange question real quick. I just want that to be clear. I just want that part to be clear. He starts off saying, Aisha, I'm going to ask you a strange question real quick. So to make sure, I ain't putting nothing. I'm not adding anything to it. No sauce, no nothing. He skipped past Illa's question. And he's going to ask his own strange question to Aisha. So mind you, he asking her a question. Let's look at everybody. Sweeney, look at his face. No, she's not even watching. She looks like she's interested. JR like he's paying attention to the chat. Trey's just sitting back. We can't tell what he's doing because he got glasses on in his house. I don't know why he wearing sunglasses in his house at nighttime. I don't know.
May I ask
Hey,
a strange,
brother.
strange question real quick? Aisha, I've never met you before, but how do you feel? How do you feel at this moment?
In regards to what?
Good question.
Your personal feeling, like how do you feel? Like how are
Like,
you?
am I in a good mood today?
Like how are you? How do you feel right now?
I'm good. I'm fine.
Okay. The reason I ask is because of your body language. It seems like, and I don't know you, so I don't have anything to compare it to. This could be your physical representation of happiness. But I ask in as much as we got all Black folks here, we're discussing the issues of our community, and it almost seems like maybe you're a bit drained. And I don't know you, that's why I ask you.
This shit is crazy. That's insane. That's insane. Like, just have your conversation. Why are you singling out this woman for is like 10, 12 o'clock at night? It's late at night. Why are you singling this lady out just because she's resting in her femininity, not saying anything, not interrupting your conversation? Just answer Illa's question, and this would have kept moving. They would have kept building, and we could have seen where they got something productive out of the conversation. But the things that you saying, yes, you said something very nice or whatever, you want to say something kind, but we do have institutions that is set up for Black people. It's called the Historical Black College. And then Illa, he said, hey, we had Islam. That was something that was productive for Black folks. But he himself, he left that. So where is this value system that the majority of Black men are following? Answer that. Why are you asking her about how she feels? That don't have nothing to do with the topic. This is insane.
I don't know why you're concerned with me being drained or not, but I'm definitely not drained, and I'm definitely listening and have been a part of the conversation the entire night. I just think your own dialect, and I probably zoned out a couple of times because you're long-winded, and I feel like I already knew the point of what was going to be said. But no, I'm doing just fine.
What happened to Illa's face? I'm confused. Illa, what happened to your face? What happened? What happened to Illa's face? I am confused. Why are you scrunching up your face like that? What happened, bro? Oh my God. Hold on. I gotta see his face again.
Dialect, and I probably zoned out a couple of times because you're long-winded, And I feel like I already knew the point of what was going to be
Why are you
winded.
rolling your eyes like
And
that,
I
sir?
feel like I already knew the couple of times because you're
I
long-winded.
can't get over that.
Night.
I
I
over
just
the
think that
rolling
you
eyes.
guys were
So
having
what happened?
your own dialect, and I probably zoned out a couple of times
Let me see
because
Illa's face,
you're
bro. Look at it.
long-winded.
Oh, roll the eye.
And I feel like I
Roll it
already
again.
knew
Roll
the
the
point
neck.
of what was going to.
I can't get over Illa rolling his eyes and rolling his neck. What happened? I can't get over that. That is too goddamn hilarious. So the same way how Marquette was able to recognize Aisha being disengaged, not paying attention, even though she was a part of the conversation the whole night. I wonder if Marquette is going to say, hey, Illa, why did you roll your eyes and your neck like that? Are you okay, Illa? I wonder if he's going to ask I wonder if he's going to ask Illa that same question. You rolling your eyes and your neck like that. Are you okay, my brother? What happened to you that made you want to roll your eyes and roll your neck? Keep on rolling, 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 rolling. Ah. I gotta see it one more time. One more time. Oh my God. Yo, that is too funny. I ain't gonna lie to you. For some reason, they have to, he's fatigued. They have to talk about a black woman. She was just sitting there resting her, like she just chilling. It's late at night. She had a long conversation, and maybe even a draining conversation with a clear racist white woman. So maybe she just a little, hey, she got to calm down a little before she go to bed. It's late at night, sir. Oh my God, that was too hilarious. I gotta see it one more time. Let's do it one more time. Make sure you're hitting that like and that share button for the YouTube algorithm, please, and thank you. Okay. All right, let's see. Aisha. It's the girl I never. I want to know. They want to know why you are disengaged.
Conversation the entire night. I just think that you guys were having your own dialect, and I probably zoned out a couple of times because you're long-winded, and I feel like I already knew the point of what was going to be said. But no, I'm doing just fine.
All right, she answered the question.
I yield the floor.
That was kind of strange.
So I find it interesting. The first thing that he said, Illa said that was kind of strange. Well, the reason why it was strange because it was a strange question. And the strange question came from, he said it before he even asked the question. Marquette, what up, boom? He said himself, I got a strange question for you, Aisha. So for Illa to say that was kind of, he pointed out that what her response is kind of strange. I'm giving you that Illa fatigue. But why Savage? Why you didn't say him rolling his goddamn eyes and his neck is kind of strange? Why you don't say that? No, nobody's gonna say that man rolling his eyes and his neck at the same time was kind of strange. When the woman, all she did was answer the question, a very strange question. Oh man, that was too great. This is why when you watch the live things, man, like it is entertaining because all these reactions, you can't hide them sometimes. Sometimes things just come out their body that they cannot do anything about. Adnan, what up? Oh man, good grief. Yes, good grief is correct. Hilarious. Where we at with the likes? Where we at with the shares? Let's go. Let's get it together, family. And then he has a nerve to say that was kind of strange, where he asked a strange question. So, yeah.
Go ahead, True. You want to chime in? No, I mean they laying down pillars. I think that there's a consensus thought of the fact that we do need structure, ideology.
And then, man, I swear to you, right after Illa's neck roll and eye roll, this man's voice. Right after seeing that neck roll and the eye roll, man, this man's voice, hilarious. I don't know if they you know. All right, go ahead.
I don't know if we need to tie a tag to it, Islamic, Christian. I think that that's where things get a little bit muddy. And I think because we do that now, we're very trying to figure out what maybe be a superior approach. I think that we need to figure out what is most conducive to progress.
Thank you.
And it could be as simple as patriarchal structure.
And for some reason, men are not understanding why other people are tuning out. Right? As we listening to this man communicate right now, at least, this is why people tune out. We don't know what the hell, what is the point of what you're saying at this moment? And it's okay. When he passes it to you, you can say, hey, I really don't have nothing for this. Because we don't need you to summarize what we just heard. It is what it is, though.
It could be as simple as men are leading the charge. It could be as simple as having conversations. What I believe occurs more often than not is the men are not the ones who are so much divided. I think when we start having conversations, we're still battling the women that want to have a different approach to what progress looks like. And when we...
And there it goes. The men ain't having it, but the women are having it. This is the issue that we keep having. I don't know how we come from a political conversation about having black fatigue, the real true definition of black fatigue, versus the new white version of the definition black fatigue, to now we are talking about if this woman is showing enough appreciation towards the conversation. This is wild. It's insane that this happened in real time, and they find a way to bring it to that it is a black woman's fault. Zero tolerance. You don't like his voice?
Say, well, this is what we need to do. We'll be told we're not leading correctly. But then when you ask them, why are we not leading correctly? What are you comparing it to? Are you comparing to the fact that you have a job? Are you comparing to the fact that you have a great FICO score? And then that's where it gets really, really muddy. So I think.
And so the problem is you are the one that's muddying it. She is comparing it to your goddamn plan or lack of a plan. You're saying we should do this, that, and the third, but you haven't done it for yourself. She's comparing you to you. You are the leader. So why are you bringing in goddamn FICO scores and goddamn jobs? You're the one that's muddy in the water. You don't like his glossy lips? His lip gloss is popping? His lip gloss is cool? Nah, Savage, you a wild boy. Oh, oh man. That's a good point. Also, she could also, if she is using her job, she could compare you to the other men that is around her that she see leadership qualities towards, right? She could say, hey, this man is leading in this way. Even when he get angered, he was able to stay calm, even when he was clearly upset, to get to a solution, not put the blame on somebody, but build with somebody, right? So it's a lot of things that she can see and have a record of what good leadership looks and sound like. And maybe you are just not presenting that. What's up, Victoria? What's up, Prism? You understand? But y'all want these women to have this blank slate with you, even though you have no proof of your own plan. And you want to act as if the woman can't see that you don't have no plan. Women are not stupid at all. This whole idea that you men have that just because you was born and your clitoris fell out that you supposed to be the leader is insanity. Thank you so much. The real victorious one. I appreciate that so much. Thank you so much. The real victorious one with the $1 super sticker. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it for all that you do. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Much love. You need to have your plan, sir. One of your plans is to speak from a different part of your, like I don't know, stop talking from the back of your throat. Stop talking with your chest, goddammit. We need to hear some damn bass in your voice. Talk with some goddamn confidence. You know what's going on with your throat chakra, brother? Yeah, savage, their clitoris fell out, so they think that they supposed to be the leader because their clitoris is longer than a woman's. Why should you be leading her? Because my clitoris is longer than yours? Shut up. How about you prove that you are a leader? How about you prove with your actions how about you prove with your outcomes that you are a leader? Not just because you got a longer clitoris. That doesn't mean you are a leader. Yeah. Pause.
The conversation needs to happen amongst the families of each other, from an individual level, from the women of the community, to figure out what it is that they want out the deal. Because from an ideological perspective, we need to know where we're headed. Like, having a strategy is great, conversations are great. Where are we headed? What is the point?
You hear the double talk, right? Like, I don't even think they understand that they double talk, right? So the fact that you say we need a strategy, but where are we headed? The strategy is supposed to show you where you're heading to. Maybe that's because he talked about the wrong chakra of his throat. So the strategy is supposed to be strategizing towards an outcome. That's what's you're supposed to be strategizing towards a certain outcome. So therefore, if you have a strategy towards an outcome, then you should know where you are heading, sir. They don't hear or see the double talk. But that's why we are here, ladies and gentlemen. We're here to point out the ill so this way we can move forward, so we can get men to understand that they're double talking, because a lot of times what we see is that they are not understanding that they are the double talker. The strategy is supposed to be for the outcome of where you are going. So if you don't know where you are going and you need to ask her where she is going, then therefore you yourself don't have a strategy. And if you do come up with a strategy, your woman should be able to analyze, because you trust her, you love her, she's smart, she's intelligent, she got your best interest at heart as well. She should be able to analyze the strategy and have conversations, and maybe even point out some lefts and rights that you might not have seen, because sometimes us men, we have our own horse blinders. And she might be able to see something that you can't see. And you got to be able to answer it, break it down into layman's terms if that plan is actually accurate and is good for the family. You should have no problem explaining and expressing that plan, that strategy with the woman that you are trying to build a family with. She should know everything that is going on. So therefore, when you're not around, she could continue the plan when you're not there, because you can't be 24/7. Damn, Sharon be cooking up. Shout out to everybody that hit that like, that share button, and to the beautiful victorious one for sending $1 today. Yes. If everybody could do the same, man, we'd be moving these conversations much further. We need to get them to hit that like, hit that share, send a single dollar bill. All of that happens, and all that is showing up productivity. That's how we keep building the message that we are trying to push out for us as human beings. Stop blaming and start building. Stop looking in the mirror and looking at your haircut and punching the goddamn mirror. It ain't the reflection. It's your damn barber. See? I don't point like this because that's 3 pointing back at me. When I'm talking to you rim brothers, These red pill incel, these manosphere, these no good suckers. Talking to you. All fingers point to you. Anyway, let's get back to it.
Point of gearing up? What is the point of formulating strategies? What is the point of any of it? Where are we headed? And I don't know if we can answer that tonight or maybe in the next.
True. I can agree to that. It's funny here because we're on this panel. All of us are Black, and I don't think women should lead at all. Just the simple fact that Marquette asked, I believe her name is Aisha, a question, and she said it was long-winded. I zoned out. This would tell you something about the woman's nature, right? You don't lean on the woman. Like they're actually supposed to be a good listener.
You see how easy, even though shout out to True for trying to steer it back into a general strategy conversation. Yes, Fugazi could not help himself, but bring it back to one single Black woman and use her to say that this is how majority of women are acting. And this is why women cannot be leaders. This is what he says. This is what the man just said. Because she didn't want to listen to whatever these two men were talking about. One man, Illa, himself, he said it himself. He was once part of a value system, but he is not part of that value system anymore. So clearly, this is a man that cannot maintain a plan. Because of whatever feelings he had, I have no idea why he decided not to follow that plan anymore. However, but this is a man that do not want to follow a plan or stick to a value system. He left it, and we don't know what he replaced it with. Shout out to Barry White. Good day. Thank you so much for all that you do. Hi, everyone, and hello to you, beautiful. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you to everybody that's showing me some love, man. It's really, what? I cannot believe my eyes. Oh, my God. I got a catch that from the one and only Mr. Kills. He says, just something. Salute. Thank you so much, my brother. I really appreciate that, my brother. Seriously. Thank you so much for all that you do. Every little thing counts for support and promotion and to get this thing out there so we can have a more balanced conversation. We cannot allow them to just run rampant in these damn YouTube streets. But that was just wild, in my opinion. But we're going to let him keep on talking and how he's going to use this one woman that doesn't agree with Illa or the Saints. She did not want to engage in their conversation. Because she did not want to engage in their conversation, even though we have an institution called Historical Black College that teach Black people about Blackness, he said we don't have it. Even though Illa, he said that one of the best places we had as an empire was an Islamic empire. He was a part of it, but he left it alone himself. These are the things that they are communicating, and they're not understanding. If you want to be a good leader, you need to be a good follower first. Thank you so much, Kills. I really appreciate it. Seriously.
Listener, but they tend to not really do that job good. Wow. You know what I mean? So we don't lean on the woman or have to ask our women for direction and things like that. No, men need to take charge, and we need to lead our women. She's a prime example, right? Prime example. And nothing on you, Aisha. I'm just saying, like, she didn't. Marquette was speaking.
And this is another thing that they tend to do, right? So he's speaking towards her and at her, right? Instead of speaking with her. And he's trying to get a rise out of her. Shout out to her at this moment right now. She is maintaining her character and staying calm because she really don't want to engage. She's listening to it and she's like, this is some bullshit. But she is being calm about it, even though he's attempting to trigger her into a back and forth that is not going to look good for her. He want to be sassy with her. That's an issue. That's an issue. And the fact that he's using this one example is wild. But if I was to use that, we have 3 examples of men are shifting a conversation into a woman. They would say that I'm the crazy one, right? We got Marquette. They was not talking about women. Marquette somehow turned it into Aisha. Philosophical, he turned it into Aisha. Yes, Fugazi, he turned it into Aisha. Even True tried to kind of steer it away from her specifically and turn it back into just a general conversation, but somehow three of the men want to bring it back to one black woman. If we point that out, we the crazy one, we the panderers. Peep game.
Very intellectual. He was speaking concise and clear. And for you to tune out and not listen,
I was absolutely still bored, and that has nothing to do with my intellectual ability.
Nothing.
I'm 2 degrees in. They were going back and
girl,
forth.
what you are?
I was absolutely still bored, and that has nothing to do with my intellectual ability. I'm 2 degrees in. They were going back and forth for about 10 minutes about the same topic, and I felt like it was very redundant. I think the conversation took a left turn, and it went from the original topic. So when those 2 gentlemen started conversing amongst each other, in my opinion, it had nothing to do with what we were all speaking on the panel. So
are we wrong? Is she's wrong? They changed the topic, and she didn't come there for that topic. She came there to talk about this black fatigue thing. And when they changed it to their conversation, she let it be. Go ahead and have your conversation. If the host of the channel allowed the conversation to move forward in that direction, fine. She just said, I'm not going to talk about it because it doesn't concern me. Because both of those men, they would talk about building communities and how black people to be together and all these other things, but neither one of them, even though we all agree that strong families is what we need to build communities, because communities do not build strong families. It's the other way around. Neither one of them, for as far as I understand, I could be wrong, but as far as I understand, neither one of those 2 guys that's bringing up and is attempting to attack this beautiful 2-degree educated woman has started the thing that they are talking about. See, they started talking before they walking. That is the issue. Savage, you better bring some proof of that before you just make these goddamn blatant statements. Shout out to this educated, beautiful, black, natural-haired woman. Shout out to her. And they get mad because I'm just pointing out the obvious, right? She got her natural hair out, nice looking, educated, minding her own business, and they want to bring her into a conversation that she didn't want no parts of. She didn't want no parts of the conversation. She didn't say anything. They brought her into the conversation. And they also brought her into the conversation in a negative way. Like she's supposed to just be, it's 2 men talking about their own bullshit that they are not following themselves. They just talking out their ass. One man said it himself, I used to have a value system of Islamic faith, but I left it alone because I don't want to have that. I want to be lustful. I want to be a degenerate. I don't know if he actually said it, but hey, we know he didn't replace it with another sound doctrine. Because he didn't bring up, hey, I left that one because I think this one is more sound. That's not what he said. It's wild. When you really hear what is happening, we just break down what is being said. We got to stop the blame game and start building. What's up, Corinne? We have to start building and stop the blaming. Make sure y'all hitting that like and the share button. I really appreciate y'all. Thank you so much.
My focus just.
I mean, that I'm gonna be honest.
To be fair, and even you, Illa, y'all talked about the same thing for about a good 10 minutes. So it wasn't
See,
that
this is
in my opinion. I'm really not trying to be rude and disrespectful, but I feel like the brothers are trying to start this red pill, blue pill thing, and I just don't even feel like entertaining it because it's just.
And so, and as you can see, Cooley and Illa, they jumping in and they saying wow, and Cooley like, yeah. And then we got Marquette acting like he don't understand. He like, right? We could see the three men that is attempting to be a part of turn this into a blame a woman situation. We can absolutely see it. Shout out to the beautiful Robin M. Thank you so much, beautiful. Thank you so much. With the phone 99.
About to be a situation.
Thank you so much, Robin M, for all that you do. I really appreciate y'all. Thank you so much. Seriously, it means a lot. Right? And so now Cooley, Marquette, and Illa is going to act as if they don't understand what was happening. That when Marquette asked this strange question that he said himself, I had a strange question. And he put the focus on her. And then Truth Table, he wound up turning into a conversation about women and men. And then, what's this man's name? Yes, Fugazi. He turns it into a conversation how women can't do such a thing because this young lady can't listen for some strange reason. And then when she just assess it correctly and say, y'all attempting to turn it into a red pill, blue pill, they were, what you mean? I don't get it. Now they want to try to act oblivious. Like now they stupid all of a sudden. And I don't understand why these men just cannot be honest about when we see y'all. Y'all are not as smart as you think. Y'all are very obvious. We see y'all. You ain't fooling nobody. Stop thinking that you are so much high superior intelligence than everybody else just because your clitoris fell out. We understand you have a long clitoris. That's why you have to roll your neck and your eyes at the same time. That's why you got to blame women. We get it. You need to understand it now.
It's not where I'm at right now. I think the conversation was about Black fatigue, and then we went on to talk about Pearl and all of these things. I think I said this earlier. We all know that we have degenerate classes in society. We know that these things exist, right? We don't have to sit on platforms all day, every day, and discuss those. And to True's defense, like he said, it's time to start talking about solutions and pointing the finger at, oh, well, that's a perfect example. She didn't listen. I didn't listen because I was bored. Point blank.
Simple. And she has the right to. She has the right to listen to a conversation and assess it, see if this is bringing any value to me at the moment. And it was not. And you singling her out. SBG, let's go. And she assessed the whole situation properly. And we're going to see, because I have not watched passes. We're going to see if he's going to acknowledge what she's saying is truthful, or is he going to attempt to gaslight or turn the conversation into that's not what happened. Even though he keep on attempting to jump in and the conversation was directed towards her, he keep trying to jump in. He's keep interrupting. He's trying to, push his dominance in, saying that I want to talk past you. And I'm not going to listen to you, right? He's going to do exactly what Cooley said. He's going to follow his brethren. He's going to follow his brother and not listen to a woman. And he's going to try to talk past her, everything that she's saying. He doesn't care about it, even though she's assessing the situation properly. This is a problem that we have in our community. We have to learn how to listen and communicate with each other. Don't listen to respond, listen to understand. So you can respond properly. And clearly she is listening to understand, and she is responding properly.
It had nothing to do with my intellectual ability or my ability to listen or receive information. So I just don't think that was true. I think.
And right, and that's another great example about showing that, and this is why she brought up the 2 degrees, show that she don't have an intellect problem. And just because she got bored of Marquette and Illa talking about what they was talking about doesn't mean anything at all. She just got bored of it because she came there for a different reason. She didn't come to just have a conversation about a faith that you yourself don't believe in anymore, even though you once were. Talking about value systems that you don't believe in anymore, but you once were. Talk about that all these other races have their own institutes, and we do have our own institutes here in America. They have those already. So the things that Marquette and Illa was talking about, those things are already in place. What it shows besides that she does, it gives an example of how she doesn't have an intellect problem because she could get degrees, and also she's explaining how she is following the conversation. She was just bored with the conversation. So them trying to say, hey, that doesn't have anything to do with the actual conversation. Let me answer this phone call. Hold on one second.
And a couple of people, I think Sweeney does that. Like, let's be for real. I'm pretty sure he didn't hear everything that comes in time. To me, is very, and I love the disingenuous concern. But I was just clearly bored because y'all went back for 10 minutes, and I'm not out of business.
I'm gonna slide this.
I just because I'm not.
I'm about to leave, and I'm out of here. That's not that you said that, because we break down solutions of how we can do that. He gave what he's on about moving forward. That conversation wasn't even about me. I let you talk. I don't want to talk. I let you talk. I let you talk. Let you talk. We heard you. We got it.
He started talking about you.
And so so they'll get mad at me, right? Because this man kept on. Okay, it was buffering. I bring it back. I bring it back so we can see what just transpired. I bring it back. They said we was buffering. I'm gonna bring it back about 40 seconds.
I'm about to leave.
And I'm not in the business of.
I'm gonna slide after this. I'm gonna slide after
So
this.
like you acknowledging that doesn't give you an excuse to just jump in and cut her off into the middle of her conversation. It does not. You saying you're gonna slide after this? What, you're gonna insult her and then leave? No, you don't get a chance to interrupt by saying you're gonna leave. She was talking, let her finish her thought, and then if JR thing that is supposed to be between you, Marquette, or yes, Fugazi, whatever the case is, and then JR would figure that out. But you saying you about to leave doesn't mean anything. And you've been trying to jump in and interrupt because you feel like your words is more important than what she is saying. You want to take over the conversation for a while now. And you keep on trying to interrupt. She should be rolling her eyes and her neck at you right now. But you're the neck and eye roller. This is crazy. She right now should be rolling her eyes and her neck, but she is not. She's maintaining her frame and saying, let me talk. But you, on the other hand, eyes and necks are rolling.
Going back and forth. So I just let y'all speak because I'm not going to be disrespectful.
Hey, look.
Can I just say, I'm about to leave, Sweetie. I'm about to leave, and I'm out of here. That's unfortunate that you said that, because Marquette was actually breaking down solutions of how we can do that. He gave what he's doing. He gave stats about moving forward. That conversation wasn't even about me.
No, what he went into was talking about global strategies in Africa.
You have not. You've been interrupting and trying to jump in and interject. This whole idea that you let somebody do something, it ain't just show number one. I let you. Boy, if you don't sit your stupid ass down.
Oh, I don't care
I'll
nothing
let
about
you
what's
talk.
going on
I'll
over
let
here
you
in
talk.
Africa, Jamaica,
Hold
any of
on.
this.
I'll
I
let
only
you
care
talk. I'll
about
let
what's
you
going
talk.
on in the Black
You
American
under.
community. So I know so.
I'll let you talk. I'll let you talk. I'm about to leave.
And I'm letting
Leave.
you know, like
Okay.
why it was.
We heard you. We heard you. We heard you. We got it.
He started
We
talking about
heard
the
you.
And this is the issue that we have, is that men do not actually want to understand what a woman is saying. They think because their clitoris fell out that they have all authority over all women. Just because your clitoris is longer and you have a better eye roll and neck roll than she does, doesn't mean you get a chance to overtalk her. You feel what I'm saying, Brandon? No, that's not what we're gonna do here. It's crazy. Let's continue.
here, and then he went across the pond. And
No. We
gotta
I mean, I'm gonna go after this.
Home first. I know
Okay, but that's what he was talking about. He was actually talking about going home. I was talking about going abroad. So he was keeping it home.
Yeah.
I was just expanding the conversation, but that's neither here nor there. But the fact that you said, hold on, the fact that you said what you said after all of that.
Yo, check how many times his eyes is about to pop out his goddamn head. He's like, but hold on, because I'm going to. Yo, control your eyelids, sir. Why your eyelids is just running rampant on your face like that? Those eyes about to pop right out of his goddamn head. I know that got to be some kind of illness. God damn, EJ, that got to be something good. And
prove that we have a long way to go, because you just did, and I noticed you did this on the last panel, because we was on the panel last time, pretty intellectual. You was
now we starting to see as you allow them to talk, and then we see what's really going on. He already had a understanding. He already it's overactive thyroids. Damn. I'm sorry. If it is the same thing, then I apologize, because I don't want to be, bullying anybody. Because I don't know. He looks like he in a fishbowl. What's up, Lovejoy? Y'all are insane. Oh, good phone. You was right. 0 times. You was 100% correct. You was 100% correct. I was agreeing with him in the beginning. I was like, hey, he was in some good talking points, but somehow they circle it back around and they start rimming. What is a rim, brother? It's a red pill, insect, a manosphere, a no good sucker, or eye bulging sucker. I don't know. They need to, sugar.
How white men are like us, and then when she left the panel, you had a whole different take. So what I learned about you from that back to tonight is, hold on. What I learned about you from last show to this show, hold on. What I learned about you from what I learned about you from last show to this show is you're a follower. You don't have a mind of your own, and whatever.
Okay. So now this conversation just now, Cooley just said women should not be leading. If they're not leading, what should they be doing? Should they not be following? If you are saying she's a follower, isn't that what a woman should be? This is why these men are double-minded. And if they was just to get off their period and pull their clitoris back in and actually grow some goddamn balls, then maybe we can move forward. This man Cooley just said that women should not be leaders. If they're not going to be leaders, then therefore they should be followers. And now he is mad and upset and basing his argument on the fact that she is a follower. These men are double-minded. They have no idea what they're saying. They're just talking because, I don't know. There's something about that neck rolling, eye rolling. Why do you want to do it? I don't know. Why your eyes about to pop out the side of your... I don't know. He got some aggressive eyeballs.
The flow. Hold on. Whatever's the flow.
He don't know me.
I'm good on that. But what I'm saying is, you either go with the flow or you're just contrarian, because that whole conversation, the whole conversation. I mean, you undermining the whole night. For real.
You're undermining
sweetheart, you undermining the whole night. But what I'm saying is, we was having a conversation. We were having a conversation that was open to the entire panel. The only reason.
So, and this is where we know it's something really going on, right? Y'all was having y'all conversation, and then Marquette wanted to ask a strange question to a woman that was not involved in y'all two conversation. That's the point that you are missing. He brought her into that conversation. And the conversation, he changed the conversation that he brought her into. He didn't ask her a question about what y'all was saying. You feel what I'm saying? No new culture. So for the context, Illa and Marquette was having a conversation about building a community. They went back and forth for 10 minutes. Nobody said a word. It was just them two talking. And then Marquette, he said, hey, I want to stop this conversation. Let me ask you a strange question, Aisha. And the strange question that he asked her was about how she's feeling, because you look a little down today. You look like you need some cheering up. You look drained. So he brought her into the conversation by changing the conversation into it being about her and not the conversation that Illa and he was having about the community. And Illa is failing to realize that, because they love to use women as a scapegoat instead of actually building on solutions. As he claimed, they was bringing out some solutions, and what he did, he used the woman to scapegoat it into a man and female conversation, how women are not leaders and how she's a bad follower and all these other things. That is a problem that they are missing. Shout out to the 150 people that's in the building. Make sure you're hitting that like and the share button, please, and thank you. So now that you got the goddamn context, and also New Culture Empire, that man was rolling his neck and his eyes. What do you say about that, New Culture? That man was rolling his neck and his eyes. Let's keep going.
Why I would speak, because no one was talking, and I think that's kind of why Marquette was speaking. Nobody was speaking in absolutes. Everything that man was saying, and I don't agree with everything Saint and Sinner say, but what he was saying tonight made absolute sense, and it was strictly
That's your interpretation.
You said you had sweetheart. You just said you had 2 degrees.
And again, and this is the problem that a lot of men are having with they understanding of what is actually happening. We're not even at 100 likes. Y'all should be ashamed of yourselves. Ain't no way we laughing, joking, and hit the like button, hit the share button. We gotta build. We're not blaming. We are building. Y'all need to get it. Y'all need to get it together and have a clear understanding of what it is. We need to get the likes to a certain threshold. We need to get the likes to 150 to 200 likes. If you come in, say hello, say something, say good day, my first time here, whatever it is, state where you're from, comment on the commentary, do something. Be a part of the conversation. There's no reason why we shouldn't be at 100 likes. We need to get it together. Because that's just craziness. While y'all get that together, let's continue.
Degrees, and you're so intelligent, but you're showing nothing but ignorance. Right
You're
now.
showing you all night. You've been showing. You've been lacking intelligence.
No, I just show passion.
You've been interrupting and being
It's
disrespectful.
cool, sweetheart. See, women like you, sweetheart.
Men like you.
And this is when we know words like women like you, sweetheart. Like all of this is just condescending tones, right? The conversation was not about this young lady at all. For somehow, some way, they figured out a way to bring a black woman into the conversation. The conversation was about black fatigue. And then the conversation moved into about what we could do for the community by bringing all different types of diaspora into the conversation of what is black in America. And then he changed it from how do she feels. And then that turns into philosophical, rolling his bulging eyes and rolling his neck. That's what happened. So he is gaslighting the conversation as if she started talking negative about their conversation. No, she was brought into the conversation where she did not want to engage in the conversation. But these men do not want to recognize it and just be truthful. They just want to gaslight and make it seem like black women are doing something that they are not doing. It's freaking wild when you really see it happen in real time. Whew. Shout out to the New Culture Empire with the 199. If you don't stop pushing and pausing the video, my bad. Shout out to the beautiful Sherelle with the 499. They want to be dictators over a community they fail to lead properly, even though it's more black women. We should take the back seats and be quiet. Woo! Shout out to that.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Thank you so much for all that you do. They do. They really do want to be dictators of the community that they failed. That they failed to lead properly. Absolutely. They just want women to sit back and be quiet, even though she is recognizing and assessing the problem and the conversation properly. She is. Y'all forced this conversation about man and women situation. She was being quiet. She was minding her damn business.
Single who are not in relationships.
You think so?
Who
You
sit
think so?
on these panels and disrespect black women all day.
I disrespect black women.
Anything to you?
I disrespect black women.
I didn't listen to you. That's why you mad.
You don't have to listen to me. It's not about listening to me. It's your value.
Listen to you. I'm not gonna keep listening to you babble.
You don't have to. It's not about you. That's fine. That's fine.
See, and he don't think that him calling her women like you, sweetheart, is disrespectful. He don't believe that when he said, see, women like you, sweetheart, he don't think that's disrespect. It's crazy. That's disrespectful, right? You keep trying to interrupt. It's disrespectful. You paint a narrative about her. It's disrespectful, even though we all seen that Marquette was the one that brought her into the conversation. She did not do anything. She was minding her business and let y'all black men talk about what y'all wanted to talk about. She said nothing. She didn't even make no facial spread. She didn't roll her eyes and roll her neck. And see, and then when men come into the chat and not have a conversation about what is being said, and they say things like this, we know that men are not being honest and genuine. They're not. They do not want to have a conversation about the topic. They just want to paint narratives the same way how Illa's paint narrative, black man unhealthy is having a conversation about something that have nothing to do with right now. talk about what is happening. This man is, these two men brought her into the conversation, now acting as if she had a problem with them. Let's just be honest about what is happening. And that this man is assessing the situation incorrectly. And that's because he has a red pill blaming women and not building community mentality. That's why he left the group of Islam in the first place, probably, because he couldn't maintain that value system.
You just like to hear yourself talk, sir.
No, that's fine, sweetheart. That's this, and this is why, ladies and gentlemen, this is why we have the
black women are the most smart. This is why we own houses. This is why we.
No. You're being mad. You're being crazy right now. But at the end of the day, we was having a productive conversation. I think everybody contributed excellently. Even you. That's why what you're doing right now is mad, weird.
What are you?
Doesn't make any sense. It proves that you're just up here to be. All right, I'm not about to argue.
You're gonna throw rocks and not your hands.
May I?
And see, right there, he is not blaming a proper person. If he'd have just said, hey, you know what, Marquette, you should have never brought her into the conversation where she didn't want to. If you recognize that she was drained or whatever, maybe you should have just tried to bring her in the conversation in a different way. You shouldn't try to attack her with saying, hey, I don't know you, but you seem like, and that's why I asked you, because, hey, we all know that is a goddamn tactic that you're using, and it worked. Even though she tried to get stuff out of it, it worked because you, Illa, and yes, Fugazi wanted to keep engaging in the conversation. So y'all led this conversation to where it's at today. And y'all do not even recognize, because you are so double-minded that you, three men, not even recognize you led the conversation into this. This shows how double-minded and bad leaders you are for blaming women instead of building communities, because you are looking for scapegoats and not solutions. So while y'all was talking, what did he do? He brought her into it in a negative way. He didn't ask her any questions about that topic that y'all two was having. He changed the conversation and turned it into her. Literally in real time, and you cannot recognize it because you are so double-minded. You are such a fan of Marquette. You are such a lover of Ben. You didn't even realize it. It's the problem. Y'all men get on y'all dairy at the same time, and it's crazy. So the problem, new culture, is not a different story. This is why a lot of these men that talk like this, they don't have no woman. Like this man, he got all of the attributes that the men love to talk about that women want, right? He got a good job. He got his own apartment. He's over 6 foot. He got all the attributes that these men love to say that women like. I think it's weird that mostly men are the ones that say these things and women are not the ones saying it. It is a little weird to me. I don't know what you mean by that, black man. I don't understand what you mean by that. You don't have to clarify. Don't worry, I could open up the panel if y'all want. Y'all let me know. That is and so the problem is, new culture, we see the men that are not adjusted to being around females and how to communicate and not chase females off and not get them angry and turn it into a back and forth. Because men that are around women, they don't just turn conversation into arguments. We build, we have a good time, we have conversations, we talk about the things that both parties can have a conversation. Right? You're not going to be at a goddamn, you're not going to go to a function when it's men and women and you start talking to the woman about goddamn Patrick Mahomes. You're going to run the woman away. Wrong class. You know damn well you ain't gonna hit the panel. You be scared to hit the panel lately. I don't know why, baby, because you know I'm gonna cook you up. But let's continue.
Yeah, in front of
May
the
I
whole panel.
reply?
I didn't even
I didn't
say
call
it,
you out.
and
Yeah, I got you.
y'all doubled back until I had some.
No, you just sounded like
Now that I have something to say,
you sounded like
All right, we back. We good? And pause for a second. I apologize. We back. All right.
that intelligent.
we could. Something
No,
to
you
say.
just sounded like
Now that I have something to say,
you just sounded like a fake smart person.
it's cool.
That's why you had to bring up your degrees, because you're not that intelligent.
We could.
Now I'm talking to you. Yeah, do that.
Oh, she done ran off.
Damn it.
The clown.
You know what's funny about it? Because I did not see this far. I just said men like that is going to run women off and run them away from the conversation and run them out the party. And it exactly happens like 10 seconds later. Literally ran a woman off the panel. Crazy. And then he doesn't even realize, like, when the woman said, hey, you sound like you be disrespecting black women, he don't even take that into consideration. Like, maybe the way how I communicate is a little coming off in a bad way towards black women. He don't even take the time to maybe even assess that situation, right? Or even substantiate why he is not being disrespectful towards black women. He like, if you don't agree that you are negative towards black women, you should be able to substantiate why you are not negative towards black women as well. But if a bunch of black women also in my chat saying you was doing, because when I was on your side, they was like, Sharon, be careful, because this man, I was like, nah, he sound good. He's holding it down. They said, Sharon, watch it a little longer. And I was like, okay. And then what happened? Right, Sugar Buck? See? She said, yep, we told you. I was like, nah, Illa is on point. He's putting that white woman in check. They're like, Sharon, I'm trying to tell you, this man ain't about us. I was like, all right. And then we let the video play. In the same exact video, his real feelings comes out. And a lot of our brothers, they are promoting and pushing the same ideology of these racist demographic of people. They have the same thought pattern. And it's scary to see that our brothers are not calling out. They just allow it to happen. Maybe because of fame or whatever. I mean, maybe because Marquette is real positive, or because he has a great subscriber list, or whatever it is that Illa sees in his eyes. Yeah, see, look, already you backing out already. I hear you, wrong class.
I want to note that if we identify together, then we should be able to address one another. Meaning, if I say, True, how are you feeling right now? It's a legitimate question, and we can address one another and deal with the way that we're comporting ourselves. One of the things that I did hear Pearl say that I thought was reasonable, among a lot of things that were unreasonable, she said the attitude. And I have to agree with her. The attitude is sometimes not where it needs to be. With women, black women, it might be negative. And with black males, they might not be very masculine. They mumble when they speak. They don't make strong eye contact. They might not be responsible and timely. We all have our issues, but if we're going to be leader class,
All right, we back. Here we go. Here we go. It's insane. Here we go. Let me check. Let me see where we are with the likes. Did we get to 100 likes yet? Damn. We still didn't get to 100 likes. That is wild. I don't know. We got 150 in the building, but we don't got 100 likes. That's wild. Well, let's keep going. Let's get the likes up, ladies and gentlemen. All right.
Truth of the matter, even if she was bored, and I've been in a lot of lecture halls, I've been in meetings where I've been bored. But one thing you know out of what's called
that could not have happened in real time. So therefore, you've been in plenty of places where it was all intellectuals and all this thing, and you have gotten bored. But for some reason, it's not okay for her to do it. Especially she's been there for over 2 hours now. It's late at night. It's probably close to around 11, 12 o'clock at night for her. Somewhere around there. She had a full day before she came up on this panel. And she's been on this panel for over 2 hours now. Plus how long day. It's not like, man, this is wild. No, the reason why the ladies didn't defend is because she was able to defend herself. This whole idea that a woman cannot defend herself is ridiculous. They didn't jump in because it wasn't their fight. But for some reason, these men, they feel like they have to defend other men because they see themselves in other men. So anytime a woman have a disagreement with whoever she's disagreeing with, even though he brought into the conversation, these other men, they see themselves in other men, so they got to defend the men. That's what happened. But the ladies do not. They like, hey, let them have their disagreement. Let them go back and forth. It's all good. She could defend herself. That's why.
Decorum is that you don't make yourself look like that as an adult. It's a childlike thing to do. And so as a grown man, I asked her, how do you feel? Now, if she said, hey, I'm 9 months pregnant. The baby's about to come out and I'm feeling tired and having hot flashes. I'm just barely here. I'm like, I understand. I have understanding. But that's why I asked her, how are you? As opposed to saying, hey, the way you look right now, you look disinterested and impolite and you're misrepresenting yourself. And if we identify as Black people, you're misrepresenting Black people. So when you hear folks talk about Black fatigue, there are undoubtedly ways that we represent ourselves that need to be addressed. And if we don't address it, that's when it gets talked about by all the other.
That is insane. That is insane that he had to even make it seem like she had to be pregnant to be disengaged. What? She needed all those, like she could just listen to the conversation and just be disengaged. She don't need no reasoning behind because she just know that you full of ish. That's why she's just like, I don't want to listen to this BS that y'all been talking about for 10 minutes that neither one of y'all are going to produce. That's crazy. Why you didn't ask none of the men that? Now her position is just think about what he's saying. He's saying her position on how she looked in his eyes was disrespectful to their conversation. Just that one woman. Out of everybody else, but her, the way how her position was. That's a wild thing. That is wild. Hold on, let you hear him again. This is crazy. What are you saying?
You look disinterested and impolite and you're misrepresenting yourself.
He said she looks impolite. How does she look impolite? She looks impolite and she's not representing herself because of how he looks at her. She was engaged in a conversation for 2 hours. She was going back and forth for 2 hours. Good day, Verbal Assassin. Thank you. Appreciate you. She was going back over to her. Plus, she had a long day possibly before she went on that panel. and then use what? How is this possible that is any man that could defend what he just said?
You look disinterested and impolite, and you
look impolite. Because somebody is not interested in your conversation, that means that they're impolite. Yo, Bernard, it's crazy that it be men really attempting to defend this. How are you not paying attention to this man's words? She looks impolite. Crazy.
Representing yourself, and if we identify as Black people, you're misrepresenting Black people. So when you hear folks talk about Black fatigue,
so now, even though he's misrepresenting what Black fatigue is, and now she's representative of what, a negative stereotype. Why do you think that this Black woman like a negative stereotype? This is a problem. This is wild.
there are undoubtedly ways that we represent ourselves that need to be addressed. And if we don't address it, that's when it gets talked about by all the other ethnicities, and they call it.
This is crazy. So we got Marquette saying this, we got True Table nodding his head, we got Cooley nodding his head, and of course we know Philosophical agrees. Insane.
Black fatigue. I yield the
all
floor.
shaking their head.
And
Hey, Sweeney look like he's in between. He's not really sure what he want to say. We're gonna see what JR do. Let's see.
I think the difference is, and I'm a slide. I think the difference is, Mark.
This man been trying to slide for 10 minutes now. You just want to talk. You don't want to slide. You want to talk. Because if you wanted to slide, you would have said, "Thank you for having me. I'll speak to y'all later." But no, you don't want to slide. You want to talk, and that's your way to get the floor. We see your sassiness, sir.
Why between us and other race, well, specifically white people, is they have a vested in us way behind the push through the air, look stupid. They're pushing the hour. So when I hear right, you're absolutely right. I'm not getting time because I mean what a lot of people be.
Okay, so you know you get out of pocket. So why you act like you didn't understand when she said you are disrespectful to a black woman? You being out of pocket could be you being disrespectful. All right. So now
on these panels and they're performing the conversation. It's not in their heart, like we just saying. There's no way you could be on a panel that we just did tonight and talk like that to us. There's no way. That don't even make no sense. That totally.
And Clinton, and this is when people are saying what you said. He moved his eyes up and down in agreement. So, and this is when it sounds like it's more like projection. You know what I'm saying? Instead of them assessing what's actually happening. And it's weird that it sounds like they're talking about themselves. It's because he kind of pointed out himself, in my opinion. It's crazy that you was a part of this panel and you allowed the conversation to go into about black women not being able to lead and follow. And then you allow Marquette to misrepresent black fatigue, and he's representing black fatigue in a white manner. Because we all understand that this whole black fatigue, the white people have took it over and try to make it seem like it's about attitude and how you look like you are impolite and you look like you want to argue. You look like you're angry. It's all about behavior. But black fatigue is really black human beings are fatigued of explaining to other races or what happened to them hundreds of years ago in this country. That's what black fatigue is. But what Marquette is representing is the exact thing that white people are what Pearl on this show was representing. Pearl was saying it is a behavior thing, the way how y'all look and talk and all these other things. And now he's representing that by pointing out that she looked like she was not interested in the conversation and how she looked impolite. He's literally pushing out the white version of black fatigue in real time. And however, Philosophical and all these other men are not able to recognize that because it's okay to talk down on a black woman, even though she was not a part of the conversation of Marquette and philosophical. Marquette, he was the one that brought her into the conversation by asking her, how does she feel? How does it feel? How does it feel? I gotta know right now. That's what he did.
He undermines it. That's why
like you're the enemy. Talk to you like you're the enemy.
Exactly. That's why, because people perform the conversation. So when Crowley was here, she had to perform the black thing, and when they left, now she's performing the sisterhood thing. You're performing. You don't have a stance. You're just going with whatever. But like I was saying, I think the difference is between us and white people. There's no excuse for getting out of pocket. I apologize, y'all, but I'm like this in real life. I'm not acting, so it's hard to stop.
So that's good to understand. Right, so we got to stop this whole idea that this is just for entertainment and people are just doing this on panels. He said he's like that outside as well. And there's a lot of men that have this. They are black. You know that Bino, they black in name only. But in real life, they are pushing out this remedial rhetoric of red pill, incel, manosphere, these no good suckers. They pushing this kind of thing out there. He said it himself. We're going to believe him for what he say, right? So this is not just about the panel. He said he does this in real life. He is this confrontational with women for real too. He's not just confrontational with black women on panels. He's confrontational with black women in his real life. He said it. Not me. I'm just agreeing with his words.
Being me. A lot of people are fake. But white folks have shown a vested financial economic interest and investment in the perpetuation of the negative stereotypes of our people. And I think that,
you know what? Let me let it play.
That's the main difference. And with that, peace to Cooley, peace to Saint. Hope I see y'all again. Peace to True.
Hey, Illa, you still in Newark?
Trev.
Illa, you still in Newark?
No, I'm from Newark, but I'm in Charlotte right now.
Oh, you in Charlotte?
I would love to chop it up with you too.
Yeah,
we got Jersey up in here. We got Jersey all up in here today, boy.
Yeah, I'm from Rawway.
Bro, I'm from
Rawway.
I'm the best shine. You already know.
Yeah.
Bricks.
Look at the men. They say, hey, listen, we all got together and talk issue about a black woman. Now let's get together as brothers, especially since we all from the same town. Let's get together. I want to link up with you, my brother. Yeah, we all link up together. I'm from Broadway, Newark. We all from that same area. Maybe it's something in the water in those areas. He said, hey, since you want to talk down on a black woman, I think we could get together. Let's start it. Let's get it started, my brother. Let's get together. Yes, I'm right there. But on my side, the water don't, you know what I'm saying? The water don't taste like that, you know what I'm saying? the water doesn't change my, you know what I'm saying? I don't drink from the same water that they drink from. I don't drink from the faucet water, you know what I'm saying? So, you know, maybe that's why I didn't get that hormonal gene to make me roll my eyes and roll my neck. And now after I'm rolling my eyes and rolling my neck, another man says, hey, yeah, after this conversation, we should link up. I love the way how you was rolling your necks and your eyes, my brother. We should link up. Tony. He said the way how, man, Cooley was like, man, the way how you rolled your neck and your eyes, my brother. Woo. I think we should link up after that. Oh boy, you can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up. This happened in real time. I'm just calling how I see it. This just it happened. I drink bottled water only. And not only that, when I do drink bottled water, I pour it in a glass cup. I don't put the bottle to my mouth. You understand? Because I'm not into that kind of stuff. I'm not into that kind of stuff. You feel me? Oh shit. Y'all crazy. Shout out to American First Rifleman with the $2. Thank you. He says, I don't understand how you still have a platform. Well, at least you insult me with your money. I appreciate that, American Rifleman. Hey, the reason why I still have a platform is because I'm attempting to build something together. I don't put the blame on people, right? So like when I speak to you, I say, hey, you need to speak from a different throat chakra, American First Rifleman. I said, hey, you need to cut that stupid Luigi mustache off your face because I love my brothers. Because I want them to be better. So I said, hey, cut that stupid ass Luigi mustache off your face. Because I just want to rip it off your damn face and talk with your chest instead of your throat. Because I want you to be better, my brother. I don't want you to be like these other men blaming women. I want you to build. That's what I want you to do. I want you to build it up. What's up, Chaotic Truth? I am great, but you are not greater, sir. No, absolutely not. Absolutely not, sir. Shout out to Chaotic Truth. And this is why, SBG, we got to get out there and boss people. Bow! We got to do our thing. We got to do our thing, y'all. Make sure you're hitting that like and a share button, God damn it. Yeah, because even when we not thinking we in the competition, we in the competition. Salute to you as well. Wow, I kick your ass every day. You heard? You feel me? Now, Chaotic Truth now. You don't want me to start to focus on your black ass, because I could hit you with some You feel what I say? I could hit you with some better watch what you say to me. You better watch what you say to me, because if I focus that attention on you, it's me. It's me. Let's get back to this, because I do want to talk about that conversation that I had yesterday that KI Truth is a part of with the J Print Piss. And I open up the panel for anybody that want to join. Y'all let me know. Absolutely, Sugar Bomb. He definitely pimps him out. And we understand there's a lot of men that's willing to get pimped out by other men. You know what I'm saying? We seen Diddy. We seen what's going on. We see it. Y'all let me know if y'all want me to open up the panel. Let's continue.
City.
Yeah, we in here. We here. But peace to y'all. Y'all take it easy, you heard?
Peace to the Saints.
All right.
Let's see where it goes.
All right. Anybody got any final thoughts?
Oh, okay.
Well, I wanted to respond to what Cooley stated. I wasn't saying that we needed to request to be the leaders. I was speaking to the fact that, in my opinion, to be effective leaders, we should inquire or at least be open to some of the concerns or complaints, whether they're valid or not. I hear things that sisters say a lot of times, the women say a lot of times, and to develop as men, we should be able to have conversation. We should be able to help cultivate their perspective. A lot of times they believe.
There you go. Now you're making sense. Now you're making sense. Now you're making sense. Now you're making sense. You understand? And so, you know, shout out to all the content creators and things like that. Shout out to Chaotic Truth. Shout out to everybody that think that, you know, think what they think. It's adorable, to be honest with you. You know what I'm saying? It happened yesterday as well. We had Chaotic Truth and Jay Prince on a channel talking ish about, you know, what they talk about. Look, I know the game. I know the chatter. Every day there's a new content creator popping up, talking about how they the next big thing. I get it. I get it. Right? But let's be real, they're not me. They don't move like me. They don't think like me. They don't ground like me. They copy trends. I set them. They chase clout. I build legacy. See, when I step in the room, it's different. The energy shift. People lean in. It's not hype. That's presence. That's what happens when you brace here. Right? You understand? When you are SBG, when you sharp, when you are undeniable. These other creators, they background noise. I'm the headline. They talk the numbers. I talk impact. They brag about followers. I brag about influence. But because followers can vanish overnight. But influence sticks. Influence changes minds and shifts cultures, sets the tone. Y'all recycling ideas. I innovate. They remix. I originate. They're busy trying to figure out the algorithm, right? I am that algorithm. I know what people want before they even know they want it. That's why they watch me, sir. American First Rifleman. That's why they study me. That's why they try to imitate me. But the thing is, imitation is not innovation. Let me drop this effing link. Stop playing with me. Let me drop this effing link. I'm tired y'all trying to play me. Crazy. Let's get to 100 likes. Crazy. Hold on one second. What they say? The link is dropped. See who's going to hit the link. Let me pin it. All right. It's pinned. Make sure y'all hit the damn like button. Stop playing with me. Right? So, their imitation is not innovation at all. And that's why they'll never be better than me. In this moment, yeah. Let me break it down for my brother. Yep, I'm going to bring you up right now. I'm going to bring you up right now. Just give me a second to finish my thought real quick. I'm going to bring my brother in the back. I'm going to bring you up in a second. Let me just finish my thought out. So I want to break down this content creation ain't about who can post the most. It's about who can connect the deepest. And right now, nobody connects like me, my brother. I speak truth. I speak raw. I speak real. I don't sugarcoat. I don't play safe. I give you uncut versions. The version that makes you laugh. The version that makes you think. It makes you uncomfortable. Yeah, come back. Don't leave. But makes you come back for more. Come back. Don't run away now. I'm about to bring you up. Don't run away now. Don't you dare run. Bring your ass back. Yeah. Let me finish what I'm saying. I got you. I promise I got you. And these other creators, they scared of being real. They hide behind filters. They hide behind scripts. behind gimmicks. We see the gimmick. They want to be liked. I don't want to be liked. I don't give a damn about that, but you all gonna respect. Respect lasts longer than those goddamn likes. Respect builds empires. Respect makes me who I am today. See them? So don't get it twisted. I see the hustle. I see the grind. But hustle without vision is just noise. Grind without purpose is just motion, right? They running in circles. That's why this thing keeps circling it back around. I'm running a race. I'm coming for that goddamn throne. I'm taking that crown off your goddamn head. That's what's happening. But you can't wear a crown that doesn't fit. You need another one? You need another one? All right, give me a second. Let me finish talking to the people, and I'm gonna make you another one. See that? Cooking up here while taking care of the babies there. See, my baby's with me all day, every day. See, the crown fits me perfectly. I'm not just better, I'm greater. I'm not just winning, I'm defining what winning looks like. They playing checkers. I'm playing chess. There's a difference. They chasing trends. I'm shaping culture, literally. They temporarily. I'm timeless. That's the difference. So we can settle it, right? At this moment, in this lane, in this game, they're not better than me. They can't be. It's about the truth. It's about standing tall when others fold. It's about being the one that can't be ignored. The one that they can't replace. The one they can't outshine. That's the difference. And until they learn to move with vision, with presence, with purpose, they'll always be chasing me. Always. Because right now, I'm not just a game. I'm not just in it. I'm in the game. So like I said, that link is dropped. If anybody got a disagreement, hit the link and we can have a conversation. Welcome to the show. My favorite guy with that. He still has that silly ass Luigi mustache. American First Rifleman. How you doing, sir? Good day to you. Woo, I'm cooking.
Man, it's a beautiful morning. I mean, yeah, you're hyped up. So, but you know, it's a working hour, so you should be hyped up and doing something, I guess. But nah, just it's been a while since I've been here. I rock with you in a certain degree. I think you're really goofy in your beliefs and your simp of types, but you do mean well. You really do care. And I think that's what really matters. So I think you're a decent guy, at least for that. And you're a family man. So I got to respect it. So.
Yeah, that's what I like to hear. I like honesty and truthfulness. And so, when I'm building these conversations, I just want the men to start being more honest and truthful about what they saying and what they communicating. Because just like the conversation we was just watching, right? The two brothers, they was having a conversation about building a community. And nobody was interrupting these two men having this conversation. Then what happened was one of the brothers said, "Hey, excuse me, miss, you look disengaged. You look unpolite. You look like you have a problem with this conversation." And not only did you not add her into the conversation to see what her mind was at about what you were saying, you changed the trajectory and you led the conversation into an argumentative conversation and an argumentative discussion, and they not recognize that they were the one that led that. And this happens in real relationships and real community as well. They are not recognizing that they are leading the dysfunction.
Well, you have a lot of good points, but one thing I will say is that if we're talking about the Black community as a whole or a collective, we have a matriarchy problem. So if we're talking about leadership, I, for one, believe that the Black community is led by Black women. So I'm not saying they're the leaders of everything or blame them, but obviously we let women run the Black community. I'm just gonna compare to other demographics.
Okay, so now,
and that's a problem.
Okay, so let's go with that premise. the Black community is a matriarchy. What things women are attempting to lead the community with that is a bad thing?
What are they leading that's a bad thing?
Yes.
I would say that they spend a lot of time on identity issues and sex issues instead of economics.
So now the thing is that, so those two issues that you brought up, those are part of economics, because majority of our families, they are not able to get past the middle class without being together in a relationship. Majority of our young brothers that we used to complain about back then, they did shape up a lot today. We don't have this teen pregnancy thing. So people have been listening, right? So that is a great thing. That's one of the things that we elevated. And we understand if we are saying that the matriarch is the ones that did that, hey, we got to give them their kudos for that situation, right? Right? Yeah.
Well, Sharon,
Yeah.
can I speak to that? Can I speak to that? Yeah, you're a smart guy, but one thing I will say is it's because we're in an industrialized society, and that's been happening all over the Western world. Like birth rates have dropped dramatically. So I think it has more to do with that than women saying, hey, here's condoms and birth control and stuff like that. It has a
But what
part
we
of place,
do
but it's just, yeah.
understand, so what we do understand, Rifleman, is that for a long time, women saying, hey, we need our young to be focusing on school, getting higher education, get those degrees, get better jobs, get into these other fields where you could produce things. And we understand that it's a certain gender that is following that. And they are prioritizing careers. And it's
I
another
would say
gender that
there's
is
rhetoric.
not following that. So again, what I want to get to is that, so we got to start breaking down what is negative about the matriarchy, because the only thing that's negative about the matriarchy is that our young men are not following and listening the leader at the moment, so they could eventually possibly be leaders themselves, because you have to be a good follower before you become a leader.
I would agree to some of what you're saying. The only thing I would push back on is that I think there's rhetoric of advance your career, go to school, and all that, prioritize education, which is fine, especially in our money-driven society. But I would say, if I'm not mistaken, uh, even though Black men have lower levels of education, they still earn more money on average than Black women, if I'm
Of
not
course, yeah.
mistaken.
That's a great conversation that we could build onto. That's one point we could build. So the issue with that is that they caught up. They was way below Black men, and they caught up to Black men. So now it's only about a $200 to $300 difference a month.
Damn.
That's it. It's
That's
about
it?
$200 to $300. Yeah, that's it. So it
Okay,
comes out to
I'm gonna have to look those back up, but I'm not gonna say you're lying or whatever. So I'll take your word for it.
It's a 3,000 difference. So, for example, if Black men are making 46,000, Black women are making 43,000. So when we calculate that through the months, it's not a astronomical situation where we can say it's a true statement. We making more money. However.
Okay, I understand where you're getting at. Hey, and if that's the case, that takes a bit away from my argument. But another something else I would add to it as well is that, and we're talking about why we're not having as many children and all that, is because it's more economics, and people need 2-income households, and a lot of younger people aren't forming relationships at the same rate as maybe older people used to. So that's a problem.
Okay, so the issue that we have with that situation that you're bringing up, which is a great, here, baby, here you go. Yes, and so when our brothers start understanding that, hey, we need our significant others to build strong relationship. It doesn't go the other way around. Communities do not build strong families. Families, on the other hand, they build strong communities. And we need our brothers to understand that. And so once they understand that, they will understand that the woman that they choose, they're going to have to be a servant to their wife and their children and their family, so we can keep building that
Do we
that
have to say
foundation.
servant?
Yes, you gotta be a servant. So it is something that is taught also in leadership, right? Is that like if you are really leading the people, people are gonna follow you that you are serving first, right? So they're like, hey, he got our back, so therefore we're gonna have his back. The person that have this real negative attitude, that's the person that usually gonna have trouble in leadership. So when we get our brothers to understand that you're gonna have to serve first so that people can understand your vision. Because when people feel like that you have their back, they're going to have your back 100%, because now they have a vision of what you're trying to do, and they understand how difficult it is because they're going through it with you. And so they're going to ride with you with a stronger conviction.
One thing I would say is that I agree with a lot of what you say, of course, but I, I would say that the whole maybe service or serving thing, I don't know, it just that sounded a little weird to me. Like me, I think of it as a man doing his duty. His prime directive in life, to say, is to take care of the family, protect the family, provide provision, whatever. And obviously, I guess you can say in service to the community at large, and be a good, quote unquote leader in his household, and he can help lead things in the community. I understand that completely. So that's what I think of. But he's a servant to his kids, and what it's like, no, like I don't know, like it's just that's what his
Own it.
role is.
It's okay, own it. And this is what we got to get men comfortable with, right? We got to get men comfortable with
Calling them,
that
I'm a servant to my kids and wife.
That we are a servant leader, right? We're not a leader that is a dictatorship, because we are raising intelligent human beings.
I think more about public service officials and stuff.
Right? So they input is individual, and so this way we can understand how they can help us, because if we are not communicating and allowing them to express how they feel, we're not going to be able to lead them in the right way. That's going to make us that servant leader, right? Because if you don't know who's the engineer from the carpenter, you're going to have a real problem with leading this this foundation that you're trying to build this house with, right? So we got to know who's the concrete person, who's the electrician, and who's the plumber. But if you're not having a conversation with them, you'll never know, because now you have a one-size-fits-all. You're just a dictator, and you're not putting a proper person in the right place. And this is why we got to get men comfortable with being servant leaders, because that's how you actually build a strong family, and strong families is actually how you build communities, not the other way around.
Somebody in the comments, I did want to kind of steal it, but I'm not going to steal it. Somebody said servant provider.
That's another way to you could use that way. Servant leader, servant
I mean, I hate to say it, but it sounds a little like predatory. It sounds like how the government sucks taxes off of us. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know.
Yeah. Leave my brother's Louisi mustache alone.
Oh, you're fine. I don't even know who this guy is, but salute to you, brother. I don't even know who you are, sir. But how you doing, sir?
He's actually somebody that's on your side. So with most
of okay, I got you.
He just having a good time with his brothers. That's all. And so, like, we need men to get comfortable with what the words actually mean and what it means to be a provider.
Servant provider.
Right, they want to or servant provider. They too focus on having this image of I gotta be this strong dictator of the family, when in reality we need more colors in the crayon box. We cannot just keep painting ourselves as 4 things. We provide our protectors, and we only have 4 colors that we keep on painting men in. And men, really, we are nurturers as well. We got to nurture our kids. We got to nurture our wife. Right, it's a lot of things that goes into being a man, and when we try to make it simple into just these 4 things, it's detrimental to men, and we're not allowing men to be their full potential because we keep putting them in this box. And women, for some reason, we keep putting them in a box
like providers.
We keep putting them in a box where they have more colors to paint with. Right, we allow them to paint with emotion. We allow them to paint with education. We allow them to paint with entrepreneurship. But us, We just gotta go out there and grind. That's how you know what I'm saying? We turn higher education into that's feminine to go and say boys can't learn like that. We can't just sit down and be following some teacher. Like this is some of the rhetoric, rhetoric that hold on, I got you because you probably never heard it, but it's a lot of men that I had conversations with have said is because we got to go do the dangerous things. And that's why we make more money because we're doing 60, 80 hours. But in reality, if a woman is doing 40 hours and the men are doing 60 hours and the difference at the end of the year is $3,000, my brothers, we are doing the wrong thing.
I feel you on a few of those points. One thing I do want to say is that from what I understand, then what was the point I was going to make? What were we talking about?
Brothers take away their ego. So
no, the rhetoric. Hold on, I got to remember the rhetoric. Okay, I've heard. Yes, I heard crazy rhetoric from men talking about the education system and stuff like that. Now there are facts to be had. They have, to a large degree, in a way to open education to women, and I think they've gone too far that they have, to a certain degree, catered more to women in higher education and funneled a lot of women into higher education and jobs like that, whatever. But and then also on top of that, I think a whole bunch of men have realized early on that it is a scam, because I think a lot of men have maybe broken out of their socioeconomic status and gone to college and, got divorced or got fired from a corporation or saw the ugly side of, that side, the headwinds you get on that side. So I don't know. I just don't agree.
And that's fair. And I'm gonna pass over to Sarah so he can get involved in the conversation. However, what we do understand, we go statistically wise. Men that have higher education, especially men, usually choose higher education that's going to produce better financial outcomes for them as well. Usually, that's what they do. It's proven that men with higher education do better financially in America. And when we just go off that stat alone, men should have that understanding. If I want to be better financially, at least, that is one role that I should take, because it's a proven track record of it. Just like
it's largely what industry you enter, not to cut you, but
yeah, go ahead. What you saying?
It's largely what industry you enter, not to interject too much, but I think that has a lot to do with it as well.
Correct, and majority of men are choosing the correct fields. They choose in financing and STEM fields, right? They're attempting to go towards those directions instead of fields where it's not going to produce money, right? And if we just go by the stats and the true numbers, men are supposed to be red pill and deal with the truth. And the truth is, the men that are doing well, they are married. Those are the most productive men in America. Men that have higher education, they usually do not get divorced at a higher rate than people with less education as well, right? So, and it's just the truth that the numbers game, like nothing is 100%. Of course, you're still going to have troubles there. However, when we just talk about numbers wise, it's a certain trajectory that men should be following before they put the blame on women without building up anything. And that's the issue that I have. Shout out to Kulu Live. He said, just because you're a provider don't make you a leader. Bar. Welcome to the show. Jim Savage. Good day, sir. How you doing? Hopefully New York treated you properly.
Oh man. New York does the same shit it does every time I go. All right. So I want to talk about the body language, the whole reason why he brought up what he brought up. Are we to the point where we want to teach, but we can't teach the simple things that we observe? Like if you're having a conversation, right, Sharon, with someone or a bunch of people, and you see someone looking off in the distance, doing whatever, are you not going to call that out and say, are you really listening to me? Am I wasting my time? Are you not going to do that? You're not going to do it. You're just going to let them. So what is the point in them being there if they're not going to pay attention? What is the point in even having a panel if they're going to wander off with their eyes and do whatever? and not pay attention to what they're up there for. I know you could have your disagreement with what he said, like or how he said it, but have the conversation like that. You know what I mean? Instead of it, I don't think it would have gone off course if there wasn't an attitude about what he observed. If people had the mindset of like, you know what, this is my body, this is body language. You know what I mean? I understand that I'm looking the way I'm looking towards a conversation of me being on a panel, trying to be, you know, involved with the panel. You know what I mean? I understand. So it would have not veered off if there was a better understanding within Black people, because I don't really see it in anyone else, but Black people complain about every little fucking thing that goes on. And that's a simple thing. Body language and is part of communication. It's simple, but they brought it left field. That's why it went elsewhere. That's all I wanted to bring up, because I know if you were talking to someone and they were looking off in the distance, you'd be like, what the fuck am I talking to this person for?
So the issue is, so if I do see somebody veering off, right, I'm not going to say, hey, how are you feeling today? Are you okay? And like make it into a disingenuous conversation. So like how I see right now, right, Reese is not so-called by the optics that he's a part of the conversation because he's eating his food, he's handling his work, he's doing other things. But it doesn't mean that he is not listening. So if I wanted him to get involved in the conversation, I would direct him into our conversation to bring him into the conversation instead of saying, Reese, it seems like, you know, are you okay? You all right? You don't seem like you really genuinely want to have the conversation with us, and assume something on him without just bring him into the conversation. What he should have done is just brought her into the conversation. Hey, how do you feel about what me and Philosophical is talking for the past 10 minutes right now? And then he could address if she was.
Yeah, but he was licking his fingers though. That's kind of weird though.
Yeah. Also, Reese is actually a consistent panelist, and you know that's his thing. You know what I mean? And we're just talking here, and Reese, you know, he pays attention when he looks away, licks his finger with his chicken and all that good stuff. You know, he's paying attention and listening to you. I'm sure we all watch the same. I don't know if we all watch the same, but most of us watch the same. And this is his rhetoric. This is how he acts. He will point out something if he's trying to explain something. That's what he does. And if you didn't understand that, you will go off the hinges like the lady did. But me, myself, if I'm trying to progress in a conversation and I'm on a panel for progression, I would expect everybody to be paying attention. And I'm not sitting here on a panel, which we're all on the panel to do the same thing, to waste my time. Time is money, as y'all see.
And so but the issue is that the two people was having a conversation, and then when he veered off and brought her into the conversation and he assumed that she was disengaged, she also expressed how she paid attention to the conversation. She just had nothing to add to the conversation. And then they went on to go even further to say, hey, well, you seem impolite in your manner. Like, hey, listen, I don't want to be a part of your conversation. So I took myself out of it, didn't interject or anything. I've just stayed in my space. You could have moved the conversation around, but you didn't. You chose to focus on me and my personality, and if I'm okay. Then you try to add if I was pregnant, and then now I'm a bad follower, and all these other things that had nothing. And not only that, when you brought it to how she feel, you are not adding to the conversation at that moment.
But isn't that how you see women anyway? Like, isn't that what
in American First Rap, you could go right after Savage because I see you.
Isn't that what they work on, their feelings anyway? Isn't that how women work with their feelings?
I don't understand the question that's related to.
You said he went off of how she was feeling.
No, so how he thought she was feeling.
All right, how you thought we all.
But not off of what she was
body feeling. Which is important, Sharon.
No, but he wasn't going off how she felt about the topic. He was
asking her how she felt.
He said, "How do you feel?" She said, "What do you mean? Do you mean by how I'm feeling? Am I in a good mood?" She even clarified, and he was like, "Yes, how you feeling?" And so that means he took it away from how she's feeling about the conversation, but how she's feeling personally, and that's where he was wrong because and that was the issue. But go ahead, American First Round, because I'm interested to hear your take on this conversation as well.
I would say that everybody has right points, especially Savage. He really cooked. One thing I would say about maybe her response or a Black woman's response in general in these YouTube streets or whatever is like there's power in femininity. Because I can tell you, you know how my rhetoric is, and I've embarrassed myself going a little too hard on the opposite sex or whatever, and I made myself look like a cornball. So even if dude was wrong, black woman to stay in your femininity, he'll expose himself as a cornball, and that's how that usually goes. So that's what I would say.
And I think that could have been fair if they didn't antagonize it. Because when she just answered and said, I'm okay. I'm just not engaged in this part of the conversation because, and then she even expressed why she wasn't engaged in it. She said, because I was here for the Black fatigue conversation and not this part of the conversation. So I wanted y'all to have your conversation if they got back to a point where I'm interested, and then I jump back in. And conversations happen like that all the time. Just because it's an intellectual conversation doesn't mean I gotta be overly excited. People get bored of those conversations all the time, whether if it's good information or not. You know what I'm saying? Like that's just a thing that happens because usually when people are talking or communicating in intellectual ways, they usually do it in a monotone type of situation. They don't have no excitement when they are talking about that situation, and that's why it becomes boring in the first place. It's not be actually the information, it's the way how you're communicating that information to us. When you say, yeah, so I think that the Black people should go ahead and be positive and productive about what they are wanting to do. And if we get together and and you long-winded in that tone, you're gonna put people into a trance and then they're gonna fall asleep at the wheel. It is what it is.
I was listening to you when you were talking like that. I hate listening to people like you can't even like that shit's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. All that arguing and talking at the same time.
But
all you gotta do as a moderator is say stop being long-winded and check it, cut it down.
So but after 10 minutes of one tone, people are going to tune out of you.
That's why as a moderator you should shut it down. Like, what are you trying to say? But I think if it was just Sin and her speaking without Cooley jumping in and saying what he said, it would have been done deal. It would have been done. But he jumped in. That's where it went wrong. That's where it went over the edge right there. But I do believe that body language, which a lot of people don't even pay attention to anything people do, that's why they always end up missing something and getting jacked up. But you know what? Everything is very important in the conversation.
I want to know something about that, Savage, what you just said.
NLP.
You sparked a good thought in my mind. So I'm just curious about the body language of a grown man rolling his neck and his eyes. What do that say?
You're right. See, but you're right. You're right. I'm not even going to not defend that because you called it out. His eyes bulging, The whole time, I'm like, could you please blur his eyes out, man? I can't even pay attention to the conversation.
Oh, shit.
I can't stand when he talks, man. It's so annoying.
Man, I don't want to put nothing on that. People are gonna be roasting that dude.
Man, that was too crazy.
I'll have to act like him on my channel one of these days.
But the thing is, none of those brothers are gonna call that out and say, "Hey, brother, you acting a little too, you taking it too far." I
never get a chance to be on the panel with him, man, because I definitely would start clowning his ass every time we do that shit. He would hate
that illogical guy is the biggest clown. I'm sorry, man. It's hard to take him serious.
Really?
I'm sorry. Sorry. You know what? I probably spoke too much, but seriously.
I'm interested on that take because I believe majority of men do not have that take that you have. What pushed you to saying that you wouldn't take a man that's using that rhetoric as serious? What is it about?
Well, because it's just too victim-minded for my liking. You know what I'm saying? If you want to talk about white people all day and shit, like that's on it, cool. I can go literally. You can open an encyclopedia of what white people did to everybody. Like that shit is boring. Like I'm sorry, like it's boring.
Okay. And now we kind of understand that maybe the young lady was correct in how she was feeling, right? Right?
Well, people have different types of fatigue. I mean,
American First Rifleman, he
people
just
have
proved
different
it.
types of
He
fatigue.
said, hey, listen, I really don't want to engage in it and talk down on the brother, but this is what I'm seeing. And that's what she tried to do. She tried to just say, you know what? I'm not going to engage because if I say something, it's going to be taken the wrong way.
Yeah, because I can tell you
like,
that my experience is the same. You can say one thing and they'll be like, "What? Why are you sucking the white man dick?" Like like Tommy Sotomayor derangement syndrome or something. Like you say one thing and they say something completely different, and it's like you anti-black, and it goes nowhere, bro. It's hard. Like those conversations are whack, bro. Like we know what white people done did. We get it. I get it. Like I know. Like I read history books too.
And so American First Right, the problem is like it seems like the women are only the ones that's okay, like they the ones that's saying it out loud, right? A lot of times our brothers, we try to keep it to ourselves, like, you know what, I don't want to be disrespectful, like what she tried to do as well. She tried to keep it to herself. She did. She's like, you know what, I'm gonna just fall back and let that.
Well, yeah, he insisted a little too much. You're right.
Thank you. Right. And to like just like how I assisted with you, you said, because you said it yourself, you know what, I'm gonna fall back on it. And then I assisted, hey, what do you mean? And then you was forced to actually say the true thought. And that's all that happened. She was just being a full autonomous being, and she was attempting not to engage because she had nothing productive to say at that moment. And she was there for 2.5 hours already. It's late at night. It's about 12 a.m. somewhere, or maybe 11 p.m. And we acting as if she cannot be a little fatigued on a panel when it was an emotional, it was an emotional conversation too, right? It was about race and how Miss Pearl was gaslighted. Like, so a lot of things was happening in those 2.5 hours for you to try to sing her out and try to pursue the conversation. You were wrong, my brother. And it's okay for us men to call that honesty out. It is what it is. Let me, Jim, you want to talk about that point real quick before I bring in Jay?
What, his eyes? Oh, no.
No, not snake eyes. Welcome to the show, the beautiful Jay. Good day to you. How you doing?
Good morning. How are you? I'm fine.
I'm doing well. Thank you so much for asking.
Yeah, what I watched, it was antagonistic. I don't know why they decided to point her out. She just looked tired. Like, I don't know if people have been on a panel where you can't really give an opinion because you don't have an opinion specifically on that topic, but yet you agreed to be there. So you're just sitting there, literally, watching everybody else talk for hour plus 2 hours, and then they get to you like, oh, what's wrong with you? I don't know if you noticed, but I haven't been able to give my opinion on anything because none of this I have an opinion on. That's it. And then they felt like that was the right moment to point out a woman's nature. She's tired. Like, what? That's crazy. No, so women can't be tired now? I think anybody gets fatigued after listening to somebody talk for 2 hours. No, like, or anybody just being strictly long-winded. You get fatigued listening to the same voice for a minute. That doesn't make them a bad listener. It just makes you fatigued.
And I agree, and majority of men would agree with you as well, but not when it comes to a woman, because majority of the men say, hey, boys, they can't even learn by sitting down for too long. They need to walk, they need to work with their hands, and they need to watch somebody do something. So, and we understand that a lot of men, they want to feel and learn from a male because they want to watch a male. They want to be physical with the learning and all these things. For whatever reason, they want to watch males and they want to be physical with their learning and not sit down. I don't know why. I could sit my black ass down and learn something without me physically touching or watching a man. It's because I got intelligence on what is being you know, in front of me. It doesn't matter if it's a man or woman giving me the proper information. I'm taking out of it because it's for me. So, and this is why a lot of men they could watch football. They know every LeBron stat because they love watching it. They love to just look at his legs and how strong he is. They will tell you every inch of that man's body, but they cannot tell you about their girlfriend. They cannot tell you. They could not tell you what their girlfriend's favorite tea is. They like, hey, LeBron, he works out at 8 a.m. and then he goes into a cold plunge and then he do this with he spent $1 million on his body. That's why he doing all. He's like, God damn, you know all that about that man?
They do know
like,
a lot
damn,
about wingspan.
And you be confused. You're like, damn, like is it a documentary on how he do this thing?
All
Like,
right,
no.
so why are they giving they coochie to dudes that are like that then?
Sharon. That is true. That is true. A lot of talk, like you always talking shit about men. Always, Sharon. I never hear you say anything wrong about females, but it's okay. It's okay. We know what type of ghetto this is.
What could be said wrong today about
Sharon, what's up?
what could be said wrong about women?
Was that you, Sharon?
Huh?
Never mind. I thought maybe Jay was talking.
It's breaking up a little bit. So, but what she's asking, what did I lie? Did I say a lie about men? No.
I didn't say that.
Did I lie about what men know about these?
That's what
other
you
men?
said. I didn't say that.
No, well, she didn't lie. I mean, it's not a lie.
Thank you.
I said, what could be said wrong about the women in this context? I don't.
Oh, okay, good point. Good
Well,
question.
I spoke on that. I did touch on that just a little bit.
No, in this context of what I was just saying, what can be spoken negatively about the woman? Both
About what we just watched. Like, how could you?
I would say some of the response. I said there's power and femininity. That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I really said.
I agree with that because we're still losing the fact that men talk a certain way, women talk a certain way, and it's always when a man says something, anything, he can even say something nice to a woman in an aggressive way, and it won't come off in her mind that it's a nice thing. It's all about understanding. If you have the mindset where you can sit back and observe and take in how a person or what a person's saying instead of how they're saying it, that's intellectual. That's intelligence right there. And I don't see too much of that when people are don't say that, Sharon, because we know, Sharon, we know that you're here for the ladies. We know that all day long. I've never heard you say anything that a woman did wrong at all. But it's fine. That's the ghetto you live in. That's cool.
Can I pause you there?
What I'm saying is this. What I'm saying is this, Sharon. What I'm saying is this.
Is that
when are we gonna come to the point of advancing in our minds as Black people instead of always, if we see on these YouTube streets and on little TikTok, this and that, of Black people just going off the hinges about anything said, shoes being stepped on, people doing this and saying that, being violent. When are we going to advance from that and understand that we could do much more than that? The mind is a wonderful thing to explore. You know what I'm saying? And if we're to the point where you said yes the wrong way when I agree with you, but we got to have an argument about it because you feel some type of way the way I say yes, there's no point in talking to people like that.
And that's where the woman
This is why all these panels and men and women do the same. I'm not gonna jump into the ghetto and sit up there and be like, oh, women do this and da 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 da. I'm gonna make it equal across the board. Black people do this shit in general. Because Black people always upset and arguing about the lowest form of bullshit. And it's pretty much getting annoying. And we're not gonna grow from that at all.
And but what we got to do, especially men, right? I cannot put myself in a female's body and a female's thought pattern, right? So when I'm having a communication and I'm seeing the breakdown of men,
Sharon.
That's how you feel about it, right? But you're not listening to the words, right? This is going back with what you're saying. Instead of taking what I'm saying, right? You got to take what I'm saying and see if it applies. If it applies, then it's no need to bring a woman into it, right? We know men know more about LeBron James than their own wife. They'll tell you for days about the NFL, who's going to the playoff and why they win, and you say, "Hey, what's your wife's shoe size?" I don't know. So I'm not saying a lie, right? So I don't have to bring up women in a negative or a positive way, because I don't say nothing about a woman in a positive way neither, because our main focus on building up men without pushing women down is my main objective. And so if men could learn how to just understand that blaming women is never going to build a community, then we could move forward. If they understand that attempting to use the minority of negative women that's in our community as scapegoats, we will never actually get to a solution to something. And so that is the problem. But when I'm focusing on my brothers moving forward, because I understand how they come from the down bottom and being downtrodden to being a man of sound mind, I understand that emotion of going through those different levels, because at every new level is a new devil. And so I can express that from a female's point of view, because when I walk down the street, there's nobody whistling at me. So I don't tend to try to talk from a woman's thought process.
So how are you able to sit there and say this woman was on panel 2 hours and she's feeling this way and she's tired? How do you know this if you're not thinking it from a woman's perspective, sir?
Perfect, because guess what? American First Riflemen seen the same exact thing. That's not from I want to answer it. Because that's not from a female's perspective, right? That was from a human perspective. We see that she was there for over 2 hours.
That body language? That body language.
Because it would have. So what I'm saying, that we see what was happening in real time, that she was not trying to be a part of the conversation, and he changed the conversation from community building to saying, "Hey, why you looking the way how you looking? Why you feeling how you feel?" He moved the conversation to something completely different. I didn't just see it. American Rifleman seen the same exact thing. It just happened to be she was a woman, but he pointed it out because she was a woman. That is the problem.
Don't misrepresent me, Sharon.
No, Sharon. How do you know that he pointed her out because she's a woman?
Well,
do you feel that way?
The way how
did you feel that way, that he pointed her out because she's a woman, or because her body language showed that she wasn't paying attention? Because he never said because she's a woman, or is that your feelings about that?
He did say it. So he did say it later on in the conversation.
She's a woman?
Yes, he said it later on in the conversation, because he said he brought up pregnancies. He brought up because women are not good followers.
You wasn't looking at the context of the conversation.
He brought it into a female version of why she was disengaged, not a human version of why she was disengaged. He either insulted her intelligence. So this is what I'm saying. Like, when we see the evidence, we have to be honest about it. We cannot try to sugarcoat it. And we are
you actually the evidence while you're speaking, because you're bringing up other
stuff. I'm not bringing up other things because we all seen it together and we all agreed at one point.
So,
all right, so this way. So we don't hold the conversation hostage. We're gonna go American First Rifleman, and then we're gonna go with Jay, and then Savage. You get the chance to rebuttal everybody.
Yeah, I'll be real quick. Listen, I stopped short of using the word antagonize. I said he insisted a little more than I would have done, but she took the Click Farm angry black woman reaction. I'm gonna just say it. She could have just been like, man, just disengage like 100%, just be like, bro, you goofy, and just be 100% feminine, and then he would have just been clipped himself being a quote unquote goofy. That's literally what happened. She took the bait. That's it. Like, I tried not to say it that way, but you made me, Sharon. You made me.
Go ahead, Jay.
I said antagonistic because it seemed like they were trying to be argumentative with her, because she made it clear, hey, I don't really have an opinion on this, and I just zoned out. What? There's nothing wrong with that answer. That's a truthful answer. They should have left it there, but they didn't. They decided to go further and talk about women's nature, and then talk about how women are just bad followers. Like, why? There's no reason to. Oh, if she only just acted 100%, She told you the truth as to why she was just sitting there.
Is that bad to ask for black women just to be like, please be feminine? Is that
I
terrible?
felt like she was being feminine. Where was she not being feminine? She said, I zoned out and frankly, I have no opinion. Where is she not feminine in that? I think what you're asking for is a performative type of femininity.
Ooh.
To where it's pleasing to his ears and not just accept the fact that she was actually being a woman in that she didn't cuss him out. She didn't say anything insulting. She didn't yell. She didn't scream. She just said it in a matter-of-fact tone and left it at that. They're the ones that took it to a different level. So I'm confused.
Absolutely. And also let me thank Corey Loveburner. Thank you so much with the $5. He says the shift from building men to blaming women was the downfall of the manosphere, in my humble opinion.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Absolutely. Go ahead, Savage. You get a chance to answer all of us. And I'm gonna bring it to Reese. I think Reese has finished his food and he's ready to communicate as well. Go ahead, Savage.
You know how they have the saying, hit dog holler, right?
Mm-mm.
Oh, you never heard of that?
You can't use it in this example, though.
Sharon, stop feeling yourself. I'm asking you a question. It just needs to be answered. You don't even know what I'm doing. I said, have you heard? I'm asking you a question, Sharon, for you to answer. Yes or no?
Yes or no, sir? A question. However, it doesn't. I got you. Hold on. So the reason why I mentioned that is because he asked her a question. He involved her into the question, into the conversation when she was trying to stay out of the conversation. So we cannot say a hit dog holler. But yes, we all heard you saying. I'm gonna answer it now. I'm gonna say we all heard that saying.
Go ahead, Sharon.
It's okay. It's a hit dog holler. Yeah, we all heard it before. Yeah. I'm listening. How you going to build it? Go ahead. I'm listening, Savage. Okay.
All right. So you've heard of hit dog holler before, right?
Correct.
All right. So if they asked her a question and she was done with what was said, anytime they brought her up again or was trying to explain something that they saw, why was she engaging herself in the conversation instead of just letting it rock on?
Because they're trying to paint her in a different light.
Sharon.
Because it's okay, and that's because she was being talked about while being involved in the conversation where she was attempting to be out of the conversation, so they brought her into it.
No, actually, he was just the coolie was describing. He said just like blah 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 did. He was describing what she did. He didn't say hey girl or say into this conversation. He was describing something she did, so she didn't have to say anything about what they were talking about. She didn't have to say anything. They could have just had a conversation. She could listen, Sharon. This is about communication, right? If you're not in it and they're just talking something, let it rock. Why do people have to respond to everything that's said and just let the conversation happen and then respond afterwards? If you hear it at the end of it, you'll see that it has nothing to do with you. Or if it did, you respond. But it went left field because nobody knows how to respond. Nobody knows how to listen to the conversation, watch the body language, understand it, and observe what's really going on. They just ready to attack by words all the time. I do it with people all the time. I get triggered every time.
Okay, hold on. So Savage, who did the attacking? Did she attack?
There wasn't really any attacking. It was talking, and it was misunderstanding. That's what it was. I take this attacking. Attacking is someone coming at you and beating your ass. That's attacking. A conversation is a conversation. This is why I said,
hold on.
Sticks and stones.
No. So, but it's just not true. Majority of violence happen from talking and communicating. That's how violence happens.
Majority of violence
that your words. Hold on. So what I'm saying is that
people who are sensitive and can't take what people are saying. That's why people get violent.
No. Regardless of that, what I'm saying is that communication is before any violence. And so when she said, I do not want to engage in it, and somebody keeps on engaging you in it, you have to respond properly. So if somebody pushes me and I say,
You
hey,
just-
brother, I don't want no problems, and then they push me again, hey, listen, this is just not my thing. I'm not into this thing. And then they swing, and then I knock the person out. You cannot say, hey, you said you are nonviolent. Why did you engage in violence? No, because the person antagonized me into responding when I was attempting to be out of this conversation. In my opinion, she was just sitting at the bar, minding her business. And they said, excuse me, are you okay? Should I buy you a drink? No, I'm okay. I don't need a drink. But why you wouldn't want to drink? Why you sitting there and why you look so angry and perturbed? I think if you had a drink, you would be more engaged. No, leave me the fuck alone, bitch ass. You know what I'm saying? That's when it turns into that. So they antagonize it. So she was not the hit dog. Those men was looking at it and they pushed it in the wrong direction. I'm gonna go with Jay. She has some things to say, and then we're gonna go to American Rifleman. No, because I want to make sure everybody get their thoughts in. Savage. I don't want to yeah. So go ahead, Jay, American Rifleman, and then Savage could answer all three of us.
They were deliberately being oppositional. The same questions you have for her behavior, I have for them. Why did you need to push after she gave you an answer as to why her behavior was the way it was, or body language? Take it for what she said. But you decided to paint her in a negative light from a pessimistic viewpoint instead of being like, oh, well, she said what she said. Cool. I don't know where else in that conversation or body language that she gave you any right to use her as an example to talk about unruly women and how women are bad followers. She just sat there. She just sat there. And when you bring somebody up as an example, they have every right to respond because, again, you're using them as an example of women being bad followers when she told you why she was sitting there. That makes no sense. And that is antagonistic because you're being oppositional and contentious on purpose because you know the true reason why she was sitting there.
I'll go real quick and
I
get
was
the
about to say.
conversation go. I'll go real quick, Kels, and then you can go, I guess. Listen, I purposely stayed away from the whole paying attention part. I've already talked about the femininity thing, and I've beaten that horse to death. But one thing I will say is that I'm getting from this conversation that asking a black woman to be attentive is too much to ask for. That's what I'm getting. That's the vibe I'm getting right now. So that, and I'll just leave
Wait,
that there.
repeat that?
I'm getting the vibes from this conversation that.
Mm-hmm. Why are you laughing?
No, because I thought you heard me the first time.
I didn't. That's why
Okay, sorry. I apologize, Jed. Asking a black woman to be attentive is too much to ask for. That's what I'm kind of getting from this conversation.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
And it will be
What I said was any person, if you listen to the same voice for a long period of time and or a conversation where you cannot formulate an opinion, you have no opinion on it, because I thought it would have been a better approach that if you don't have anything to say, don't say anything at all. I thought that was an approach that we were taught since like kindergarten. And that's the approach she took. She has nothing to say. So to try to force her to have an opinion on something where she doesn't have an opinion makes no sense. She's allowed to sit a specific topic out if she has no opinion, just like a man would be able to have that opportunity.
Right. And let me welcome into the show before we pass it to Reese and Savage. Welcome to the show, the voice of Venus. Good day. How you doing today?
Good morning, people.
Thank you. And I want to thank you for giving me this timestamp to check because I did not think that it would go this direction. So thank you for that.
No, I'm glad you doubled back. I seen that day the panel got so crazy you never got a chance to get to it. But so this is good. But so I want to give my opinion. I think for whatever reason, everybody feels entitled to the Black woman, to her time, to her attention, to her energy. And they're I don't know why, because the same way I'm not entitled to any Black man's attention or time or energy. He has a choice on whether or not he wants to give it to me, right? But I am not entitled. That came off very entitled. It was almost like, how dare you not be giving me whatever response I want? Where I felt like she handled it the best way, like Jalen said. We were taught if you don't have anything good to say, don't say anything. So now a woman sitting quietly, minding her business is a problem too. It's almost becoming a weird obsession. And I use that word a lot, but people think I'm like exaggerating, but you guys have to pay attention. Black women are starting to become an obsession. You can't even sit quietly and exist anymore. Somebody has to find a way to pull you into whatever they have going on. And that's an issue. Like, Black women are not here for your entertainment or your whatever you want. Like, had she done something disrespectful in the slightest, cool, but she didn't. Like, so somebody can't be sitting there quietly, and then that's a problem too. They say they want, you spoke about double-mindedness earlier, and I agree. They say they want women who are feminine. She wasn't up there cursing, yelling, screaming, interrupting. She was literally being quiet. Okay, so now let's take it a step further and let's dissect your body language. Oh my gosh, look at your body language. Like, it's ridiculous. Leave Black women alone. And I really feel it was a little bit of high schooling like in it. I think he has some level of attraction to her, because when she left, he said something like, well, she's educated, and he said something like, I present to be the type of guy she would probably want. He said something like that. So that let me know, oh, so you thought, like, because you present as the type of guy you think she wants, she should be like kissing your behind or something. That's kind of what I got. It was a lot of his ego, I think, in that whole thing. And content strategy. He was trying to pick a fight so he could go back to his channel and do the whole Black women are horrible thing. And he still did. That's the funny thing. She didn't even get out of her body. He still went back to his channel and dragged her. He exaggerated and said a whole bunch of stuff about Black women. It was horrible. So yeah.
Wait, he took that and went on his channel to dig some more.
Oh, he went crazy. He completely exaggerated the exchange, acted like she was just this disrespectful person. He went on to encourage Black men to produce children and don't take care of them.
I did not know that.
Show.
What?
That's crazy.
I gotta go back and watch that.
Man. Like, what?
Hey, Sharon, you need to show a clip, homie.
Yeah,
I might have to dive into his version of it too. I might have to, because that's kind of crazy. If he took that, it would go show that he did it on purpose to.
He wasn't being antagonistic to get a clip.
He deleted some video, but I saw him. Even the way he spoke about the other Black people on the panel, he was kind of doing it in their face when he was like, "We're different qualities of people." But when he got back to his show, he was essentially saying like, yeah, I just, because of my status and the money I make, I'm not even around these types. So it's like, why'd you go around all these people you feel like you're above just to go to your show? And then shit, like, it was crazy. I don't know. He got some stuff going on with him.
Did they invite him?
So if he actually did that, it kind of proved that we are assessing it properly, that he antagonized her and that she assessed it correctly as well. And that's the thing that we really gotta address as men and call these things out, that it is men that literally would try to blame women to build up men. And that is a problem.
Kim said she deleted it.
Allowing men like him to scapegoat women into a solution of this is what we got to do from the community. It's a lie.
Oh, Kim says she watched it too when he deleted. Yeah, because I went back because I was gonna send it to you. He deleted some stuff, but he was going in and he was exaggerating. He was making her out to be like this disrespectful, crazy Black and like just not what she was doing at all. It just wasn't cool.
Wild. Go ahead, Reese from Philly. What's your thought on the topic?
Yo, the sister might be a crazy, deranged, disruptive Black woman, but she did not do that on that show. That brother was out of pocket right there a little bit. I understand what he was saying, because if you were just looking at her, you would, and watching her body language, you would think that, you know, she's drifting away from the conversation and isn't engaged. Or maybe she's just not trying to hear something that's going on at that time. You know what I mean? That doesn't mean that, you know, her time on the panel isn't valuable. At some point or another, when she hears something that she wants to chime in on, she'll chime in. He didn't give her a chance. I noticed that. He went right at her, and it was kind of early. You know, she didn't really have a chance to get engaged like everyone else was. I mean, they were going around. And in his delivery, now, I understand his point, but in his delivery, the way he said it, I can see how a woman would be rubbed the wrong way by that. You know what I mean? A tone means a lot when you're speaking to anyone. Tone and delivery means a lot. In my neighborhood, tone and delivery can be the difference between life and death. Seriously, not men versus women, but, you know, generally.
Right,
and
in general.
That applies, but the concept applies even with small children and old people. When you understand who's in front of you, you know you got to deal with that person a certain kind of way. You know what I mean? Especially if we're talking about issues with men and women. When you're having a discussion, that's the time to be a little softer than you usually were, because you don't want to ignite the other group and turn it into fire. You know what I'm saying? I think he was right in his assumptions, but wrong in his delivery.
Okay, I like when we attempt to be honest. I appreciate
Wait,
that.
right in his assumptions. Can he explain why you said that?
I mean, there's no way to know what was in that sister's mind, but I'm just saying, just on her body language, if you were just on the outside looking in, you would think, well, wow, she's not trying to hear this shit. You know what I mean? She was looking around and just huffing and puffing and stuff. And
So hold on, Reach from Philly. No, I think you hold on.
There ain't nothing wrong with it though.
Hold on, Reach. Hold on. No, I think you're assuming Illa's position. He was the one huffing and puffing and having his neck rolling around. She was just sitting there with her hand on her chin, just staying still. She wasn't having no interaction. That's what he didn't like about it. Even though
was doing a lot of mind shit. He reminded me of those old
even
movies.
though Sweeney was he was on the panel and he had his hand over his mouth like this and looking like he's disengaged. The other people on the panel as well was looking like they was disengaged in between Illa and Marquette's conversation about uplifting the black community by using Nigerians. Like nobody was interested in that. They allowed them to have a conversation. Only them two was conversing about it. And so
Wait, but Sharon, this is important. He's doing what a lot of people do to black women. When you are looking at black women with a biased lens, you start adding things that never occurred. That's kind of the same thing they did, because now he's saying she was huffing and puffing. She wasn't, though.
I don't know if she was doing all that. But
so why'd you say? But this is my point. What made you say it? If you don't,
I might have been thinking about Illa, because Illa was really demonstrative when he was listening, and he reminded me of one of those old 50s black and white movies that don't have no sound, and everybody's just doing this shit.
But
I might have been thinking about him when I said that.
Or just something to pay attention to. You might have a slight bias that causes you to.
No, that's what you do, Venus. You do that. I mean, I know what you do. I don't have no bias. Forget that.
Well, no, I didn't put a false accusation on somebody. You did. So what do?
I just told you I made a mistake, and you just flipped it on me and tried to say I have some type of bias.
Okay,
I have no
all right.
bias.
So, as long as you admit to it, okay, we can move on. As long as you admit to that, you might have been thinking about somebody else, and you put that attribute on her, even though it was wrongly attached to her. If you could admit to that, then we could just move forward and understand that's happening way too often, and we got to recognize it and call it out. When the brothers are doing the wrong shit, we got to be able to call those things out. We have more than enough of channels talking down on women, so I don't know why they want me to have a conversation talking bad about women that are not doing bad. Is very interesting to me, and I'm curious to understand why y'all need me to.
You know what, Sharon? Let me go for a second.
To lie.
I'm gonna do something crazy.
Before you say that, Reese, let me just read the super chat real quick, because you still didn't send me my damn dollar too. American First Rifleman with the $5. You got me laughing today. SBG US us. Shout out to you. Thank you so much for the $5.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
sure y'all hitting that like and the share button so we can keep on building. Thank you so much for everybody that's showing love and support. I really thank you. I appreciate all that y'all do. Thank you so much. Shout out to a random independent with the $2. You got me giggling, SVG. American First Rifleman. Shout out to that. But go ahead, Reese. What you was about to say? I apologize.
You know what? This talking about women is old now on the internet. Well over a decade, right? And a lot of the younger brothers that have jumped on that wave and got involved, I do think that there is some bias sometimes loaded up, preloaded already before the conversation even begins. Sometimes you can tell sometimes. That's a real thing, man. As red as my pill is, I still see what I see. Venus is right about that sometimes, dog. I see it. You want to win the argument, you know what I'm saying? So sometimes you go in, you know, with bullets loaded already, and your mind is already prepared, you know, to go against the women. And you can't listen completely when you're in that mode. You got to be totally relaxed and listen to what's being said instead of having your response preloaded to try to win. You see what I'm saying? You're not going to learn that way. Nobody is on either side.
Hey, we got to take our victories where we can. Venus, fuck it. He gave us a backhanded comment, but
that was great. I'll take it. Listen, it's a step in the right direction.
We got to take them.
Y'all still know that, right?
Go ahead.
Reese, you was cooking.
Yeah, that was good. We appreciate it because we starting to have a little bit more honest conversations.
Yo, being red pill does not mean that you have to be against the women. You see some bullshit, you acknowledge it, and talk about it. Every time you have a woman in front of you in the discussion, you don't have to have you don't have to take the pill. You see what I'm saying? That's
you don't
not
have to be
too far.
so the word you're looking for is red pill raging. A lot of men display red pill raging instead of just being honest about what's happening in the conversation, and they use it to try to paint. Even though they the one that's antagonizing it, they would use it and they would keep they monotone voice, even though we understand what you are actually saying and how you being condescending and like all those different tones is going to push somebody to feel a certain way. We all understand that as grown-ups, but in these spaces, they try to act like we don't understand this thing. Yep,
Can I speak on the red pill rage just momentarily? Red pill rage is a real thing. It's an unfortunate, I guess, side effect of taking your red pill. One thing I would say is that should dissipate after a while because it's just another emotion you feel when you come into another understanding. Just like any other thing that you come across, some people can express, anger. They can express joy. So that's just another feeling. So that's what I went through a stage of red pill rage, but it didn't last my whole whatever because I'm red pilled, but it dissipated because like Reese said, being against a woman is not red pill. So I'm gonna say that.
You got you some coochie.
I stay getting coochie. I just don't talk about it.
That's hilarious with your stupid Luigi mustache. Get on my damn nerve. I'm gonna rip it off. Shout out to you.
I shave it off sometimes.
Well, I'm glad that you are getting a little bit more balance and understand that the rage of the red pill, to get back to the serious part of the conversation, is just not a healthy thing. It's just not.
Sharon, the other side has to do the same thing too. Everyone has to soften up the dialect a little bit.
So the issue is that I have, Reese, is that we don't need to talk about the other side.
Why not?
Because it doesn't help anything. Because it doesn't help. Oh, so if I'm talking to you and I need you to wash the dishes, me talking about
an analogy.
Hold on, let me just build the analogy. If I need you to wash the dishes, me talking about American Rifleman sweeping the floor is not going to help the dishes at all.
Analogies are not fair, man. It's just like stereotypes. They're real, but it's bullshit. Now come on, man.
So what I'm saying is that if we are attempting to fix one thing, it doesn't help the situation to talk about another thing.
There's more than one party involved. Both parties have to repair, dog. You can always talk about both. Always.
This is crazy.
As long as you're not being,
the
disrespectful.
people that talk about both are not going to get it done. That's the problem. If we are focused on, if this is a problem, we need to focus on that problem, solve that one first, and then we can move on to the next problem. That's how projects get done. I cannot be worrying about the plumbing when we still working on the goddamn foundation first.
Who decides which problem gets addressed first? And you're talking about foundation. That foundation has 2 male legs and 2 female legs, 4 corners, dog.
No, it does not.
It does so. That's what a unit is.
So the conversation dictates where we are talking about. So if we're talking about this man bringing in BS to a conversation, we should stick to that man bringing BS to the conversation. We can't say, well, also I seen this woman walking down the street bow-legged and she was cursing out this man. It has nothing to do with the conversation. We need to stay focused on the focus. And if we do that, we can actually build men. But the problem is they want to blame a woman. They blamed their mother, and they are blaming the feminism for this perpetuation of things keep going. They keep on just blame. And that is the issue. And if you keep on doing that and you use a woman as a scapegoat, we would never actually get to a solution that men could implement in their lives today. Because now the focus is on, oh, look at the one, look at that. That happened. Oh, that happened. Oh my God, look at that. The weather.
Sounds like an incel. That sounds like an incel to me.
Big dishonest.
Like, that's not most men, though.
We're fucking doomed.
So the problem is that, but most men want to add women into a conversation, and that is a problem.
Most.
Yes. Every time we had these conversations, and I'm directing it towards a man, they will come in and say, "But why are you not talking about a woman?" Because I'm talking about a man.
The opposite is true.
If I'm talking about a dog, why you mentioning
that's a good.
to me? Why you saying, "Hey, what about a cat?" Why you
that's a good point, Sharon, but
it could be
Okay, so we're gonna go Rifleman. We're gonna bring in Ambassador and Reach from Philly. Want to answer it? Go.
Good point. That is true. Some men do that, but what's the percentage? I don't think I would say a minority a little bit, but that's my opinion. Sorry.
Okay, I'm gonna answer that. Go ahead, Ambassador, and then Reach from Philly. I'm gonna try to answer all three. Go ahead.
To me, the issue comes that women are a solution to some guys' problems. So when I bring up raising or educating young children, the response is, well, that's a woman's domain, right? But that's why I'm always with my kids, because I disagree. I was like, I'm going to be a part of that. So it goes on both ends. So you'll input women when you want to, but not want people to input women when they want to.
Go ahead, Reese.
The idea that the men are just out here saying, "What about the women?" is a misconception. You, Taz, Derek Jackson, and people like that have literally built your fucking channels on the concept of what about the men. And every time you hear a man say, "What about the women?" that same day you will hear 10 women say, "What about the men?" It's literally all they do. That is a lie, sir. The Manosphere was here first. Then came all these "what about the men" motherfuckers later.
So to answer three, so if we are talking about dogs, to say "what about cats" just doesn't make any sense to me. I have to solve the problem in front of me first. And if we have other channels that's already talking about women, it is no need for me to also talk about women, because that's not solving the problem that's in front of me. The problem that's in front of me is that men are blaming and using women as scapegoats instead of going with the solution. Your solution is to do X, Y, and Z. It don't have nothing to do with anybody else at this moment. And when men could understand that they got to be accountable for their actions and what is in their life, and then we could move forward. Because once men are accountable, and then majority of the men are moving and thinking a certain way, and then we could talk about the women that you are choosing to be a part of your life, right? Because we all understand they got negative women that are just whatever they are doing, and then we got the woman that is more suitable for you, that is going to be a part of the same mentality as you. And those men do not chase or choose those type of women because they are always pointing a finger at somebody else instead of themselves. That's why you can't keep including women into the conversation. It's disingenuous at best. You don't actually care about moving the community forward, because if we are all in agreement that strong families is what creates great communities, that's the solution. It's no adding somebody else into it. We are the problem, because women are pushing us towards higher education, pushing us towards better jobs. Our mothers, this whole matriarchy thing that we keep trying to act like is a bad thing, and we just listen to what the matriarch is saying, right? We will all process it and say they are not teaching any young man anything bad. The way how we know they're not teaching young men something bad, because men and women are raised in this so-called matriarch, and for some reason the young ladies are able to understand that they do need to go to college, get a higher education. They are buying houses more than young men. So we see that what they are preaching in these so-called matriarchs, that is not something bad for our young children at all. Yeah, I like what I got y'all thinking.
Nobody's thinking.
I just wanted somebody else to
Sharon, I
speak.
totally agree with you. You know what I'm saying? I agree with you on most things in this space. But today, you cooking with good grease. You got a little bit of vegetable oil, probably. I don't know how you cook. You understand what I'm talking about? I think these dudes is looking for like a woman, or like they want to treat these black ladies like a girlfriend on these panels. You know what I mean? They looking for something. I'm like, bro, she's not your girlfriend. She's not your wife. Why is you telling her, why is you coming at her like that? Like, that's crazy. And most of these dudes in these panels are not even dealing with black women. So if you're not even dealing with black women in your life, why is you on these panels trying to tell a black woman, oh, why you not paying the teacher? You're not her overseer or anything of that nature, and you don't even have a rapport with her. You know what I'm saying? Like, I got a rapport with Bomb Cherry. I got a freaking rapport with some of these ladies in these spaces. Like, I am not going to tell a random woman who I don't know, don't have a rapport with, yo, why is you not paying attention? You know what I'm saying? I'm not her daddy. I'm not her brother. I'm not her uncle.
Let me jump in real quick, Kels. I want to understand this. I want to understand this from the men. When you go to a channel that's talking about comic books, why you don't say, why are you not talking about movies? If you go to a channel that's talking about movies, why you say, why are you not talking about sports? If you go to a channel and they are a football channel, you're not going to say, why are you not talking about basketball? What is this obsession that I need to change my ideas and my ideals towards talking about something else? What is that obsession? Start with American First Rifleman, then we go with Reese, and then Ambassador. Go ahead.
Well, if you're talking in this instance, I would say that there are, man, it really just stemmed from the etiquette, the panel etiquette not really being followed, and it spiraled from there. So I'm gonna stop short of saying. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm gonna stop short of saying he antagonized or instigated. I would just say he just inquired just a little too hard, and she had her response. That's it.
Okay, so Reese from Philly, why do you think it is you feel like you need me, Sharon Bracy, to talk about women when other channels, when they had their conversations, nobody says, hey, you need to talk about something else? If we go to CT channel, nobody says, hey, you need to stop talking about black people, right? He talks about them all day, every day. He played monkey sounds. He do it every single day. Why is it that when I'm having my conversations and I'm building a conversation towards my thought patterns and open the panel, why do I need to change what I am doing?
I'll make the statement. I think I was responding to a comment that Rifleman made, or whoever made the comment. I never said you had to do anything. That's some shit you just made up in the back of your mind. And maybe you need some Q-tips or something, because what I just said a minute ago is that
Do you hold on? Pause, Reese. Reese, hold on. I'm asking you a question. If you don't have a thought
I'm just
on
saying
it,
that I did.
Okay, so you could just say that. You don't have to paint it into I'm trying to say something that I'm not saying. I'm asking you a question because a lot of people say this about me, that why I don't talk about women. So I'm just asking you a question. If you don't have no thought in it, that's fine. But I'm not trying to make it seem like you are the person that I'm asking.
Oh, all right. I see what you're saying. A lot of people say that why you don't talk about women, right? Well, the reason why you don't talk about women is because that ain't what your channel is about. A minute ago, I just said your channel is what about the men and nothing else. You, Taz, and Derek Jackson, and the rest of the simps. That's what y'all do. It's what about the men. That's why half of the sentences come out your mouth start with these men. It's the most ridiculous thing I ever heard. And all it does is fuel the war even more. Every time one of these simp channels come out, 10 fucking Manosphere channels come, and it's just going to keep getting bigger and bigger till the fucking earth blows and fuck up.
So you believe that I'm more detrimental to this conversation? You think that men talking about women is better off for this
No, I think in hell there's going to be a female side and a male side, split down the middle, even Steve.
And so why
Nobody's
do you think
worse than nobody else?
So this is why I'm not understanding. If I am talking to men,
right?
Why do you think that I'm talking to women?
I don't understand that question. What are you talking about?
Exactly, and I don't understand why people can say if my conversation is catered to men having conversations about how men need to improve. Why do you think that I am simping for women?
Because all you do is attack the men that are talking about improving themselves and talking about the fuck shit that women do, as if they're being disingenuous, they're lovers of men, they're gay, they're this and that, they're competing, and it's all lies. All they're doing is just talking about what they see.
There. So hold on, pause there. So you saying that I'm lying? Did that man roll his neck and roll his eyes like a man?
No, he did not. He rolled his neck and
eyes
like
pause there. Okay, that's one. Okay, that's all right. That's one. So so again, I can substantiate what I am saying and why I am saying it. So this whole idea that I am doing something to go against them is wild when I see it. Literally, if a man is screaming and yelling and being catty with a woman, is that a man that's being in his masculinity?
Absolutely not. I've done it myself. Thank you.
So again, I proved another one of substantiating my argument. I'm not just talking to be talking. I get it that majority of these men just talk to talk. I'm walking the walk. Am I not taking care of my household with my wife and my children? Y'all see, I was feeding them food right here live.
I'm not talking
about my wife is look. I did not get up. Guess what I got? I got a plate of food. Like, so I'm not just talking. So why, please make me understand?
Why are you talking like you the only one content creator out here like handling business like that? It's hundreds of them.
So
and you know their names.
So me talking about myself. Why did you bring in another content creator that has nothing to do with me?
Because you grandstanding like other months, like the red pill side don't do that. Like it's just you.
So what I'm saying is that just because I'm mentioning things that I do, it doesn't take away from any man. I'm talking about me, what I'm doing, how I'm walking, what I'm talking, how I'm substantiating my thoughts. I'm not just talking, I'm walking it, and I'm not giving excuses or beating somebody up. I'm giving you examples of why I make the assessment that I did. You even agreed that a man rolling his eyes and rolling his neck is not masculine. You saying the same thing I'm saying. So why is it a problem when I say it?
I didn't say it was a problem when you said it. I literally agreed with you. The shit is crazy. Shit is
right. So now, Rifleman, if he agrees with what I'm saying, then therefore he should not now go and say that I'm a simp and I'm trying to attack men when I'm literally pointing out facts that I am seeing in real time.
No, I agreed with you in that situation. You know, that was what it was. When I'm talking about your channel, I was talking about your channel and what it's about. That's what it's about. Period.
So again, I'll pause again. So again, when I bring up things, I'm substantiating it. I'm not just saying things. So even if you're talking about my channel is about me substantiating my point of view, not just me talking about somebody. I'm giving you examples in real time of what is happening and why I'm assessing it that way. And now we can have a discussion. So you cannot say that I'm doing something negative when I'm pointing it out and substantiating it with real life examples.
You might be substantiating it and giving real life examples, but it's still, what about the men? That's all it is. Period.
Because okay, so that's fine, but I'm a man and I want men to do better. So I'm building up men and explaining to men that we do not need to push a woman down to build ourselves up.
Who needs to push a woman down? Who never said that?
And that's why I'm trying to get you to understand. I substantiate men that push women down to lift themselves up.
Who are these guys? Who's ever done
I
that?
show you every single day.
No, you show me dudes that
it's like you have a cognitive, like, so you agree with what I'm saying, but you just want to disagree with me for some strange reason, even though you are agreeing. This is kind of wild. American Rifles, man, hopefully you see it as well. He's agreeing with me, but he's trying to make up this fake image that I'm doing, even though he cannot substantiate that I'm lying on men, right? Because I'm giving him examples of. I'm trying to get there. I'm trying to get there because you keep saying that I'm doing something, right?
Wait a minute. How am I doing all of that?
I want you to understand. I want you to understand why I feel the way I feel about what you're saying. I'm substantiating why I'm saying things. But you are saying things, hold on. But you are saying that I'm doing something without able to substantiate it.
No, I'm not. I hadn't finished my sentence. You don't know what I was saying. You cut me off, remember? I never made my point, and now I've forgotten.
Hold on. So the way how we know is because you agree with me.
I did.
However, but you are trying to disagree with the
channel.
No,
I'm not. I never finished my sentence. You cut me off.
You literally said I agree. Okay, let me calm down. American Rifleman, the man literally said I agree with you, but he's also trying to disagree with me at the same exact time.
No, I was not trying to disagree.
I can speak. Hey, Reese, I can speak to this. Listen. In this instance, we largely agree with you, and we agree with you on there is a subset of men that go a little too hard on the ladies in whatever instance. We get that. My thing is, and I'm talking about what I know of you, you are a family man, which I will always respect. You have a wife, and I don't know if you have a daughter. I don't know the composition of your children, so I'm not going to speak on that. But from what I understand, a subset of married men on the internet have a woman already submitting to them, and they may have a daughter, daddy-daughter syndrome, I call it. They start, for some reason, looking from that point of view, and they will project protection via the digital way. So they'll invite in people like Venus and people like that are girls, and they're like, oh man, because like red pill men, whether it's financial, health wise, whatever, you have to self-improve. And if you can get with other groups of productive men, that's what you're supposed to do. That's the actual red pill, not sit around beating off, getting mad at women and being broke and stuff. That's not red pill. You can talk red pill talking points all day, just like you can have a woman talking feminist talking points, but she got a whole man she submits to at home and has kids. You know what I'm saying? But she can tell girls to be hoes and 304s, but she don't live that lifestyle. So that's the same thing with some of these men that don't get women, that don't work on their presentation, personal skills. Then and then he's like, oh, so women need to do it. So that's what I'm talking about. So I say, from your point of view, and I'm gonna land the plane, I would say you, because of your background, it's easy for you to point out just to men, but there's plenty you can point out for the women. That's all I'm saying.
Okay,
but American man, I got a little bit of pushback on that point right there when you said that there's. Okay. My go, Sean?
I wanted to answer it, but go ahead.
Oh, okay. No. I'm gonna make it quick. I have to disagree with you about the married men. You know what I'm saying? I've been in this space for a while, and when this space was built, there was a long time where married men didn't even have a voice. They start getting their voices about, like, I'll say 3 years, 4 years ago. This space is like probably roughly 10 years old or whatever the case may be. So even married men wasn't even allowed to talk in the space. So I have to agree with you on there. But I do agree with you, like there are a subculture of men who do, I don't want to use the word bash, but they do harp on the black women a lot. Just by watching that video, I think them two gentlemen should have stayed conversing with each other though, because they was having a great build when we watched the video. By the optics of it, they was having a great build between Marquez, Marquise, and Illa. They was having a wonderful build. They should have kept it on themselves. They didn't have to bring, her into that conversation. You know what I'm saying? That's all I want to say, bro. And that's the gist of this conversation that we're having when you listen to Sharon. Sharon was like, yo, why you didn't keep it on yourselves? Because it was a great conversation. It was. That's all I'm saying, bro. This by the optics of watching the video.
That's a good place to land it. Don't keep on turning to run those sentences. Good place. Go ahead, Ambassador. Why do you think they need me to talk about women? Ambassador, go ahead.
I think it's just we maybe look at you as a potential middle ground. So you have a lot of women in the chat. You have educated women on the panel, and they may kind of want you to be able to put in some of the more reasonable concerns that a husband or not a no good sucker, but someone who actually is trying, maybe input some of the issues they may be still having. And I just think it's not the space for that. I do think there's it's more of a space for misandric points of views for you guys to be able to kind of vent that out. But that's just my observations of it. And if you stay within that framing, for the most part, you won't get dogpiled on. But I think that's what's going on.
Okay, so my issue with that is that where do this place exist?
What place?
This so balanced man that he's talking shit about men and he's talking shit about women, or he's talking truth about men, he's talking truth about. Where does this place exist? Can you please point me in a direction where there's a man that all he do is so-called talk about the ills of men and women?
DJ,
that's a lie. That's literally a lie.
What? He calls out men and women.
That's literally a lie.
Tommy Sotomayor started off like that.
Another lie.
No, he did. Tommy Sotomayor started off like that.
Yeah, he talked about mental. Yeah, Reese is correct about that. But Reese, I have a question.
He called the man the Ed 309. That's what he called him, the Ed 309.
Hey Reese, I have a question. Does DJ Hamp not call out men and women?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, then thank you. Thought I was going crazy. I thought Sharon said something like, "No, he doesn't do that at all."
Okay, so point out. You know what? Just pull up a show where he did it.
Hold on. I disagree with him.
Where the show is that.
I disagree with him on.
Just say things. No, just because you like somebody, that's fine. And
I disagree with him all the time. I literally talk shit about him in his chat. So, but okay, I'm just saying.
Hold on. So when we're talking about DJ Hamp himself, he does. So when we're talking about the channel itself, right? Because those are two different things. Because what y'all are saying is y'all just lying on me, right? Y'all saying that.
I mean, he is the channel. I thought he is the channel.
Hold on. I have plenty of shows where I talk about women. Plenty. Y'all just don't care. I have plenty of them. No, I have plenty of them.
What, like a ratchet video?
No, when I actually talk about when they are making wrong decisions, I had plenty of conversations about it. The issue is that it hits y'all at a different. The problem is that women are willing to hold accountability when it's truthful and when it's honest, and when you're not trying to use it to undermine them. The problem is men are not willing to take honesty and truthfulness about the negative things about themselves. That
You
is
know
the
how
truth.
red pilled it is to call out men, because you have to call out the truth. Bias is bias, but that's just Sharon. Like, we just want you to be more balanced because you do have a following.
Right.
I don't know. Anyway,
I don't.
But
I don't.
Yes, you do. You
But
literally came up here and said that. So
No, I
again,
didn't. I told you I was
again,
responding
you
to
know
the
what?
rifle man's comment. I was not coming at you.
So again, see, like, because y'all think y'all know my demographics. I have more men in my channel than women. That's number one. Women are just more able to communicate in the chat more than men, because men are afraid to even agree with me in real life. Because
so
once
you
they
got
agree
them
with me, they
put them
become
women
a
first
simp.
Negroes, huh? You got them
You
put them
understand?
women first Negroes. Yeah, I
You know,
understand, but I'm just so are they put them women first Negroes like you kind of are?
right. So whatever that case is, right? They don't want to actually come out in a chair and say, yeah, we support you, Sharon. We actually just like how y'all did earlier, right? Y'all actually agree with me. American Rifleman didn't disagree with me all day today. At all. He didn't disagree, but
Well,
he still want to try to
this
he still
instance.
attempt to make it as FA, but you know, Sharon, you are a simp. I'm not a simp. He's trying to make sure it is a distinction between us two, right? And it's fine. It's okay. You're making a distinction that, hey, today
We
I agree
still
with
black
everything that
men
you said. I agree with everything that you assessed. We agreed on the same thing.
with
However,
this instance. You
right,
say
with
the
this
word
instance, that's it.
instance.
Right. But
Okay,
what I'm
okay.
saying is that majority of the things that I say, men agree. They don't disagree with me. They disagree with
Yeah,
the
but you
fact that
put your
women, what they
your
disagree
spin
with,
on it.
what they disagree with is that women will be able to or willing to listen to what I'm saying. That's what they disagree with because they want that
Well,
attention. That's what they
well,
disagree.
it's
They like, why you don't do you like when I was talking about myself just now? What did Reese say? It's other men that's doing the same thing you doing. Right? That's
well, I
what they
mean,
do. What about they
I
keep
mean,
saying,
it's
what
the truth
about
though.
me? Sharon, what about me? I'm doing it too. I'm not talking about
Well,
you, my brother.
I mean, Reese was correct. I mean, there are other men like you
Exactly.
on,
Right, but
you
I was talking
know,
about myself.
doing it.
I didn't say was no other man in the world that's doing it but me. I never said that. I said what I'm doing with my household is X, Y, and Z. Is other men doing it? Why did you bring up other men? That's what happens because they want that attention that I get, but I'm getting it because I'm authentically myself. I've been like this before I started a channel.
I don't
didn't
know
have
what
to do this.
YouTubians. You're YouTubian. I don't know. Sometimes y'all be completely different people when the
So
camera's off. I
y'all
don't know.
haven't heard Sharon call out the women? Really?
Fuck
I
no.
have.
Not really, like once or twice, maybe in like 2 years or something.
No, he's done it a lot. Maybe not every day, but
It's usually calling them out for
there are
dealing with
topics
no
where
good
he
men.
feels strongly about where he does disagree with. I've heard him disagree with PhD vehemently a lot. They don't always agree,
Well, she's really nuts. So he's
but
still a man, so he has a little logic.
to I'm just saying, if we were to judge everybody based on this spectrum, there's a lot of people who are unbalanced that people love to call balanced because they agree with them. I think that maybe I could just be wrong, but maybe because y'all don't agree with him, you consider him unbalanced. I feel like if he was truly unbalanced, he would be up here with a feminist flag in the back, pink on, nails polished, like women all day, no men up here. We gonna spill the tea on all these men. That sounds unbalanced to me.
You're being
This
silly.
man says he has daughters, he has a wife. He feels like he can understand the female perspective because he's around women all damn day. What? What? There's men like that too. Men be like, oh, I like being around men. I want men to be in line. Fuck the women. The women just cause harm. How is that balanced? If we're using your spectrum, how is that balanced? If that's what
It's
they're
not.
talking about every day.
It's
on,
not
Kale. Let me
balanced.
let me welcome somebody into the show. Give me 1 second. Let me also hold on. Also, we got American Random Independent with $2. Don't let them gaslight you, AFR. Fight back. And also, let me bring somebody into the conversation. Welcome to the show, Taz, the GOAT. Good day, sir. How you doing today? Welcome to the show.
What up, though? What's good, fam?
I'm doing well. Appreciate you. I got a question. You know what? So we could try to bring it all together. Hey, Taz, why do you think these men need me to talk down on women?
Wow, that's crazy, Sharon. You see, hey, Reese, you see what he be doing, right?
Making up shit, man. Leading.
I don't. Well, I've been in the same position, so I don't think it's leading at all. The fact of the matter is, a lot of dudes just want us to sound like one uniform voice, and as you ignore some of the issues that some of us think need to be talked about, you may think it's something crazy when in reality there's just more issues than the ones y'all willing to talk about. So it's like y'all have a cutoff point for the issues you want to deal with. Then when you're reminded of the issues, you'll make it seem like somebody's unbalanced. No, the only unbalanced people are the people who run around talking about women every day. You're the unbalanced ones.
I have to agree with Taz because Taz, I heard you in these spaces for a long period of time. You know what I'm saying? And like you got good qualities about yourself. Let me just say that because my brother always told me, yo, before you say something bad about a person, say something good about a person. When it comes to Black history, you know what I'm saying? You definitely on point with that. You in a healthy long-term relationship. You know what I'm saying? Your children are in college. I salute you for that, bro. You know what I'm saying? But I did hear you.
I want to ask, dude, the two fellas, do y'all disagree with what Taz said? Y'all have anything?
He's gonna shoot at me. He was gonna shoot at me.
No, I'm not. You know what, Taz? I'm feeling charitable and my life is going well, so I don't need to attack you for very easily to be attackable because I've known you, Negro, for like 3 years and I'm not fond of you, but we're gonna keep it peaceful.
Okay.
Yes, I disagree because there are plenty of red pill men that call men out. That's all they get the bag off of just calling men's bad behavior out. They'll talk about women momentarily, but their main thing is male improvement. So what y'all saying is like wrong because you can get a crazed incel minded dude algorithm if you want, but mostly it's self-improvement, improve yourself, get with others, whatever. So this whole we want people to talk down on women to feel better about ourselves. That's like Reese said earlier, that market is dying. Like just talking about women, all that's it's dying.
It's dying, but those channels
I don't
are.
think y'all be listening though, right? So here's a prime example, right? There's some slut ran through bitch in the chat named Kim West, probably done fucked on half the Manosphere. She's in the chat saying Taz a scammer. Most
Come
of
on,
the
bro.
time,
Why she gotta be called out her name though? Why she gotta be called like a B and all of that stuff? Come on, bro. She's
right,
saying
so
that you a scammer or whatever the case may be. Let it rock, bro.
right, so you're a bitch ass nigga trying to defend that hoe. So look, so check this out, like I'm saying though. So I don't know her. I've never done anything to the bitch in my life. But just like other women on this platform, they try niggas who would never even bother them. I don't even know who this is, but everywhere I go, this whore is somewhere bothering me. I'ma deal with that every time I see that bitch talking. That don't mean I gotta talk about every other Black woman on the planet because I'm talking about that bitch. And I think
But
that's
how
the
do you know
issue.
that chick though? Do you know her? Do you know the chick who made that? Who made?
Bro, you want
So
niggas to be mad at women in totality. I'm gonna deal with the bitches who try me. Not
But you
just
still displaying the same thing.
No, I'm
The
not.
same guys who you talking about, like dudes bash women. You explain that right now. You're bashing the
Okay,
chick.
hold on. Let me read some of the super chats where it started from because I didn't know we was having an issue. Let me hold on. Let me just read some of the super chats. Don't engage in the super chats. Let me just read them, and then we can get back into the conversation.
$2 ass bitch. Like broke ass bitch, put some money.
Hold on, let me just read them first before you respond.
My bad.
Kim West, because I wasn't reading it while it was happening. Kim West with $2. Taz a scammer. He has no room to talk. Shit, that's crazy. Okay, we also have work academics. We have work academics. We don't need you. I find your rage baiting entertaining. All right, so we also have Kim West with the $2. Taz cursed out his BBL wife online. Okay.
His BBL
and
wife
Kim
on
West, you are a scammer. Clearly, you do want to engage in it. That is up to you, but if you
yeah, so I disagree with my wife before on live. I mean, that again goes back to the point, right? So here's the problem, though.
Did you call her a bitch, Taz?
Right. Of course not. Of course
let him
not.
get a chance to answer, please.
Of course not, but I absolutely would not call my wife a bitch, but I'm gonna call that bitch a bitch, right? So here's the problem, though. So again, like me and my wife have debated online, little shit like that. It is what it is, bro. Motherfuckers be looking for shit. What I would challenge that dirty bum ass bitch to do is get up here and tell people I've scammed anybody. You dusty, broke, $2 ass bitch. Maybe you should go scam somebody so you can actually support the show rather than trying to get my attention. And really, it's my fault because I really shouldn't let no $2 ass bitch get my attention. You broke ass bitch. The next time you send a super chat about me, let it be $10 or better, or I'm gonna ignore you. It ain't even gonna matter. Talking about somebody a scammer and you sit up here broke. Bitch, you finna go eat McDonald's today. Broke ass $2 bitch sending money out of her motherfucking Happy Meal and shit. You better hold the fuck on to what you got while you sitting here playing talking about somebody a scammer. Bitch, I ain't hungry. Bitch, I can send more than $2. Keep talking.
My only critique of this is that, Mr. Goat, there's no need to raise your voice and cuss at the same time. Just one to do. That's just my opinion on this one.
I'm glad I didn't ask your opinion. I certainly didn't ask.
I'm sure you wouldn't care.
Yo,
yeah,
let me can I give a lesson on manhood real quick? So when an adult man is speaking, who on this fucking earth feelings matter at that point in time?
His.
The children in the area, the women, the other men, fuck them and the gods they pray to. I'm going to deliver what I want to deliver the way I want to do it, and fuck you if you don't like it.
If you think it's effective, then so be it.
Check you how you talk. Let's try it in an elevator. Niggas are crazy as shit on the internet, man. Crazy.
There's no way to be effective, bro. When people coming for you, there's no effective way to communicate. I mean, I understand what you're saying and whatnot, but there's no nice way to deal with someone calling you a scammer. But I do understand you're a nobody, so you ain't never been in my position.
I ain't mad at that. If she had your name in her mouth, go in on it. But I wasn't coming at you.
Hold on, Reese. So I'm gonna because Kels, he had a lot of pushback for what Goat was saying. I'm gonna give him a chance to without muting him. Kels, what is your pushback for what the Goat is saying? Go ahead, Kels.
Slap the taste out of your mouth.
Man. I thought
I'd like to see it.
Damn. They said drop kills. I don't know who you bothered in the chat, but it is $26 to bring back kills. They done kicked you, my brother. They don't like you keep interrupting the Goat.
That's crazy.
They ain't like you keep interrupting you. Go. So the thing is that at the same time, right? They say that Taz is a simp and all he do is cater to women, and clearly that's just not a true statement, right? He's willing to go at somebody that is going at him, whether it's a male or a female, and that's the part that a lot of men tend to miss for some strange reason. So we are going at the thing that we see as a negative or a problem. So if I'm coming at X, Y, and Z, and that is a problem, all I'm doing or all he doing is going at a problem that he see is worthy of him talking up against.
I would say the bigger problem is men are willing to use those women as long as they're attacking a man. So the same niggas who sit around and cry about what women be doing all the time with men, Yeah, fam. Them the same ones that get behind her as soon as she starts talking about somebody they don't like. The entire Manosphere. I watched the entire bitch-made Manosphere get behind the most ran through slut bucket, bottom of the barrel, 8 kids having ass bitch. Twice. Just to try to get at me. Who won't smoke for real? Who won't smoke for real? Them bitches ain't around no more. Them hoes died. That's why them niggas be quiet. But they still say what them hoes said before they died, though. They still repeat them bitches. That's what the Manosphere is. A bunch of fuck niggas who sit around and watch women, complain about what the women said, then come back and try to gaslight me and get mad at another man for saying, well, why you ain't watching her too? I don't care what she said, nigga.
Right.
So what are these niggas, these pussies that are talking about them? What do we call them?
Okay,
These
hold
weak,
on.
emotional bitch made
Gonna
niggas.
answer. Let me answer
What
the
do we
super
call
chat
them?
real quick.
Simp ain't good enough. Simp ain't good enough.
We'll answer that as well. We'll answer that as well. All right. So we got work academics with the $2. Is that Sharp from No Jumper? You acting like a female. I don't know who Sharp is, and for No Jumper, you acting like a female.
He's the light-skinned pimp. He's a light-skinned pimp.
Okay.
Really interesting person. And he's on I think he's on that degenerate Adam 22 stuff. So yeah. And he was on Soft White Underbelly. Yeah, really interesting scumbag.
Okay. And no, Verb Assassin. That's just what the person wanted to pay. They said, hey, it's 26. That's what they wanted to pay. What? Damn, Taz, you got anything to say before they kick your ass off? God damn.
Bye.
Slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see you try it.
Sheesh. What the hell?
Man, on a husband thing.
Candy Landy. It says, let's get Taz out of here too. Sheesh. What Taz do to y'all? That's just
I mean, Taz is kind of a scumbag. I don't like that guy. So it's not really hard to see that he has a lot of enemies as well. But he's a super simp. It's just crazy to see his transition to super simp. It's hilarious. I would have never thought. And it's crazy. Last thing I'll say is it's crazy. The pro woman dude is like cussing women out. It's so hilarious. But he loves and respects women.
Yeah, he was showing what he was complaining about. Yeah, my thing with this on a husband, like dealing with husbands, is that when I hear guys articulate themselves that way, I eventually, like when you have a conversation, they've been sitting on an issue for like months. I mean, months, not communicating. They don't say anything. They do like this indirect form of communication within their relationship. They don't really just, know how to pull the information out. And then a lot of them just want to sit and let that stuff build up so that when they're justified, now they feel justified to spaz out. And because they've been building up this whole thing this whole time, they feel like, well, now a man is talking. What I have to say is valid. You guys have been effing up, so you guys got to take the way I'm expressing it. And just be like, man, if you just conversate about this earlier, pick it up earlier, it wouldn't build up to all this. This is what I deal with in the married space a lot. A lot of guys can't articulate, let it build up, and now however they spill it out, it's supposed to be valid because he's a man and he's talking.
Great point. Unlikely with the $2 says, are you not entertained? Tip the host. Appreciate that. Thank you. It means a lot because people will act as if that we're not having a good show or a good build. You know what I'm
These
saying?
motherfuckers a bunch of poets, dog.
Don't provoke me to anger, or else you'll be in danger.
I'm feeling like it today.
I hate when these motherfuckers be like, I know y'all dislike me because you can't fuck with me intellectually, but like, find something to do. Like, move the fuck around. I'm actually a benefit to the show. I don't typically buy my way back on because I'm somebody already, right? But just to shit on you and the 5 motherfuckers who sent $2, that $20 will match all that effort you stupid motherfuckers put in. Punk ass $20 ass motherfuckers. You happy now? Weird ass niggas. Anyway, bro, what's good, man? Corny ass shit. I hate that shit, bro. I don't be doing no bounties, and I don't never bounty nobody off. I don't bounty myself back on, but that shit just gotta like, bro, what the fuck is wrong with people? Like y'all really in America First Rifleman, let's be real, fam. You an incel. I know why you don't like me. The whole incel out here, bro. Am I lying?
Yes, because I don't fit the profile of the actual incel. Like if it was true, then I'd probably be yelling and screaming, but that's I'm laughing.
Bro. You got the Hitler mustache. You're a funny looking dude. Every time I talk, you talking, you know what I'm saying? You talking crazy about women and shit. Like I always thought you was in jail. So
What have I said crazy about women today?
Today? Well, what I heard today before I came up was a little bit of gaslighting. You was trying to tell Sharon he should be supporting y'all cause and talking to women on your behalf. That's incel shit.
What cause? Hold on. What cause do I have? Listen, I just said be more balanced. I just tell him listen, we're just saying it's okay to critique women as well. That's literally it. Like, yeah.
So
like that's it, Taz.
I saw American First Rifle. So the problem is that when you're just not being honest about what's happening, you're trying to curtail it into we have to talk about women is what it sounds like, as if you are being an incel, not because you're yelling and screaming, but because you are keep trying to turn it into a way that women have to listen or submit to a man.
Whoa.
Slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see it.
It says, "Bye, American mustache." Oh,
Everybody's getting wrong.
They got jokes.
My fucking
They hit
turn.
you with a 20 ball. Just so you know, American First Rifleman. They hit you with a 20 ball. Hold on, let me. Also,
What was you saying, Reese? Before I got kicked, you was in the middle of saying something.
I don't remember. Whatever. What's up though?
Shit, you got it, bro.
You was talking about Reese, you was talking about the men that are acting a certain way. What can we do about those men? That's what your sentiment was. And also shout out to the Cash App. It says, just for supporting. Thank you so much. That means a lot. I really appreciate that. Shout out to everybody with all that you can do. Thank you so much. It's really appreciated. And so I think when we see an issue that's in a community space where it could affect the men that is going to potentially date my daughters and my cousins and all that, I think we should absolutely address it. Because it's much easier for me to talk to my sons and cousins and the males in their life and say, hey, this is the type of woman that you could look out for. That is very easy. We could see them a mile away. And also we could see the negative men from a mile away as well. And there's nothing wrong. Go ahead.
I think there's no shortage though on this shit though, bro. Like there's no shortage of people saying the male side of it. There's a shortage on contesting that. I think that's the issue. Like when it comes to your point, Reese, you got 100 channels of men talking versus 35 channels of men that would support the women talking.
All right, there's a difference. Big difference. You got me. But I want the whole thing to go away, honestly. None of it's good, man. I mean, if 50 more channels came out tomorrow and made the shit even, all that did was make the war worse. Y'all all adult enough to understand that shit, man.
So you're suggesting that we do nothing?
You know what I get? You know what? I agree. You know what? I'm gonna give you some
You're
props
suggesting
on,
that we
Sharon?
do nothing?
No, because this is what I'm gonna give you your props on, Sharon. You call your channel Solution-Based Gang, right?
Group.
At least you visit Manosphere panels and try to have civil discussions with them and meet in the middle. You know, as strong as a warrior you are, you're willing to go out and have them discussions and talk to them. Endless. You've been doing it for years. I'll give you that. So, you know what I mean? Maybe you got hope for something. Because you're not just talking about them, you actually go talk to them. Taz does it too. It ain't
right, because ain't nobody scared to have a conversation.
Huh?
I don't
right,
even
because
do that.
Nobody's scared to have a conversation.
I don't do it as much no more. I don't think it's as beneficial no more. I think everybody full of shit.
Man. You gotta make peace.
I agree with that. I agree with that.
War has to end in peace. You can't just go on forever. Say Israel.
No, I
Say Gaza.
I think we gotta have the proper. We gotta have the proper pushback tab. You can do the famous laugh if you want.
Slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see you try it.
Shout out to Taz for being a good sport. Oh man. So he says, hey, a random independent with the twine ball. Mr. I don't bouncing myself back on. Gotta go. $2 ain't shit, but neither is $20. How high are you going to go? Sheesh.
I think the conversation isn't going to go anywhere because the work that needs to be done is tedious, boring, and not entertaining. That's what it comes down to. You know, you go into these little marriage couples and stuff, it's like you have to pull teeth with these people. Like, what does being married mean to you? Well, being married means a ring. Okay, what's your responsibilities in a marriage? Well, I always thought that I would stay at home and not work. And then the guy on the side of him is like, what? Really? You know, and then it's like, okay, all right, so what do you think about kids? You know, who teaches the kids? I just want to put them in a good school. Do you think you should teach your kids how to read? I think the teacher's going to do that, right? Huh? You know, it's like it's such a boring and tedious, and please don't let them be defensive. Oh God. So now you got to do the emotional labor to calm them down, and please define what they mean. You know, but I think this is as far as the conversation is going to go because it's all that work is boring and it's really emotionally draining. Honestly, it's very emotionally draining.
Okay.
Don't provoke me to anger, or else you'll be in danger.
Says keep Taz on. Shout out to you. Thank you so much, my brother. I appreciate you. It says keep Taz on, goddamn. But I think some people are just more entertaining than others. I think some people are able to maintain a conversation on a topic better than others. I think Taz is somebody that can also be fruitful in a conversation, entertain you, and educate you while in a conversation. And I think a lot of the brothers that are upset, all the sisters that is upset, is because they do not have, the ones that are content creators, they do not have the ability to maintain a conversation or a discussion with just themselves and then what they authentically feel like. And that's why they got to, you know, go left or right and make it about something else. And so somebody like Taz and myself, we could argue it because we actually believe that we could substantiate our real life versus a talking point and versus the stats. And we could put all that together and come with a thought pattern to why we agree or disagree with something.
Because, you know, it's like, so with these manosphere spaces now, what I'm starting to see is because they do have a few women supporting them a little bit and whatnot, they've kind of moved away from a lot of the super toxic shit, though. You know what I'm saying? A lot of them are more balanced than what they used to be. Back to Reese's point. I think those spaces are a lot more balanced than what they used to be now. Keep in mind, they are male-centered. I'll definitely give you that. But there was a point when this shit initially started, Reese, where they didn't even want women in their chats, let alone on their back. You know what I'm saying? Where, like, bro, it's a woman in the chat, block that bitch type shit. You know what I'm saying? And so, you know, we gradually got to women getting on the panels with them because the one cat around here had a fee. If you want to, a woman want to get on my panel, she got to pay. You know what I'm saying? So now we've got to a place where now women are actually in the space with them and having some of these conversations. So although some might look at it and say, man, this shit fucked up, I can tell you there's been some progress, though. Although maybe incremental, there's been some progress, though, because it used to be down bad for real.
Yo, I want women everywhere I am. I'm mad because it ain't no women at this job.
Well, the manosphere is developed. So if you're talking about post KS, right, post Kevin Samuels, for the most part, man, the toxicity, except for people who already made their money, all they do is repost stuff on TikTok. All you have to do is go on TikTok and say, man should be doing this, and that's all manosphere content. So after that, you made a space where there's women, it's called the female accountability section. So where the women are at now, the manosphere type leaning women, now they have a space to talk about some of the stuff that bothers them when they're in community with these other women. So, it doesn't, if you're on this, cuss a woman out stuff, I mean, the manosphere is not there. That's just a toxic frat boy community, I guess. I guess that was it, red pill rage, I guess.
Right, but even when they are not screaming and yelling, like the video that we was watching on Lapeef, the dude Saint Innocent of Marquette, he came up there and tried to force a red pill type of conversation with the lady. He forced that. It's still going on today, and people are trying to latch onto it by getting new recruits. That's why they keep going for a younger base, so they can indoctrinate those young men before they even get into dating, before they even have a so-called baby mother taking advantage of them and divorcing them. They getting them before they even get into a relationship. They getting them as young as 18 and 19 years old. This is what Fresh and Fit, Andrew Tate, this is what they are developing young men to be. They are developing young men to not have confidence to go ahead and talk to women so they can have a discernment between a good potential mate and a negative potential mate. These young men not even attempting to go outside to get no's, because we all know anything worth having is going to be difficult to get. It's not going to be easy. So finding a good woman was never an easy thing in no point of history. It's always been a difficult thing.
I agree with you to the extent that Fresh and Fit may be the one who introduces you to the space. But what I was saying before, what's really getting those young kids, red pilled, is that they're sharing what the women are saying. They're sharing those points of view. Before, you wouldn't know any of that conversation unless you were sitting in a salon with your mom, or maybe you're listening to those conversations your mamas and your aunties are having. But it just being open on TikTok and red pill channels or just sharing it, that's what's getting them. It's the Fresh and Fit, they get annoying fast. It's the women validating it. That's what's going crazy. That's what's being spread amongst those young boys.
But the problem is the majority of women are not displaying the things that Fresh and Fit are talking about. It's only that group of women that is displaying that. That's why they keep having the same type of women, just with different names in their conversations. They all have alcohol involved in their conversations because they are not attempting to have no real genuine conversation. They do not invite anybody that is attempting to actually combat a conversation or have a discussion. They just ask them questions about things that normal people would just answer to. Do you want your man to make more money than you? Yeah, so any woman's going to say yes. Why wouldn't she?
It's the ideology they respond. It's not just the drunken women on Fresh and Fit. That's why I'm trying to steer it to the normal conversation. It's the conversation about, yeah, she wants you to make more money. That's understandable, but I'm not willing to do this in the house as well. But if you were a man, I actually wouldn't have to do these things, or using your manhood as a way to be like a credit card for the materialism, right? There's a lot of stuff that just being shared. It's not just the Fresh and Fit. It's the ideologies. I know a lot of young couples right now who are going through what Manosphere shares.
So shout out to America First Recommend. You got another 5 minutes. You want to brainwash young men to be servant providers. It's not brainwashing. It's just what it needs to be done to have productive relationships. A man have to learn how to serve his wife and his children. That is a productive house.
Just for the record too, right? So here's why the Manosphere hate me for real, right? I went into their spaces and I always won. Okay, I have a son. So a lot of these stupid ass talking points that they try to make is like anti-male or any of that shit. This shit is cap. I have a whole son out here, fam. The shit I'm saying to you niggas ain't no different than I'm gonna tell my grown adult son. It's weird that, again, men don't want to deal with things that would make our lives easier as men. So, like I say, I would venture to say back then, most of the things that men started doing was, they started doxing a whole bunch of lame shit. And like I said, they end up following women, right? Because, for example, this Candy Landy, probably some dusty, dirty ass bitch. She's down there saying I scammed somebody. Who the fuck did I? Like, fam, go get these people. Because last I checked, the one bitch you saying I scammed, that bitch somewhere praying to God. Praying that God don't strike that bitch dead now for lying on me, nigga. That God might kill that hoe today for lying on my motherfucking name while that bitch praying every day. But you got the audacity in 2025 to mention some shit a bitch you've been praying since 2023 said. That's what I'm saying. Like y'all got to get y'all shit together. And when it comes to the space, it seems like y'all have not grown. Listen, we just seen the paperwork. Seen the paperwork for what? Seen the paperwork for what? For me scamming somebody? You're a liar. You're a liar. You're a liar. And again, I know where they come from, but they come from these spaces where people have been losing to me since they got on this bitch.
Tired ass, broke ass.
Yeah, they've been losing since I got here.
Insignificant ass, unwanted, unloved, never respected.
That's what it is.
Shout out to the wife. Shout out to the wife.
That's all Manosphere fuel.
Past incarceration. Well, don't get fucked up then, nigga.
My past incarceration. That's weird, but like, why do y'all care about my past incarceration 20 years ago?
It, but we know about the Mexico fiasco.
Like, what
is the Mexico?
You know what I found? What I found is that they would try to use anything in our past to try to negate where we come to today, which is a very interesting thing. When us as human beings, we're supposed to grow from where we came from, and
but
we should be champions. Go ahead.
They be making up shit. That's the problem, and it's like. It's weird because he doesn't seem how much of like, why are you on my husband's nuts so deep that we haven't lived in Mexico since 2019. Why are you even mentioning that? Like, that's weird. You don't feel like you're a stalker or at least a fan in the least?
These niggas fans.
Dick sucking ass.
I don't know these niggas. I don't know none of these fuck niggas. These niggas be fans. Some bitch ass nigga that heard about me, nigga. I'm the fucking GOAT. That's why you heard about me, nigga. Don't believe that shit, nigga. Hit the link and talk to me, though. Don't believe shit you heard about me.
I got you the second air for your time is almost up. And and I just find it interesting, just like the same thing with Jay Prince yesterday. He tried to bring up some fake past that they don't even really know nothing about. He want to bring up my past baby mothers, but he don't know what they look like, what's their background, what the situation is. I was 18 at the time, right? So there's a lot of things that happened between 18 and 44. So the fact that they keep trying to hold on to the past, it shows that a lot of men and these people they have arrested development. They cannot go past who they are mentally.
Oh no, they ain't holding on to the past though. These motherfuckers just repeating some shit. They praying some shit that somebody else said was true. You hear me? Like, just so we clear, they ain't holding on to shit because I don't know these motherfuckers. They sitting somewhere praying like, damn, I hope you're a scammer. From now on, I'm gonna start telling y'all to suck my dick in 2026. Fuck you, nigga, and fuck the bitch you thought I scammed, nigga. I ain't gonna keep on telling y'all and showing y'all and proving to y'all.
There's videos of you scamming people. Let's stop the cap though. Like 40K, nigga. Damn near 40K.
Hold on. So Kills, you saying you actually seen some evidence of past scamming somebody? That's what you claim?
It's videos. It's multi-video in the space. These people ain't fam. All of these people are still lying on this man. It's like 10, it's like 5-6 people in the chat agreeing with the same shit. You the common denominator if 5 people saying the same thing, bro. You the common denominator.
No, they all saying it from the same source. Look at the video.
And you use My nigga.
Hey, Sean,
My nigga.
this is me.
Why you left when that shit came out though? When that shit came out.
Hold on 1 second, Kills, because your microphone's really loud.
When it came out, what do you think I did? I stepped on that bitch. That's why that bitch ain't here now. That's why when I tell you to go get the video, I know you can't go get it. The motherfucker ain't there. I just told you the bitch is somebody's church. Are you kidding?
And why we don't ever discuss that bitch criminal record?
Man,
most of the niggas.
man, I want to see a scam.
Me too.
Fuck that other shit. Show me a scam. It'll be the first.
Slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see it.
I guess Candy says, can't tell me which one Taz and company can go. So Kills, so the problem is with you bringing up somebody made a video. People been saying I said something and plenty of people are regurgitating that information that I never said. So a lot of people can go on a wave and say this is what's happening. And I never said a certain thing or did a certain thing. Oh, hold on. And so I don't understand why you saying that.
Don't provoke me to anger, or else you be in danger.
Thank you for that shit.
I addressed that real quick.
They all can stay. Shout out to that. Thank you so much. And just so y'all know that I'm not trying, because I don't want to get called a scammer neither. This is a real cash app, okay? Just so people know.
Sharon, you never heard. Let me give you some pushback. We never heard you of scamming anybody in these spaces. You may got your talking points. It is kind of zesty, like certain people on this platform say. You know what I'm saying? But you do got a heart though. You know what I'm saying? Some of these dudes in these spaces got a cold heart, bro. And then you can check my track record. Like I never scam nobody in these spaces. Nobody would never say that bluntly on me though. They would never put a jacket on me. And if they did, I'm gonna fight in tooth and nail to defend my honor on that, which I did on other platforms. You understand what I'm trying to say?
I'm bringing it on to you. So Kills, you're saying your proof is other people that dislike him saying it.
Nah, they don't dislike him. They show proof and evidence. Yes, he got people who don't like him, but it was evidence presented, you know what I'm saying, by other faces that show information which credited that he did what he's saying that he didn't did. It was evidence. It was receipts. It was receipts in this space.
Okay, what was the receipt? What was it? What was the proof? Like this is how fucking stupid y'all are.
Bro, be honest, bro. Just be honest. If you did what you did, you did it, brother.
Hey, little dumb nigga. I could play the bitch videos back. I got them. I could tell you what the slut said. I can't help it your stupid ass running around.
You are ex-con. You are ex-con though, Taz.
I'm an ex-con.
And then you got dudes like Taz.
Hold on, Kevin. Everybody can't talk to
I'm an ex-con. That's why. I ain't no ex-con because of no scam shit. I'm an ex-con because I'll beat your ass, nigga. I'm an ex-con.
Nigga, you won't be.
What are you talking about?
Now you want to be.
Kills, hold on, Kills.
Hold on, man. Hey yo, this nigga talking about he beat.
Hold on.
This energy is wild.
Financial crime ever.
Nigga, stop acting like P. Johnson ass.
Kills, hold on, because when you just trying to just make insults, it doesn't make for a conversation, and you also proven the point that Taz is saying that y'all cannot substantiate your point of view.
But he's threatening me.
And this happens a lot, that y'all just throw things out and then y'all get a bunch of other people that's just a part of your team.
Oh no, he used to be a criminal.
Without actually having evidence whatsoever.
I can say he used to be a criminal, which is true.
Right, so means anybody can say I stole something from him, dog, because I got a criminal record. Now anybody can just say, he stole from me.
Well, people would not give you the benefit of the doubt, I would say, because you have a history of things, Taz. That's all.
No doubt, right? So bet. So you have a history on here sounding like a fucking child predator. Are you one fucking?
Say what you want, buddy, but that doesn't that doesn't take away from people going out of their way to call you a scammer, which is most people aren't gonna like put that one out there unless something actually happen.
How many
Like
people
they
have
call you
called you?
a whole bunch of
Let
other
me
stuff
get
instead
an
of
understanding. Let me
specifically saying you're a
hold on,
scammer.
hold on. And Michael first right man. This is very this part is very important. Have you seen this video of Taz doing this scamming thing? Have you seen it?
There isn't one.
I haven't spoken on that for a reason.
Okay, and so that proves the point that people can just take the information because they don't like the person and they could spread that propaganda out there without no actual evidence whatsoever. And so kills.
Yeah, but
again,
he has a history of being a scumbag, though.
I'm gonna bring it back to you so you can get ahead
and
and
will
build on that.
continue to be.
So kills,
This is
I just
fine.
got one question. Kills, can you provide any kind of video or any kind of real receipt other than word of mouth? Kills, take yourself off of mute and prove that Taz has some kind of scamming. He knew what was happening. Where you gonna get it anyway?
Slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see it.
It says drop kills. He knew it was gonna happen. Let it happen next time, sir. It's okay. So go ahead, AFR. Like, so this is that's the thing that we gotta be careful. We cannot just because we dislike somebody and somebody come up with some BS information and we haven't seen it ourselves.
Bro, well, I understand. Listen, I can't speak to any individual possible alleged crime he may have committed. I can't speak on that. One thing I can speak on and why I wouldn't say that person is crazy, or I would scrutinize what they would say and I wouldn't dismiss it because he has a history of scumbaggery in these streets. You know, he lies and acts like he doesn't understand because Taz isn't stupid. Like, you know, and he is entertaining when he's getting on somebody. I'll give him that. I ain't gonna lie on him, bro. But
can you give me an example of a lie I told? Can you give me an example of a lie I told?
Bro, it's been 3 years. It's been 3 years. Your reputation precedes you,
like,
sir.
see, here's the thing, bro. When I'm talking about one of y'all, I'm very specific. See what I'm saying? I'm very
You
specific.
just called me an incel for 3 years, Taz. That's it, bro. Like,
listen, I'll tell you
don't
why I
get
call
Cause he don't like your mustache.
I tell you why I call you that every time, and then also I remind you of my first interaction with you. They were saying you mess with little kids, and wasn't that my first interaction with you?
Well, yeah, because over emotional Negroes were mad about a race conversation and they lied.
Right, so, but I don't know you.
And you believe them.
How do I believe
can I jump in real quick? So doesn't that substantiate that he didn't just hold on?
That about you, dude. What are you talking about? I'm sitting here talking to you today. The reason I gave you that example was because you remember my first interaction with you. That's what they were saying about you. But if I were doing what you're doing today, I would still just be calling you that, bro.
Right. Great point.
That's what I'm saying. I'm above you, niggas, bro. You little niggas, bro. You're small. You're intellectually a midget to me, fam. This is what the fuck y'all do. That's why I say it. I know why you don't like me, bro. I put your ass on display and show the world you're fraudulent, nigga.
Taz, being the adversary to the Manosphere or the red pill or not liking male-centered talking points is a lot different from like who you are. Like, hopefully you know this. Like, nobody's mad because somebody critiques the red pill. Like, hopefully you're not believing this. Like, come on. And plus, when you go on people's channels over the years, you haven't really won. You more or less yelled at people, and anyway, so that's about it. Like,
so
no, I actually debated in actual debates and won. I've never lost a debate on a Manosphere channel, whether it's the Prophet of Thought, Obsidian, O'Shea, none of those.
No, Obsidian beat the dog shit out of you.
So now, America First Rifleman, you saying that because you like you enjoy Obsidian's talking points more, or because
no. Obsidian, well, Obsidian carries himself with class. Okay, he's consistent. You know, come on, they're just totally apart, like worlds apart. Come on, there's no comparison.
Break down what. So if you, so that's fine that you feel like he dressed a certain way, but what stats did he bring up that you feel like Taz lost on, if you remember any?
I don't remember the specifics right now.
Right.
Of course.
I remember everything. Which one you want to deal with? The 51% of black men that don't have children, the 80% of black women that having children with the same man? Which one of y'all dumbass talking points would you like to try to defend while I'm right here?
I'm not here to defend Manosphere or anything.
I know you ain't, nigga.
So
I know you ain't. So that's a message for you and anybody listening who thought I was playing. Ain't none of you niggas ever had. I'm a fucking goat.
Who are you? You're nobody.
The nigga that's gonna make you back down every time it come to something intellectual. That's why it's get to some bullshit. Because I just tried again to have a con. You're incapable. You can't do it.
So and that's a fair. He attempted to have he alley-ooped it to you. He said, "Hey, you could talk about this one, or this one." But instead you say, "All right, I'm going to engage in that one," or you could come up with your own talking point that you want to defend. You didn't do that. He gave you an opportunity to actually have a conversation.
I came up here to talk about, like, listen, I understand Taz is thrilled that he was able to center himself in this conversation for the last, like, however long. It's cool. You got it, buddy. Okay, cool. I came to talk about the topic. That's why I stuck around.
I did that because I thought one of you bitches wanted to try me. We can move away from me.
Shut up.
Yeah, man. The mute button is what I was talking about before. When I was on the panel. That mute button, Sharon. When I was talking about this, obviously you do a lot of shows, so I expect you to remember. You know, some conversations can't really develop without the internet, and that mute button is really what has caused this conversation to go forward. You can't have these conversations like, especially with that energy, whether he's right or wrong. You know, it's just like I'm sitting there. I'm like, I'm not engaging with this guy.
One wasted minute with me on mute. One wasted minute.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. So,
all right. So, do you have? Would you like to attempt to engage? Because Taz can have a conversation. Me and him have plenty of conversation. Me and Taz disagree plenty of times without us going to fisticuffs and screaming and yelling at each other in a negative way. And we also stay very passionate. We still raise our voices without it being a disrespect level being crossed. So Taz is more than capable of having a discussion with a person.
When he's not
I'm sure
threatening
he
either.
I'm sure he is.
Me and him was vehemently disagreeing without us talking past or after that. We stayed on topic, so he's able to do it 100%. If you want to have a conversation with him,
I'm sure he is. But some of this stuff, you already know how I'm on these panels. Is that some of these stuff I don't like trying to change people's worldview. You know, so when we start getting into that stuff, it's like, I don't know. No, there's nothing to talk about. I talk about marriage and husbands and how people interact within marriage. You know, I don't go back and forth over whether you believe these stats are true or not, because quite honestly, once again, that's a long, tedious conversation.
However, is a conversation that needs to be had because people are using these stats in a weaponized way. They're not being truthful about what the stats are actually saying. And that's where somebody like Taz come in. He actually does the research so he can argue with what the stat is actually saying. America for argument, but you will have to give a example of a stat you would like to argue right now if you want, or a past example, and then we could just have the conversation. But if you don't have an example ready for you, it's kind of hard for us to engage in what you're saying is truthful or not about.
I didn't come prepared to talk about Taz or talk with the man. I didn't even think he would be up here today. So,
but what I'm saying is that right, but neither is he. He's going off the information that he have in his head as well. He's not saying, "Hey, I'm prepared to have this conversation about this stat." He's saying whatever you want to talk about, he's willing to have the conversation.
I literally just came back from working 14 hours. I did. And I want to stay with something I'm prepared to talk about and not rehash old stuff. Like I said,
right, and that's fair. That is very fair. However, what I'm saying, it is a difference between somebody that's willing and able to have conversation without needing to prepare, because that information possibly is just a part of who they are. It's part of who they being. They understand what's going on around me. So one of the reasons why I can have these conversations and build a discussion over it, because I'm am immersed in it. Like it's my original thought. I'm not making it up. I'm not regurgitating somebody else's argument. These are my true feelings and thoughts. So therefore, I don't need to prepare some sheet or some talking point because it's actually my original thought. That's the difference.
It's amazing how, like, you know, people mention Cynthia G and all this different shit. Like, mind your business. like, leave her alone, bro. She don't fuck with you, fuck niggas. Like she don't like you, niggas. Like,
hold on. I mean,
y'all weird as fuck. Y'all don't like the woman, but because
Mr. Tasman.
My bad. Go ahead, fam. What'd you say?
Listen, there's a reason why people critique Cynthia G, and I'll keep it with the simplest criticism of her. Literally went around talking about dysfunctional Black families, talking about these men's, how they're whatever, but you get pregnant and become a baby mama by the very Negro you spent years talking about you want to not even exist. Like, literally don't birth Black boys or get rid of Black babies. Like, so
gotta admit, that's crazy. That is crazy.
Okay, let him finish his argument.
Well, no, I mean, that's it. I mean, Reese is right. That was it. That's crazy. So, like, her credibility should be shot from, like, no woman should be even listening to her. But we see what's happening. So,
okay, it's up to you, Taz. You want to engage in that?
Yeah, I mean, I always wonder what that's got to do with me, though. They're like, it ain't my motherfucking baby. You know what I'm saying? I don't give a fuck about that. That shit ain't got a motherfucking thing to do with me, bro.
Yeah, I don't see why if somebody got affected negatively about something, why they can't speak about it. If she believes that what happened to her is a negative thing and it's not,
she doesn't believe anything she's saying. Don't you get it, sir?
Yeah, because that's what happened to her, right? But we could, if she was,
no, she doesn't believe anything she said. She's grifter.
She had the baby after she started talking shit.
Well, I don't know. So the thing is
sure
that again, maybe
y'all sure about that?
Right.
I don't think.
Well, her rhetoric against Black children got worse after she had the baby. That's true. She was already talking greasy before. It just got worse. So Reese is right.
Yeah. So yeah, he's not right. I'm right. So let me tell you, since motherfuckers think they know, just for the record, this alleged baby that y'all talking about, that would have been before the conversation y'all referring to. Because before that is when I came onto YouTube and she was not talking that crazy shit when I first got on YouTube. When I first got on YouTube, she was challenging still white supremacy and challenging the issues of Black men being supportive of white supremacy. She wasn't doing no
white men and Black men. She was talking,
but it wasn't. But it wasn't in the relationship paradigm. She was not talking about contextual relationships between men and women. She was still doing the political shit. And in that political shit, she was challenging Black men to stop following and supporting white supremacy. She hadn't got into that relationship shit yet. So you're lying.
She touched on Black men. Like, yeah, she was always talking about white supremacy, which was stupid. But at the same time, she was supporting the LGBTQ community and speaking down to Black men like we were 1,000% the problem. And especially our talking points talking about how we wanted to build, we as a collective want to build good, cohesive families. And she's fucking a nigga with the tattoos.
Right, but you confused. She did not support no fucking LGBTQ until 2022. Okay, when she was around me, she called them niggas pussy boys, nigga. She ain't support that shit till after she left from around my platform. I ain't support that shit, and I would have never supported her supporting that shit around me. Which is one of the reasons why I said, okay, well, fuck you and the bitches that's with you, because I don't support that.
Okay, I take that one back. I take that one back, Taz.
And American First, right? The problem is that people are not correlating the proper timeline with Cynthia. right? They like what you're saying is that she had a child out of wedlock and blah, blah, blah. But however, what she was talking about before, or whenever she had this reported child, doesn't correlate with the events of her saying.
No, she was talking down on black men that were running around being promiscuous. So she had her talking points before she got pregnant. So it just wasn't as prevalent, but still, she was touching on that.
Right. She certainly wasn't as prevalent, and it certainly wasn't as horrible as people made it. I think what you're talking about is just, again, famous. A lot of niggas wanted that woman, bro. This is the part of it that y'all leave out. A lot of niggas wanted her.
Who wants Becky? Who wants Becky hair weave? Who wants it?
Okay, hold on.
Obsidian wanted her. I'm saying, since y'all want, if y'all want to do gossip shit, nigga, do it for real.
She made up like Becky, bro.
Okay,
she
so
made up and got hair like Becky. Take hair like Becky. Black man wants that.
Hold on, American First Rifleman. Are you gonna honestly say that no man wanted her while she got pregnant?
Oh, only pookies and men with low self-esteem.
Oh my god. So you saying a woman that looks like Cynthia that was childless, nobody wanted that woman?
Pookies with low self-esteem.
Before you moved there, before she had that child, you saying that no man wanted her.
Well, she was dealing with white men, from what I understand, but that's just a rumor.
Yeah.
But I believe it. I think Bottom Show Brad did her wrong.
American First Rifleman, are you gonna talk about gossip, which is not manly at all? Or are we gonna talk about something that
there's a lot of circumstantial evidence to suggest it. That's why I brought it up. I didn't just bring it up, there's some footage, not footage, excuse me. There's pictures and other things that would help you understand why she would go to white supremacy, and then she transitioned to black men ain't cry. Come on, it's a pattern. It makes too much sense. Come on.
Okay. All right. So let me see. You haven't brought any of this evidence. It sounds like gossip to me, but you might have a more of an understanding of the history than I do. But it seems like Taz is putting it in its proper timeline, in my opinion, at this moment. Jim Savage, you want to add to this part of the conversation, or?
Hell no, that shit ain't important at all. I'm talking about something. I'm up here to support you, brother.
Okay. I was just saying you came back, so I want to see you want to address anything, or
not that topic. That's ridiculous.
Okay, you want to address something else? So I know you'd be thinking.
Well, I had to clean my house, clean this next to godliness. But I was hoping I was talking about the same thing that we were talking about, but ended up about some lady that nobody cares about.
No. Taz centered himself, Savage. That's what happened.
Yeah, but you didn't have to cater to it.
Y'all certainly care about it. If you don't think nobody care about it, read the chat. Scroll up to the top as far as you can, and then scroll down and count how many times you see your name, and tell me how many times you see it. You need me to talk while you're doing it? You need me to talk while you're doing it?
I didn't care.
I said, do you need
I'm here to
talk while you're doing it so we don't have dead air? Just so we don't have dead air, I'll talk while you go and count how many times you see her name in the chat. She's more relevant, certainly, than you and America's Riflemen first combined.
Are you talking to me? Are you talking
Absolutely.
to me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
That's cool.
Yes,
I'm a troll in the chat, and I don't care about Cynthia G. And if they do in the chat, that's cool. And if y'all want to talk about it, it's cool too. I just answer this question.
I don't, bro. I'm just saying that's where it came from. That's where it came from.
Appreciate you.
You got it, bro. You got it. Okay, well, I got it. So yeah, like I was saying, that's the bad part of it, though. It's like, because for example, it's like kind of like what I was telling you yesterday, Sharon. So a woman comes to your platform, she says what she believes, she stands on how she feels. You support her in doing that. Now everything she said is your fault. Those are your thoughts. That's what your stance is, because you not only allowed her to come and say it, but you're standing on her willingness, desire, and meaning when she says it. You support her saying it. But that, for a lot of these niggas, that means you said it now.
Absolutely. Now I said something about not having male babies or something, because that's weird. Same thing happened with me and P.S. Diva. P.S. Diva had her opinion about that situation. I told her how I disagree, and they say, Sharon, you said it. You agree with it. I didn't. I literally in real time disagreed with her. And they keep saying that I'm doing something that I'm not. It's weird.
I
But
can't
that's
believe
not most
YouTube
people,
allowed
Sharon.
that.
But I mean,
If someone says something, right? If like say a female says something, and you know it is what it is, and then you start nodding your head up and down, is that you agreeing with her, or you just letting it be? Or I don't understand what that means. If someone's watching you, right, and a lady says something like, "Oh, all women are the greatest thing in the world," and you're nodding your head up and down, does that look like you're agreeing with them, or should we take it as you're agreeing with them, or you just nodding your head because it's like a tick or something?
I think you should ask if you're unsure.
No. I was asking Sharon, because I know that Sharon, I was agreeing with you, Go. Sometimes it seems like if someone, like if he lets a female come on and says something that men disagree with, and then Sharon's nodding his head up and down while she's saying it, to us it seems like he agrees. So we do sometimes like you agree with that, Sharon, and go off of that body language.
Right, but that usually doesn't happen. Like the example that I just gave, I literally said I disagree with her, and I disagree with her in real time, and they still say, Sharon, you allow that on your platform, so therefore you must agree with it, even though I verbally disagree right away.
No, yeah, people have to pay attention to what's really going on.
And so,
but if you're
I do not bop my head. I do not just agree with women just to agree with them. I have plenty of
I'm just saying, if us looking outside,
of disagreements. I had disagreements with Venus, PH Diva, Bomb Cherry, and other women that hit my panel. Jalen that was here, I had disagreements with her as well. I have plenty of disagreements. The difference is that I don't have to get into a negative or a combative or a disrespectful discussion with somebody else. Like I told you, me and Taz had plenty of disagreements on my channel. And me and him never had to go to no goddamn disrespect towards that. We just disagreed on the topic at hand, and we left that conversation there. He said his points, I said my points, and we leave it, and we come back the next day, whatever, if it's a good topic. I don't have to go into a disrespect situation just because I disagree, because I'm actually going to substantiate my argument because I really believe my argument. I'm not just regurgitating. Shout out to homeless bum ass Jack. We blaming folks? Well, then I blame my Reed. Peace.
Sharon, the point I want to make is I think it's not even what we're talking about, because I think most people were not swayed with that and just would call you like, oh, you agree with that talking point. That was like a very small amount of people. So, like most people ain't doing that.
However, still, even in today, they still say, Sharon, your channel is about women when I don't talk about women.
I mean, it is.
You speak to a female's point of view when I don't talk about women. There's no way you could say I have a female's point of view when I don't talk about women at all. I'm having a conversation on how men need to be building, right? Instead of blaming women, we need to build men up without pushing a woman down. Stop using women as a scapegoat and have an actual solution that you could implement in your life today. Because blaming somebody else is never going to fix you as a human being. It ain't never worked for anybody. Homeless, bum ass Jack with a $2. Sup, Myrie? Hoping you still terrorizing folks. Yeah, damn. So that's the difference.
Yeah, it is. No, it's a woman's perspective a lot of times, because there's no investigation in the trouble that the woman in the background would be causing. Because what I do a lot of times, especially in my marriage, I love it, man. I send the women or my nieces and stuff on information on recon missions. So when I start hearing, oh, he ain't making enough, man. I'm like, he ain't making enough money? Oh, really? Oh, so he could have been working a double time. Oh, really? He could. And you walk away. I'm like, y'all bring up a conversation about what you spend on a weekly basis about money.
So let me get this straight. So you're saying men that concentrate on making money is a female perspective?
I'm saying that not investigating why that perspective is even being had is just immediately saying, well, he ain't making no money. Well, when I start my investigation process, now I'm seeing that she's spending damn near $150 on fast food a week. So I guess I could understand why you would have that perspective. Yeah. So the more you investigate, the more it's like, okay.
So hold on. Those are two different things, right? So that's you adding a nuance to it. But if we are talking about men need to make more money, are you saying that is a female perspective?
It is a masculine perspective but it covers female nonsense.
Okay, so now if that is a male perspective, how am I? Because you said you started off saying that you do have a female perspective. So now where is it that I'm in pushing a female perspective? Because I'm saying men can and should put themselves in a position to make and create more money for themselves. Where's the female perspective in that?
Because, all right, the response instead is saying, well, that's true. You should make some more money. And a man should try to get more money. But a masculine perspective also is when Warren Buffett said guys shouldn't be so focused on trying to get the most return. Most people are going to make more money by controlling their budget. So I have to fight. What do you say? I have to fight for an extra 4% to make $5,000. Y'all just have to stop buying fast food. That's also a masculine perspective. So, but that doesn't get introduced in the conversation.
Why are they buying fast food? So since we want to dive into the fast food perspective of a relationship, why are they buying fast food?
I don't know why someone is spending $150.
Right, because somebody don't know how to cook. Right, so either somebody don't know how to cook or they don't have time to cook.
No, or they just don't want to. Sometimes you just don't want to. It's because it takes effort.
Now we doing some, so we understand what some is, right? It's not a provable stat, right? It's just hey, some do this and some do that. We all understand that some people do a whole bunch of different things. So nothing is 100%. So now when we go with just in the conversation of eating food that is not good for you, if he's going out to work and she's gone out to work, if she has to or he has to order fast food, he is a part of that problem.
That's fine. But looking at that budget, look at your budget, man.
Okay, so now how is that and now again, explain to me how that is a female perspective.
Looking at a budget, I was saying that was a masculine perspective. I'm saying the female perspective is instead of investigating where that complaint is coming from and just immediately saying, well, nigga, get your money up. You sound like a broke dude. That is a masculine perspective covering for female issues.
Right. So in my example is this. So if my woman comes to me and say, babe, you're not making enough money, you're broke ass. If it's true, what should I do about that?
I'm not going to, that's what I'm saying. I'm not going to rush to say it's true. I need to see where that perspective is coming from.
Move the conversation for what you're trying to say. What I'm trying to get you to understand. If I'm with a woman and I am broke, and she says, babe, you need to make more money because you're a broke ass. At that moment, what should I respond to my woman?
Put your foot right in her ass.
That's one perspective. What's your perspective, Ambassador?
What is it? Yeah.
That's not lying on me. What should that man do?
That's silly, man. But how much is he making first? Like, come on, like he's broke based on what?
And see, and this is the issue that we have when I'm trying to get men to be able to deal with real life examples, right? And I'm giving you the flaw. I didn't put my thought into it yet. I gave you the flaw to say, hey,
Ambassador's just saying there's a lot of variables. Instead
of giving me a direct answer, right? We want to add a nuance in it. It doesn't matter.
It does matter. You're asking, like, someone can say someone who's making $80,000 is broke. That becomes the issue.
Let me explain why, because I said it is true that he is broke and he don't make enough money. So it doesn't matter if he have $100,000 a year. If he's broke and he don't have enough, he don't have it. So regardless of what level you put him in, he is broke and he don't have it. So now that we have that premise, You don't need to add in the dollar amount. What should that man do if what she is saying is a truthful assessment of who he is?
He should find good counsel. That's what he should find. He should find good counsel. All right, because I hear this all the time. I'm broke. Well, how much you make? About 50,000. Okay, well, you make more than the average income. So if you're broke, then half the country's broke, right?
Average Americans make like 30,000 or 28,000, some insane number like that. The median income is
Okay, so is
or
that so? Would you consider that broke?
No,
I'm not to say.
I wouldn't.
Look, I wanted to answer the question.
Hold on. So this is the problem, right? So 1 second you just said if you're making that money, and just Ambassador, mute when you're not talking, so this way.
Okay. Yeah.
Freely. So the problem is that you just said, well, half of the country is broke then. So if that is the truth, then he should have no problem saying, you know what, babe, I do need to go ahead and figure out a way to supplement my income and figure out another hustle. I'm not working enough hours. Whatever it is that he needs to do for himself, he needs to go ahead and figure it out. If he agrees that he is broke, then that's the woman that he wants to be with. Otherwise, leave her because you don't believe that you are broke and she is gaslighting you into a different situation. Those are your two options as a man. And for some reason, we are afraid to tell men they options. Either leave that no grateful ass woman, or you concede to the point, understand that it's truthful things, and then now you need to come up with a plan and figure out your outcomes to be a better human being for you and your
problem
family.
is, Sharon, is that ends the conversation though, right? They need to carry the conversation on and whine and cry and continue the conversation for as long as possible, which is why it continues. If you tell a nigga, hey, bro, it's time to get the fuck away from that bitch, nigga. Don't nobody want to hear you whining. You finna go home with her. You finna get right off here and go chase a bitch. Don't nobody want to hear that shit. And until niggas understand that, bro, that's why you niggas ain't progressing. You niggas don't even have legitimate talking points because you're finna get right off of here and go chase some motherfucking women. And anybody that don't know that shit is out of their fucking mind.
I don't chase women, they chase me.
You niggas is in the inboxes of the women that's on here. You ain't even got to get off of here to go chase the women. Quit playing.
Okay, well, everybody disregard what Tab just said because it was bullshit. Most men that listen, hold on. Let me explain. Let me say, because I wanted to get to what shout out to Ambassador. He's been having really good I would say good sensible points today. But one thing I don't want to get to what he said, but I want to address Taz real quick. Listen, I'll address what he said. Listen, $50,000. Hold on, that's $50,000 is not the same as it is in San Francisco, Arkansas, New Jersey, Georgia. Okay, so when a chick confronts her man, this is what Ambassador was trying to say. There is variables to this question for her to say that. So if they're living in a county in Georgia where the median income is like 38,000 or 42,000, but he's making 50,000 a year, there can be a conversation had because sometimes you can live comfortably on that and you just have to watch your budget. Okay. So and the thing about it, sometimes you would have to move to make more money that she would want to make to get that lifestyle. So like I said, that's not an easy thing. You just could be like, oh yeah, I just don't make enough and just whatever. Like, yes, we always, especially the red pill thing to do is to make as much money as you can or whatever. But at the end of the day, sometimes it's not possible. So
here's the problem. I gave you an actual solution. You gave me sometimes this, maybe if you're in California, maybe you're in Georgia. All you did was give a whole bunch of different scenarios where it could fit or not fit. I gave you an actual solution, right? I didn't use the woman as a scapegoat. I said either you're gonna say, hey babe, you're right, I am broke and I need to make more money because guess what? 100,000 living in Manhattan and you broke. That's why I said it doesn't matter the number amount, right? And then you come back around and said it depends on where you at, right? Understood. That's why I said it doesn't matter.
Because it does.
And that's why I said it doesn't matter the money amount, right? If you remember my argument, if you consider what she is saying that you are broke is correct, what are you going to do? right? You got to do something about that if you want to stay with that woman. If you disagree with your woman about you being broke, then you need to just leave her and say, hey, babe, you are not the person for me. Those are your two options.
Hold
And
on. So is
the
it about
problem is,
building or getting a bag?
hold on,
I'm
so
confused.
I can end it. The problem is you didn't give a solution. What you said was more things to confuse the man. Maybe this, maybe that. Sometimes this could happen. Sometimes that could happen. Sometimes the sun could hit you at a 30-degree angle, and then therefore you can't get no overtime because the sun is glaring in your eye. Well, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. What I'm trying to say is that we are talking to men. We got to give them a straightforward understanding. You either go this way, this is going to be your outcome, or you go this way, and that will be your outcome so they can have a path to go towards.
Sharon, two things. Number one, why is that woman with him? Is she there to build a family and something to help build a legacy or something worthwhile that Black people actually need? Or is she lusting after a lifestyle that might not even be realistic? And the second thing is that the reason why Ambassador and me are trying to be nuanced about it, because that question can expose who's being unreasonable. Is he being unreasonable? Is she being unreasonable? So you want to examine your location, the amount of money, and then can you earn more somewhere else and get the lifestyle that y'all both want, y'all both agree to together. This whole my nigga just broke, and it's just like you have to see, like, does she just want more things to look nice, or is she actually concerned with, hey, insurance is rising, insurance costs, or I want to make sure you're putting money away from retirement. But you're not asking those questions. You're just saying, nah, just make more money. If she said you broke or you need more money, just make more money. And it's just like, that has to be focused. That's an important thing.
Hold on. So again, this is poor listening skills of men sometimes, right? I gave you two options. If you agree with her, then you need to figure out what it is that you and her need to do to make your life better. If you disagree with her assessment, then you need to leave her. So I gave you two options. I'm not a fence person where I want to have a conversation and argue with a woman about what is right and what is wrong. If I assess what she's saying is incorrect, hey, maybe me and you are not fit for each other. I can end it because I know I'm doing everything I can do in the relationship to be that. So I have no problem with ending it. The problem that a lot of men have is that their ego is involved in the relationship and they don't actually care about the woman. So if you were doing everything that you can do, it's easy for you to leave because you don't want to be with somebody that don't want to be with you. But because the majority of men are not doing everything that they can do to be in that relationship, to be in that family, they got to come up with excuses. Well, babe, sometimes this and sometimes that. And what about we move here? What if I lived on fucking Mars? It don't matter. If shit could fly, be in your mouth, because that's all y'all be talking is shit.
Well, I mean, my issue with that is simple. First, it's assuming that relationship is disposable. Now, I always talk from the framing of married people and you guys owing those kids a unified, stable household. That's what I talk from. All right, so that framing, not useful. Now, what useful is, where's this coming from? I say what happened in our relationship before. Some lady at the job complaining, bragging about her condo, and then they start talking about it. And I'm like, oh, that's good. We're about the same age. We're young. Oh, she has a condo. Ask her some clarifying questions. All right, because the assumption is that she owns it, right? And my wife comes back the next week and she's leasing that condo. She don't own that condo. She made it seem like that. But when I isolated her, she's leasing it. So you just got straight to the point. There's an influence that's pressuring your wife to feel some type of way. Let's investigate that influence. But this goes back to what I said earlier. A lot of these conversations, you want a fast answer, but it's tedious. It's actually very tedious. So
it is not very tedious. That wasn't very tedious. What you just said was not tedious at all.
No, for a husband who's not, I'm used to this. I live this, so I'm used to to assessing the influences coming into my house. But, you know, a lot of guys just feel like, you know, a normal response would be, girl, you see, I'm over here working 50 hours or 60 hours and doing all this stuff. Yeah, shoot, I got the same steel-toe boots for the last 5 years and stuff. I'm putting in, you know, he's immediately defensive, you know, and you can never like talk to them like there's a political aspect to raising a family. She's being influenced by the outside. All right. And you should probably don't get
All right,
defensive and all that stuff.
so a man that does get defensive over a true statement that she is feeling, what would you call that?
No,
I didn't
it's
even
not
know
true.
it's true.
It's not true. That's what I'm saying. It's not
You don't
true.
even know.
She's being made to feel like her husband is inadequate. So he needs to be able to identify that.
Let me ask the question again. If the man is jumping in a defensive posture over her true statement, because clearly he must feel that it's true to be defensive, because he don't have this mental fortitude to say it's a political thing.
It's not mental fortitude. It's just you're where you framed the conversation. We wouldn't have never got here. There has to be an acknowledgement of that. All right. It would never have gotten to that point. That's why I said he needs to seek good counsel so it can be identified where this pressure is coming from.
If you say so. So I don't know.
Well, the thing about it, Sharon, Sharon, you're literally coming into it saying what she's saying is 1,000% legitimate, and there's no nuance to what she may be saying. Like, she could be wrong, he could be wrong. What he's saying is the man needs to be able to discern who's right or wrong and be able to talk about it instead of just, like he's saying, either get defensive or just be like, you know, right, honey, I'm gonna just fucking,
okay.
You know.
So again, so if that man he's getting defensive, then that man is what?
A human being.
Oh no, he's just this is insane.
What,
It's
I don't
like,
know, evil? He's
I
evil?
don't understand why is it so difficult. Why is it so difficult for us to say, hey, that man ain't on his business?
No,
He ain't.
Well, I mean, his
Because
response is probably not good, but I mean, I'm not going to say the dude is evil.
I don't understand. Hold on. What I'm saying is that it's okay for a man to not know an answer, right? If he's insecure, he's not versed, he need counsel, he need all these other things. He need to bring somebody else into his goddamn relationship. That man wasn't well prepared to be a leader of anything in his household. Simple.
This is where the misandry comes in.
Y'all just want to have y'all don't want to have no clear, concrete solution. Y'all just want to have nuance. Hey, but what if this? And we never get to a solution. In my household, we don't just keep nuancing. You got to get to, hey, this is what we're going to do. We have a conversation, what we want to do, put it all together and say, all right, this is what we're choosing. Sometimes those answers is difficult to make a decision on, but eventually we got to come to a conclusion. Go ahead, Eat a Man, and then we got Savage as well.
Yeah, I just first came up here as I told AMF to shade that goddamn mustache he got right there a year ago. And that's why he ain't got no goddamn wife, but he didn't listen. That's why he's still single. That's the first thing I came up and say. And what Sharon is describing is pride. Like, if you don't have the answers, right? And I see a lot of businesses fail. They don't have the answer. So instead of going to hiring a marketing guy, instead of going to hire a guy that does bookkeeping, finding somebody who's a master in the thing that you need help with, they try to do it themselves. But in relationships, what we have to do is put away pride, go to somebody, and this is, like I said, if you know that y'all two cannot come on the same page, go to someone that has the answers. And you might have to vet that person out. I'm not just saying just get any and everybody in your business. That's clear. But the point that I'm saying is you might need to go and say, let's sit down so I can see a different perspective. Because it's not your way or the highway, is what's best for the family. What's the family way to move forward the next couple of years? And I think that's the conversation that a lot of men don't want to address.
Okay, that's fair. That's kind of towards what Ambassador is saying as well. But you just was able to articulate in a different way. Shout out to that. And that goes to show that sometimes we shout out to y'all. And we all kind of saying the same thing, but we just not getting to a clear understanding of it. So go ahead.
No, you just wanted to take the woman's side, Shawan. Let's be honest, bro.
No. So again, no. So this is what I did. I want the person that's bringing up the argument to substantiate their argument. So this is the problem that y'all fail to understand a lot. Just because I understand you doesn't mean that you understand your own argument. You got to be able to articulate it, right? So because either man is able to articulate it, so even his wife say, "Babe, we broke," and then he will be able to say, "Babe, this is what's actually happening," and he'll be able to break it down. She's like, "Oh, okay." Versus, "I don't know, babe. We got to see where your political influence came from to say why I'm broke." Ain't no woman want to hear that shit. My political.
Obviously, you wouldn't say that. Obviously, you wouldn't say that to her.
That's what you said. Okay, so again, you're saying that's not what you would have said, but you said it. All I'm trying to get.
I listened to what I said. I said in my internal dialogue, I'm looking for the influence, and then I asked her to ask a clarifying question.
Hold on. You don't have to reiterate. I'm telling you what you said, and I'm responding to your words. Your words. I didn't add anything to it. And so just because you are not able to articulate it in the time at this moment today, you cannot say, "Oh, you just being." No, you didn't articulate the way either man did. It's simple as that.
No, you like his response because he said he was being prideful and he's emotional. Okay, I'm not saying he's being prideful or emotional. I'm just saying he needs to look into it. But that's not good enough.
What did I say that was
he
emotional?
has to be lacking. That's where we're having a disagreement. He has to be lacking in your worldview for it to fit.
No, hold on.
No, either man, he didn't say that. He didn't say you were emotional, and after you said emotional, you were just able to articulate his negative emotion to her question, where people can understand. Because like you saying that actually makes sense. Like being prideful, like that makes a lot of sense. Men can be prideful. And I'll say this real quick is that besides either man saying that, which was correct in 1,000%, but Ambassador was literally articulating the same thing to where he was like, get good counsel. Like literally he said, get good counsel, which means a financial advisor or somebody knows what they're talking about. So he literally articulated it just a little bit quicker. You just wanted, Sharon, go ahead, Sharon.
Thank you.
You know what you be doing.
No, so again,
this is the misandry part.
I'm gonna pass you inside. So again, AFR, we are in agreement. They both said the same thing. One was able to articulate it for a layman to understand it, even somebody that don't understand what Ambassador was attempting to say. And that is the issue that I have. We got to be able to articulate our own points to where the other person understands it in layman's term. Either man heard the argument, I heard the argument, you heard the argument. We all know what he was attempting to say, but either man was able to actually articulate it. And that's the thing that men need to understand, that it is a difference between knowing what you want to say and actually communicating that. Either man displayed that in real time.
And the reason what he's saying is so important. So the reason is so important because once you understand how women understand and communicate, it gives you the ability to say, "Hey, check this out, babe. By the way, we got some investments coming up. So for the next 6 months, we're gonna have less spending money. We're not broke. We actually we don't have any cash available." So like if you can start articulating yourself and what's happening, what women are very understanding. When you just say, "I don't know, you must have watched some political view. That's why we broke." She's like, "That shit don't make sense." It really does. Like I think y'all be making sense. But she's like, "What do Donald Trump?" Because I hear it like, "What do Donald Trump? What do Hillary Clinton? What do any of these politicians got to do with us not having no cash?" And so that's the point that he's saying. It's just being able, you think that it's just a us thing, but we believe you're communicating with women this way too.
Right. It ain't just us. This is how you communicate. And also,
that's your assumption.
Welcome to the show. Good day, Supreme Goddess, PhD. I see your melanin growing from all sides of the dimension, Queen. I receive you.
Cut it out. What y'all broke asses up here talking about?
Hey.
That's easy. We trying to explain why we broke to women and why they
Yeah.
should be more patient with us and not leave us because we broke.
Well,
No,
the
I
thing
was
is,
telling
E,
Yeah,
I
we're all
think
them
broke
they
up
that
here.
shouldn't
That's
you
all.
submit to broke
are.
men
I
like
didn't
me.
Yeah,
ask
we
That's
all
you
what we
broke
were
up here.
talking
anything,
about.
ARF. I didn't ask you anything. So the thing
Yeah.
is, E,
Anyway, you need
because
to
I
learn how to
did
submit, woman.
hear that I heard what you said, a little of
Hey
what you
man,
said,
no art.
E. But the thing is, you're speaking from a position where most men aren't, right? So if you're telling your wife, oh, well, we're not going to really have no discretionary cash because we got some investments coming up, most men aren't even able to tell their wives that. They ain't got no discretionary cash because they live paycheck to paycheck. And you know what I'm saying? They just don't have the money. The ends ain't quite meeting. They got to, stretch to get them to meet. So that's very different than, just we ain't got really the money to do some certain things. I did
And
not
we ain't
hear
gonna never have it. I think that's important.
right dealing with these dudes' brains, but I was curious about what Ambassador was saying. Like, did you say that your wife was being influenced by a woman until she asked her about whether or not she owned the condo, and then the lady said no? Is that what you were saying?
Um, yeah, I wouldn't say she was being influenced per se, but she just came and kind of talked about it. And, just because I'm aware of the pressures that other women can put on each other, I'm just like, well, just ask her a clarifying question. Because you present it to me as if she's our age and she owns a condo. I'm like, hey, well, just ask her a clarifying question. And
Okay.
her presentation was off. She didn't own it. She leased it, but she presented it as if, just getting a little extra points. That's all.
Okay, so now that's fine. But what if it had been the case that your wife had bumped into me and was talking to me? And so when she came back for that clarifying information and asked, oh, well, do you own the condo? And I said, yeah, I own that one. And I own the 3 across the hall too. Then what?
I wouldn't. I'd say that's good for her.
Okay, but
That's
I'm
good.
not really
Ask her
understanding.
how she did it. Just ask. Just investigate. Ask.
Right, but I guess I'm trying to figure out what's the purpose of all of this investigation and asking what this other woman got going on. What's the purpose of that?
So that you put it in proper framing, right? So if I'm someone, so I'm not comparing myself to a situation like they may have inherited it, they may have gotten this, they may have gotten that, or maybe they got it from the mud. Ask them how they did it, how many hours it took. Just as you're framing it properly, so you don't leave the conversation feeling as if you're inadequate. Get an idea of what she did and how much effort she put in, and
So hold on, you
would
got
you
the
want to do
frame.
that?
I'm trying to
Yeah.
understand because you got the frame. The other woman's doing
Mhm.
better than your wife. What's next?
That is not what was going on. Oh, you mean talking about with PhD?
Yeah, with
Right. So I'm
PhD
just
was
any woman, like, right. So I was wondering what the difference was or what the make or break was between, oh, well, she doesn't own the condo, and let's say she did and she owns several more. Eh, I guess I'm trying to
Well,
understand the dynamic between you and your wife, right? That your
between
wife
my
would come and, yeah, you and your wife,
yeah, go
that
ahead.
your
All right,
wife
all right.
would come and talk to you about a conversation she had with another woman. Now, clearly, your wife was expressing some type of displeasure with the fact that, hey, this woman over here own her condo and we renting, right? And so then you said, well, go investigate more and figure out, what exactly she got going on. And so then your wife goes and talks to her and, oh, okay, she leasing it. And then she comes back, oh, she leasing it. See? But I just don't even understand what some strange woman has going on in her own personal life and finances, why that would even make it into a conversation in your household. So what I'm saying is you focus on what the other woman do or do not have going on. What I'm telling you, I would suggest you need to focus on your wife, right? Is she evaluating herself or getting herself, like, is she keeping up with the Joneses? Is that what she got going on? Or like, what is going on to where whether or not this woman owns her condo was even a topic of discussion?
Now,
Does that
now
make
you're
sense?
talking about my personal situation. So no, we don't do a lot of envying in our house. So
Well,
she
then how
wasn't
did that
bringing
make
it
it
up
back
like
to you?
that.
Okay,
She
well, then
wasn't
why did she
bringing it
need to
up.
go back? Okay, but why did she
I
need to
mean, if
go
you're
back and
married, come on,
investigate
PhD.
and
But what are we?
find out if the lady owns the place? If she's not doing any comparison, then what? It doesn't matter.
Married
right?
people
Whether
pillow
or
talk,
not
PH.
the no,
We
no,
pillow
no, but
talk.
it went beyond pillow talk when you sent her back out to investigate and figure out whether or not the lady actually owns it and how she did it. If she do, right? That's different. That's not just a passing
It's not
conversation. Okay, we
Let
gonna
them have
deny
the
PH.
that
person
what
It's
I'm
nothing
telling you
more.
I see and exist don't
I'm gonna bring
exist,
you in
and
there.
so I'm gonna let you go ahead and pretend like it don't exist. But okay,
No, PH. I mean, you're talking about, like, why was it so big for it to come back to me? I mean, I hear a lot of stuff that come back to me. I hear people's marriages. I hear what people ate. I hear what people how they said things, whether they said things, whether they said it or not.
right,
I hear all
right.
that. So it's kind of like I get what
Okay,
you're
and so now
saying, but
tell us
in these
no, no, no. So now
conversations, it's
tell us
not
the
that
last
big a
time
deal.
you told your wife to go back and investigate somebody's marriage or how somebody said something. When was the
Oh, I
last?
do it
Do
all the
you
time,
always
man.
tell?
The last
Okay,
time,
so she
let me
come and
think.
tell you about somebody's marriage, and you go back and say, no, go find out if he actually was cheating on her, or if she actually was cheating on him, or go find out it. You see what I'm saying? Now we
Yeah,
getting
I can.
into the
No,
realm
I'm
of
cool.
this don't even make sense, right?
I'm
Because
cool.
most
Yeah, I'll tell
husbands
you.
aren't gonna tell the wife if she come and say, "Oh, so and so, I overheard a phone call between her and her husband, and it sounds like they having some issues." Most husbands ain't gonna say, "Oh, okay, well, go talk to her and find out what the issue is." You get what? Right?
I
In the
know,
same way that
but
you
PH,
told her
you're
to go and investigate with the lady and find out if she actually owned her condo.
yeah,
So
but
that's
PH,
what's so
that's my complaint. I'm trying to. Can I talk to her? I mean, that she wants me to give her an example. Oh man, I did that. What did I do recently?
Yeah,
Dang, because
Shamar, wait your turn.
now you threw me off. Okay, we had someone who's calling, talking about what you guys talking about, being broke, right? Well, we don't have enough money to go out and do things, right? I was like, oh, okay, all right, that sounds good. Your typical husband answers. And I'm like, you know what? Why don't you strike up a general conversation just talking about how much your credit card bills are, right? And see what comes out of that conversation. Man, she didn't jacked up some credit cards and all this stuff. And I was like, oh, she really starts spilling it now, hubby. Like, yeah, it's this and it's that and it's this. Oh, okay.
So y'all
I
spend a lot
thought
of
that's what was
time.
going on.
Okay, so y'all spend a lot of time talking about other folks' finances.
Well, I mean, when you married, any husband to tell you that you're going to hear a bunch of stuff. You're going to hear about people's relationships. You're going to hear about what people have to say to your wife. I mean, this is an abnormal conversation for husbands. I mean,
No, no,
they're going to hear it.
Tell somebody to go and find out and tell them about your credit card bill so you can find out what's going on with their credit cards. Because
Now,
I
me,
can honestly tell you,
I,
I've never had a conversation like
I,
that with a person. Never.
I tell you, PH, I'm nosy. All right, I'm nosy. So as far as I'm concerned, I wear that. All right. So most men
okay.
are
So
not going to respond saying
hold
that,
on.
but they have
all right.
heard it.
It's
They've
a
heard
very
it.
Okay,
important
sir,
All right,
thing.
so hold on. So I
you
want to say this. I want to jump in real quick, so before we can get everybody, and I think PZ proved the point, by the way. And so, if, if my wife was to come to me and say, "Damn, my coworker at that," we're not talking about a close friend or anything like that. We talking about my coworker came to her and said,
Mhm.
"Damn, my coworker, she owned this beautiful house and such and such and such." I would say, God damn, I must be doing horrible, babe. I gotta do better. I gotta get some more money. If she could afford that kind of house and we don't got that same type of situation, I want you to be in the best, and I'm gonna see what I could do to make that happen. That's how I will look at it. I would not look at it and say, well, maybe you need to go find out if she got some credit card debt or maybe she got it some
Hey,
dishonest way because
I say it. I say it all the time. So I do husbandry different, man. Like, sure, you can say that. Yeah, I need to step it up, but shoot, I think it's fun. Like, what? She's out there saying all that. Well, what else was she got? Let's just figure that out. What else was she got? Like, to me, we just go about it differently. I mean, if
I
you
know,
want to put that on your back, go ahead. I'm not.
but that's what I'm
you
saying.
know,
But the really
go ahead.
important
I
part, hold on,
engage.
All
your
right, so
wife.
we'll go to Eat Man and then we go AFR.
And I just want to make sure I heard it correctly. Maybe I'm the only one heard it. You said with her telling your wife this condo story, your wife felt inadequate. Like that mean that she
No,
felt. See, it's not about
no,
just having pillow talk.
you did say
It,
that.
no,
that's
I
what I'm saying.
didn't.
It said that she felt like she didn't have enough because of this woman, and I think that's the part that we're trying to understand.
Okay, then, and I keep trying to explain it. my wife herself, you say you want to get in my business now. So everyone in ambassador's business, all right? In our business that you're inquiring about, no. All right. This is just typical nosy conversation. But when you're dealing with other husbands who are getting that pressure on, you know, it may be helpful for you to investigate.
Sir, your wife brought you that back because she wants you to earn more money so y'all can buy a place and
Hey,
stop renting.
you tell me what my wife thinks. All right. I've been with her
Yeah, I'm
since I was
telling you, that's why
14.
she
You know,
came back
I'm
with that
I'm
old
18
story.
years with this person,
Uh-huh.
PH. You think you got
Right.
it? Hey, go
Yeah,
on,
I
tell it. You
got
right,
it. I'm
PH.
telling you, absolutely.
I
That's why she brought it back to you.
I concede to the matriarch vaginal vessel. You're right.
Absolutely.
Go ahead.
The supreme vaginal vessel. I'm telling you. And you know it too, which is why you sent her back out to investigate, right? To find out what the
I'm
lady really did or did not have going on. And when she came back and said, "Oh, she leased that." See, I told you, we right where we need to be,
I'm
baby. You
I
just
told you
sitting with
everybody
me,
broke.
PH.
50 more
Everybody
years
broke.
and one day,
PH.
right?
You over here
Can you pass it
plebisciting
on to
about
Eda,
my
man?
wife. Hey, I'm 18 years. I'm 18 years in at the age of 32. All right.
And all
All
I
right. Come
needed was
on, dude. I'm
5
not.
minutes to
I
know
get what you're
exactly what
saying.
you
Go
had going
ahead. You
on.
know.
18 years and you still lost 5 minutes,
I
and I
think
was able
you
to
thinking
point
you
right
know
to it.
says more about you than me. All right.
I do know. You told us, right? And this ain't nothing I had to
I
make
think
up. You literally
I
sat up
think
here
you
and told us.
thinking you know is
You
more
told
with
us
you
the
than me.
lady.
Okay.
You told us your wife talked to the lady. You told us your wife came back feeling inadequate. You told us you had to send your wife back to investigate. Right? You told us when she came back and realized, oh well, the lady was only she leasing just like we are. Then it was all to the
These are
good.
your.
This is what you said, sir. I'm reiterating what you said. That's all I'm doing.
I
I
never
didn't
heard
add
the end of
no
that
sauce
recall.
If
on
that's
I
it.
what
never
you
heard that.
if that's what you
Okay,
got
well
out of
then you
that,
don't
look.
listen
What?
well because he did mention her feeling
No.
inadequate.
That's what I'm saying. Your
You said that. You said the
worldview
word
is your
inadequate.
worldview, PH.
Right. No,
I don't
and this
accept
ain't
it.
got
Your
nothing to do
worldview is your
with my
worldview. I don't
worldview when
accept
I'm
it.
using your words, sir. It ain't my worldview when it's your words I'm repeating. Nevertheless,
Ed,
the thing is, okay, so I was
Hey,
you're
hold
not
wondering
on,
about
using my
PH.
words in
Can Eda Man
context.
get
Now
in there?
I
the
can use words all I can
Just
get
hold
all
masculine and
on.
Alice in
feminine.
What
Wonderland.
you're saying.
Right, that's wonderful. So the masculine and feminine
Hey, PH
response
Diva, like,
to what
can you let Eda Man get in there?
a
Because
man
y'all
need
been going back
to
and forth for like
a
5-10 minutes.
man needing to earn more money. Is this your show or are you an unwanted guest?
I mean, you act like it's your
Oh,
freaking
okay.
show. You're one of the
Okay.
people that get to
You're
act
an
like it's your
unwanted
freaking show.
guest. You're an unwanted guest. And if you don't
Actually,
shut the
I'm
fuck up.
actually a
No. She's not
semi-honored
acting.
guest
It
on
is her
here.
show,
I
man.
pay my way.
Hey,
What
hey,
about
don't cut
you,
her off,
loud
man.
one?
Don't.
You're unwanted by me. And if you keep talking, I'm
She
gonna
don't
solve
have to
my
pay
own
her way,
problems.
man. Chill out. Chill out.
I'm a problem solver
Let her
at
be her
heart.
thing.
That was
Let her do her
crazy.
thing, man.
That was
So yeah, go
crazy.
out and earn more money, gentlemen. There's nothing wrong with going out and earning more money.
That's
Let her
that
do her thing,
That,
FAMU
man.
bullshit, man. That's what they teach y'all down there at FAMU.
Yeah.
How to get smart in
absolutely.
the money.
Go get it. Go get it.
Go ahead, AFR. I'll go after you.
All right. Hey.
Thank you. I'll be quick. I'll be as quick as possible. Listen, the biggest, like, sh- what he said about his wife, which, by the way, you messed up, Ambassador, by agreeing, saying I'm like super nosy and all that, because that vindicated the BS she was saying. Because overall, I understand where you were coming from. You were literally just like any, like, human beings do this. We interact with other people, whether they're other married couples or other people doing well or whatever, and you see something cool, maybe it's a big ticket item, and you go back home, whether it's a man or woman, and you start talking about it. You're like, hey, that car, that house, that this boat, this thing, this whatever seems pretty cool. And then you have the conversation with each other. Can you financially swing it? That's literally all that is, man. Like, we're making it into some, not we, but certain people are making it into some, your husband's a weirdo or this is some gender thing or whatever. It's literally
Yeah.
people out in the world seeing something cool and wanting to see if they can do that same thing. That's literally it.
Yeah,
I
well,
agree with you.
well,
Saying I was nosy is not helpful, but I agree with that. But
I know.
sometimes I concede to the matriarchs, man. I just let it be
Well,
what it is.
I think, and then let's move this from ambassador, right? but when I hear men have conversations like this, it's usually a lack of vision, right? Because I think that men need to sit down with their wives, their kids, and they need to do vision night. They need to draw out what 2026 look for. If they're gonna get houses, if they're gonna get cars, if they're gonna get all these things. And then when other outside people say what they're doing, my wife don't ask me questions because she know what that year looked like. It don't look like a condo. It looked like us getting vacation in Hawaii or whatever it is. So I think it's really important for men to cast a vision, let the women know what's going on, tell them exactly what you say you're gonna do, and then do it. Then you don't have to compare yourself and keep up with the Jones with anybody else.
Who is that? Edelman?
I agree.
Excellent.
Is that you?
I agree.
I agree with that 100%. That's the whole spirit of asking. It's like maybe whatever process they doing, we may be able to implement that. Don't just come with the narrative. I want to know some processes. Bring back, how they've done it, so we can look at the chart and say, hey, we may be able to actually implement that.
I got it. Yeah,
So,
he's saying sometimes
thank you
their
for putting
vision
it there.
might be better than your vision, so you want the more details so you can do the best thing for your family.
But the thing is,
No,
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Sometimes it's slow on the draw, Steve. It wasn't me.
oh no, it's all good. At the Verbal Assassin, FAFO, $5. That's what all the women hear from AR. I'll be as quick as possible. But the thing with vision, so vision isn't like somewhere that you get in a year, right? And so usually there's a long-term vision, and then we have short, more immediate goals, short-term goals to get to that larger vision. But honestly, and I think we hear a lot of stuff on these panels about like vision and purpose and blah blah blah. But most people, and I'm gonna say most men, aren't. That's not the life they living, right? They getting up. Most people getting up, going to work, trying to make it through the day, come home, take care of whatever you got to take care of, go to bed, get up the next day, and do it all over again. Um, and so in terms of leadership, honestly, I think a lot of times women have more of a vision than men do, right? Uh, and so that's just something that I think before you even get into a permanent relationship with someone, y'all should have agreed on the vision. In the video that y'all were reviewing earlier, what's the guy's name? I think it was True Table, the guy with the funny voice, was talking about the strategy and where we want to get to as a community. But that's like step number one. We got to figure out what we want the end state of the community to look like. What do we want this community to be? What's the vision for it, right? Because if we have a community, a Black community, okay, then where do Savage and his white woman fit into that, right? What's up, Savage? But you know what I'm saying? So that's a very pertinent, question. And so we got to figure out what we want the end state of this community to look like. Do we want it to look like the United Colors of Benetton, or do we want it to be a black community, and everybody who got something a little different going on from that, got to be in a community nearby, right? So yeah, I just think, vision. Maybe if we talk more about it, more men will have one.
Leave
Okay,
about.
Sharon, I gotta go. Sharon, it's been great. I gotta go. I can't listen to any more of this anymore.
Good, because I was
Yeah,
gonna drop you.
yeah, I know. Well, it doesn't matter. Y'all can have this matriarchal slop that's gonna be coming and foaming out the mouth. So have fun. I'll see you again, Sharon. Shout out to Eda Man. Shout out to Reese. Shout out to Savage. Fuck you, Taz. Shout out to Ambassador. PH Diva. Daddy exposed how ugly you are. So it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Your husband will never love you. So have
And
a
you
nice
still
night.
broken, ugly, and old, and still an incel. So what are we talking about, honey?
See what I'm
Right.
saying? Everybody know you.
Now, a couple of years ago, he was talking about going over to Africa to get a woman. I guess his pockets ain't got fat enough to take him over there to get one.
The one thing
I
I
want to add
dislike
on what
about
Peach is saying.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. She's not really talking about a woman's perspective. Her saying, "Hey, go make enough money to provide for your family." I heard men say it, but since it's coming from a woman's mouth, now it got to be a woman talking point. So I get it's hard. You know, y'all are not used to dealing with educated women like PhD Diva, but at least quote it correctly. She's
Right,
talking.
and that's why that's such a great, and that's why I was trying to get the reason how we even got here is because they keep saying that I have a female perspective. And I'm saying, point it out. Where is the female perspective? And every time they point out a perspective, I show them that it doesn't have anything to do with a female perspective. I'm actually talking from a man's perspective of us getting better, getting more money, getting healthier. All the things I'm talking about is not even remotely close to any female perspective, but they are stuck in a feelings, and a feelings is leading them to thinking that I'm doing something because it's about them being accountable, about men being accountable for their actions. It's crazy.
I think it's just because you
tell
tried
me
to.
about your masculine perspective of Sharon. Go ahead.
Did you call somebody else out, or it's just
No,
open?
you can ahead and I was just teasing my brother. That's all. Go ahead and master.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, first, I loved where Ida put it, because I think it fits with this thing of vision. Like, vision is not like this abstract thing. Well, at least I don't think it is. You keep on just getting information, getting ideas of people's process, getting how much effort does it take? And then you just come bring it back to your house. Can we actually do that? Is that a task that you may be able to put on 2 hours a day? Is that a task I may be able to labor and do on 2 hours a day? Like, then it starts to, it's like Tetris. You get enough processes, you get enough understanding of what is actually working. You got people around you is actually working. Eventually, you will have that aha moment, and the Tetris piece is going to fall. Like, you know what? I think we can actually fit this in. And then there goes that extra 10, 20,000, 30,000 we're talking about. So
What's up? But Ambassador, let me tell you why dudes don't talk about vision in their relationship. Because time exposed them. If I told my wife that I'm going to retire you from your job in the next 3 years, 3 years come and she's still working, now it makes me into a liar, right? The vision don't have any value. If I tell my wife, hey, check this out. I want you to, I took a globe and say, I want you to point anywhere on this globe. I'm taking you for my honeymoon. If I end up taking her to Krispy Kreme's for our honeymoon, it's now what I'm doing is I'm lying. So vision actually hold men accountable. It make them be accountable for the words they are saying. So a lot of guys just say, hey, let's just live in the moment because they don't want to be accountable to their own words. So that's why I say, you say it, then you go out here and show her. Because my wife don't question, Ambassador, my vision, because I have proved it time over time over time for 7 years straight. So
Yeah, I agree with you, man. Because that's why I pushed back a little bit when she was saying that. Because I'm in that same situation where my results have proven time and time and time again. So it's like, yeah, I get the perspective, but maybe with a no good sucker, maybe that fit there. But I agree
what you
with.
did there. I like what you did there.
I think it's sometimes when you're sharing the dream and you're putting it this pie in the sky. I agree with you. It will look like, well, you said this so many years ago. And I agree, you're kind of muddying it up. That's why when I go in these conversations, especially with husbands, is you just focus on the processes, get them on board with the process. Okay. And then it's like,
I
oh,
don't dream.
snap,
I
when you
have
get five.
vision. That's important. I don't dream because a dream is a goal without a plan. I'm not telling my wife a dream. I'm telling my wife actual goals that we can measure in real time. Hey, this year we're gonna save $50,000. I plan on doing X, and I started going backwards. Every month we're gonna save this amount. Every week we're gonna save this. These are the moves that we're gonna have. Like, we need to stop dreaming. We've been dreaming too long, and we need to start moving to a vision and goal because it can be measured.
Hey, look, and also I want to bring this in, right?
Yeah.
So, like, for example, like, and I'm used to dealing with women that's about a vision as well, right? So, like, for example, I said, hey, babe, I'm tired of this fucking code shit. Like, I've been raised and born in this goddamn state. I get it, but I'm tired of this code shit. You know what she did the very next day, Diva? Every hot
Go ahead.
place in the world, she was like, hey, we could go here and enjoy the heat. We could go to this one and enjoy it. We could live here. We got cousins over this side. We got a sister over here. Or we could leave the country if you want to do that route. These are the countries that we could rock with. This is how much these houses cost. I got a friend that's doing this. They could get us in a. She already started saying like, hey, shit, I don't like the cold neither. Let's go. These are our options. You let us know what we're going to do. So women absolutely provide help for that vision as well. We got to stop as soon as we come up with an idea or vision that our women just sit back and say, whatever you want to do, honey. Like we didn't choose a productive and positive woman in our life in the first place. It's insane.
Well, you got a productive, you have a proactive woman, because that reminds me, with my wife, she'd do stuff like that. But that's when we kind of, that's where we differ, Sharon. Because I can't immediately throw. We differ there, baby, because I can't allow you to say,
It's a
Oh,
very
go ahead,
important
go ahead.
because it's important that because majority of men are not highlighting those things about the greatness of their woman. That is an issue.
Finally, you said something that means something good. Lord, I love it, Sharon.
I agree with it's just a little misandric tinge. You can put a little misandrous whipped cream on the top of it. I was like, I like mine with no whipped cream, man. But for the most part,
brag on your
I get
woman.
you.
Tell
As a
us
man,
why your
why
woman's so great.
Why wouldn't you want to treat your woman like gold? Like, why would you pick her if you're not
We'll
going
be
to treat
here
her like
all day, man. You
Yeah,
don't want
well,
me to get
brag
on
on
the-
her.
You don't want me to get on the
just
hill. You want me to
brag
get on
on
the hill,
her.
man.
Tell me why she's so special.
Well, I just tell you what the women around her tell her, a symbol of peace. The people around her, it's order. Okay. Some reason when she walks in the room, all that cattiness and all that stuff calms down. All right. Uh-oh. She's Miss
Look, my
Ambassador
wife
here.
was
Uh-oh.
mad. She'd heard me say some
That's
shit like that. Bro. So, hey, just start over, but just start over.
That's some concerning stuff. Start over. I don't know what you expect me to say. I'm telling the truth of like where she gets respect from the women, from her job, from the people who call her and all this stuff, that being an anchor of peace and order.
Hold on, Ambassador.
Oh, you're talking about me? Why what? So y'all want me to sing y'all my love song? All right, y'all are a little bit, this is getting a little bit saucy in here, man.
I got you, brother.
It's getting a little saucy in here. Next
Man,
thing you know, you want me to take my shirt off and get on camera and hit you with a D'Angelo soon. That's the next thing y'all men's want to see.
Hey, Sharon.
Hear me hit that C note, nigga.
Man, Sharon, I'm so thankful I found my wife. My whole life I didn't speak proper English. And I was like, man, my kids gonna talk like me, Sharon. But this woman is highly educated woman, man. She speak like even I'm telling you, she articulate her words so well that my next generation gonna speak such good English. And let me tell you, I love that. I can go a whole day without thinking about my kids. I know that my kids are good. And then every time I come home, my kids are being educated, speaking new languages. I'm telling you, like, this is literally the woman of my dreams, Sharon. I'm telling you, like, when I was thinking of a woman, I think God really built this woman for me. So I'm so happy. And that's why I'm happily married. I'm not here complaining about marriage. That's why it's so hard for me to see other people's reality about women. Because I was like, bro, you can find your other rib. You can find a woman that makes you feel all good inside. Like, so that's the point is, man, I think everybody need a wife like my wife, Sharon. I'm dead serious, man. That's what's gonna educate the next generation. So PhD can't talk about the next generation. She ain't gonna have nothing to say, man. I'm telling you, that's a great woman. Dang, she's so good. Matter of fact, I'm about to call her right now and tell her I'm about to come back. That's why she's going to the Dave Chappelle show. She getting flow seats. Tuesday, I'm making sure she sit in the front. She go fit in the front. And I said, baby, have it your way, man. Dang. And then can you believe that my wife done had 4 kids and she still got that Coca-Cola bottle? I'm like, man, this must be a fairy tale. Like, and then look at me, Sharon. I pulled her. I must be good at sales once she looks so good.
I feel like I need to smoke a cigarette after that.
Tell us about yours, Savage.
You heard
I
that?
know that would be.
Cover my show, man. She right here standing over my shoulder, man. She literally just walked in like 2 minutes ago. I was geeked for my turn a couple seconds ago. Now she right here. It's like.
She said, "Don't you mess it up, nigga." That's what she said. Even not pulling the bastard, I'm telling you, I'm gonna turn this house up.
when you came in, the question was, what was it? Say something good about your wife, wasn't it? So
Yes.
he was talking, right? And I was kind of getting mine together. Then you walked in here and you stayed.
So I mean, you should be fine though.
I don't want you in here though.
Why?
Like, because I don't. Go out.
Well, give me some money.
Yeah. I feel a little something about the men over here being in a vulnerable position, and there's a vaginal vessel just sitting here. I don't think my wife would like this situation here.
If
Men
my
are getting
wife had a
vulnerable
problem
right
with me
now.
talking like, that's the thing is like, if we could talk about people online, why we can't talk about the person that you? I mean, listen, I woke up like, you know that song that Beyonce made, Sharon, that said, "I woke up like this." My wife wake up gorgeous. Like, I'm not like, ugh, turn the other way. I'm like, dang, like, I mean, hair, like, I'm telling you, man. Dang, I think I'm lucky. I used to think that I was just good. Maybe I was lucky. When I hear these stories online, they talk about they women complaining and all that. Like, even when we was broke, she served me. I remember when my wife had a job, Sharon, she would drive all the way 2 hours, come back in, cook, and iron my clothes. Man, I'm telling you, like, everybody say, well, she don't do nothing. She did enough. My wife done did enough in the first part of our relationship. Go ahead, Taz.
Hey, Skeeter man. Somebody next.
Hold on, we talk to the men that have wives first, Reese. Hold on.
Oh, really?
Go ahead, Taz.
So, I think something that's underrated that she does, and she just literally did. She's able to anticipate my needs, almost like she's thinking for me. And it's rather unfortunate that I can't match that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I try, but it's just like her. She just has an incredible ability to know what it is that I'm thinking, what I need, what I want before I need it or want it. And so, I mean, a lot of times I think it's undervalued how the person that you're looking for has to be match you with compatibility. And so I don't think that it diminishes my love for her that I can't meet her at that ability to, because like I say, even just coming in here and knowing what I need right now, boom, it's right here. Bring me a drink, just out the blue. I don't think about that when she lies. And it's not in disrespect. It's not no, you know what I'm saying? I don't think about her enough. You know what I'm saying? I'm the one make sure the drink's here. But when it comes down to it, in these moments where I ain't thinking about you, I'm just lying, and she brings me a drink. You know what I'm saying? That's just that level of anticipating my needs. It's underrated. You know what I'm saying? I don't even think you can really put that shit into words. How it makes you feel as a man to know somebody cares that much to where you ain't even thinking about it. But now that you brought it, you're right. I am thirsty.
Right.
I didn't even know I was thirsty till you brought the motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's what I would say. And I think again, it's kind of undervalued for a single man that wouldn't just have the ability to sit back and say, "Damn, she got my back," regardless. Because, and I know that based on the level of thought she has to be putting into me, and I can only hope she knows that I put the same into her, but it ain't displayed like this. I ain't doing this. Some of the things that she do, I can't match it.
And Taz, you can't buy that. You can buy laundry surgery, you can buy food, but you can't buy what Taz is explaining. Go ahead, Sharon.
And I wanted to confirm that as well. Like, it's all these different levels of things that happen, right? That's just one of the levels that he wanted to mention because it happened in real time. So that's what made him like, hey, I could talk about that right now, right? And also the same thing happens with me. Like, when I got my food, she see me getting a little antsy. She see my attitude. Oh, my baby hungry. She put the food there. You know what? You're right. And now I'm back to laughing and giggling all over again. I ain't asked for no food. I didn't even know I was hungry. She know I'm hungry. She hear the afflictions in my voice. She see veins, whatever it is that she noticed about her husband. She's like, oh, it must be lunchtime for him. You know, those are things that for some reason a lot of these married men in these spaces do not just want to just be honest about how much value your wife or your girlfriend or whatever you want to call it, partner, whatever it is that they call it these days, besides a wife.
Y'all
is
not including me
you
in that,
can't
are you?
really measure it with money.
Yes.
That companionship, you can't actually measure it.
It's funny you say that because Sharon, I pray that my wife is more valuable to me than monetary value.
Right.
Because I get like even the food that we eat. I can go to a restaurant, but I can tell how much love, how much sweat, how much energy put into that food for me that it tastes better to me. And I might be delusional, but I'm like, man, baby, like you know exactly how much salt I like on my fried chicken. Like, and then I see her change her cooking. Like, I'll tell you, my wife, she cooked one way, and then she said, no, my man like to eat this way. My man don't eat pork, so nobody in the house eating pork. Like it was like all these things.
Either man, yesterday my wife made some vegan goddamn sushi. The whole everything wrapped it up in it. Look, I was like, babe, what is this? She said, no, it's still our diet. I know what it looked like, but that's still our diet. Oh, okay. I tore it up.
Well, my wife pressing me to barbecue, so y'all lucky. You know what I'm saying? My wife been pressing me to barbecue the last couple of days. So yeah, I'm saying
You
I've
better
had to
get
get
your
out
open toe sandals and barbecue.
Yo, you said your wife made vegan sushi.
You feed that matriarch with honor, man. You feed
You
her.
know what, fellas?
Feed her.
Right. She bringing
It's
you
really just
unsolicited drinks and she got to ask you several days to go barbecue. Because she could
it's
show up
cold.
with the drink before you even know.
It's
Shit, I'm
cold
thirsty.
outside.
Hey, sugar,
my heart, brother.
and sugar bump, absolutely. My wife said if it's important to him not to eat pork, she gave up pork. The whole house stopped eating pork. People don't understand what that means to a man. That she says, you know what? What's important to him is now important to me. Man, you can't buy this stuff, man. I'm telling y'all.
Well,
Y'all,
honestly, I mean, I applaud all of it, but it sounds like, except Ambassador, uh, y'all are praising the women for what they do. I think now they refer to that as being a wife recliner.
What?
Now,
Thank you.
Ambassador wife recliner. Ambassador did talk about like the characteristics of the lady, right, and how she's able to, how other people even respond to her. But yeah, I'm hearing a lot of, oh, well, she do this, that, and the third for me. And even if I don't do it for her, it's just, I don't know.
well, that's my love language. It's
No,
okay,
thank you,
PhD.
PH. You see how they came in my love story and everything. PH,
Yeah,
thank you. I'm
what I
talking
said was,
about the calmness. She demands order in a room. The
Yeah, I ain't
light.
worried about all
And
that. I'm
y'all over here
selfish. I'm
changing my
telling you what
stuff.
she do for me. I get what PhD, what she do, how she make me happy. I get what he said about the other people in the room. That
Hey, look,
stuff happened too, but I don't care
hey,
about
look,
that.
hey, either man,
I
look at
definitely said anticipation though.
hey, look at
That's
Verb Assassin just out here telling stories. She would absolutely give up all that bacon. That's it.
Yes,
That
she
bacon
will.
just
Listen,
gone out the refrigerator.
listen, she would give away bacon. She'll change her religion for the right man. These women will do a lot. And a lot of dudes just gotta look in the mirror and say, he ain't him. That's
That's
why
it.
she ain't willing to change. That's the truth.
That's the ball right there. That's the truth. Hey, look, one day I was like, hey, babe, I'm not eating meat no more. She threw out everything, milk, everything. She's like, all right, that's what we doing. That's what happened.
This is why we
It
different
is what it
husbands,
is.
man.
I'm not eating
Why
this
we
shit
different.
anymore. She's like, do I gotta do it? I was like, you don't have to. This is just I just feel like his meat is done. I don't want to do it no more. She's like, well, all right, this is what we
And
doing
Sharon,
then.
I,
Shout
I
out
would
to her.
say this important too. It feels so good as a man to know that my daughters have an example. They see somebody who dressed modest, who moves like the women that I want them to be in life. So like I'm just that's another thing about how she carried herself. It's like, dang, if my daughters, and most men can't say that, if my daughters became a woman just like my wife, I would be happy. Most dudes can't say that about their baby, that my mamas.
Let me also bring another man that has a wife. Say something nice and beautiful about your wife, sir. Go ahead, unlikely. Good day, sir. How
Yeah,
you
man.
doing?
I had to come up here because y'all was showing love to the wives, man. You know, my wife, bro. Because of her, man, I've been able to completely transform my body. You know what I'm saying? January 29th, she was like, listen, I want you to get in shape because I want you to be that strong looking man. And you know what I did? Without her, I probably would have never did it. You know what I'm saying? Without her, I would have been like, probably would have started playing a video game or doing something else. But now, I'm out here in Miami. I get the flex. You feel me? I get to show You know what I'm saying? So I'm her creation. So at this point, and shout out to all the wives, man. My wife just yesterday, bro, she cooked 20 burritos for breakfast for me. You know, made them from scratch and shit. I'm waking up like she like, look, babe, and every day she waking me up with some on my birthday. On my birthday that just
20 burritos.
Yeah,
That's a lot. I'm thinking the same thing. 20?
like for the week though. You know, for the week. I know, right?
Okay.
It's
She
crazy,
meal
right?
prep. Y'all got to catch up, man. Go
Yeah.
ahead, Lee. I
meal
called
prep.
you.
Yeah,
It was
okay.
meal prep.
They thought I ate 20 burritos.
Hey,
Yo,
Sharon.
but yeah, man. Oh man, women, man. As men, we so blessed to have women around us. Even just PhD diva. I think
That's right. That's
I
right.
think I think we all need to just show respect to these women, even though they be driving us crazy sometimes. I know all of us who got wives, we can talk about it, drive us crazy. But at the end of the day, man, the blessings we get from women outweighs the negative. So shout out to all the wives. Shout out to my wife. I love you, baby.
Hey,
That's
Sharon.
hey,
No,
Sherrod.
I be
Sharon.
I gotta
Sherrod,
start
Hold
working
on.
out.
Savage didn't get a chance yet. Go ahead, Savage. I got you. Don't Reed, you
I
ain't got no wife.
definitely-
Hold on. Go ahead, Savage.
Listen, I might have one soon. You never know. Here's the thing. I am so happy that you are that we're talking about this, because a lot of people have the panels. We don't even get a chance to express how we feel about our woman. That's what's up. You're warming my heart right now. You know what I mean? Because these are the conversations I like to have, like some progressive shit. So what I want to say about my woman is that she's stopping me from being the savage that I am, which I said before on this panel. You know what I mean? Because I've experienced so many different relationships that the whole relationship I didn't trust, caution, and I'm like, damn, I gotta get out of this one. So it's in and out, in and out. She is she's the first one really who's making me feel like, all right, finally I could settle down and have a relationship. You know what I mean? But when I'm not even looking for the love, she's showing me the love. When I'm hungry, she can tell. You know what I mean? She asks me, well, she actually makes me feel like I'm who I am and who I know I am. You know what I mean? Instead of me just knowing who I am around a bunch of people and don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? I sit back and I can't wait to have her in my presence. And that's what feels good. You know what I mean? Because I don't have that. I never had that. That's why the name is Jim Savage, because I live my life that way. And all I was looking for was a female to make me feel like I could calm down, chill out, and love again. You understand? So that's what I'm gonna say about her. Thank you. And she's right here. My white woman is right here.
Hey, talk your shit, bro.
It's not even about, you know what I mean? It's not even about no color jump. It's a woman. She's a woman. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Where it is.
Shout out to that.
Shout out to that, man.
And shout out to you for understanding PhD with real tone, because a lot of men get offended so quick whenever PhD would talk, and she is hilarious. I don't know how they don't understand how funny PhD really is. Oh my God, I be dying laughing. Y'all be tripping. So they asked in the chat, what do we do for our wives? For me, I would say personally, not enough. I feel like I still need a lot more to do. Not enough. I think that's just a burden that a lot of men tend to have, because we tend to look at the things that we are not doing a lot, because we always want to try to progress, especially to the people that is doing great. Same thing with my children. I feel like I don't do enough for my children, even though it's probably 100 times more than what I ever got from a lifetime. But that's what I would say. So it's very difficult for me to think in the productive side of that conversation, because I want to do so much more, in my opinion. So
I have a suggestion.
I
have a suggestion. So this is solution-based gang, right?
Group.
Right. So do me a favor. Get all of these happy motherfuckers off the panel, all these married niggas and all that, and bring some miserable people up. Because they ain't doing nothing but bragging about how joyful and lovely everything is. I'm miserable as shit, and I ain't learned nothing. All I did was hear a whole bunch of boasting. So get these happy motherfuckers out here and get some miserable people up here so that we can bond. I was here before them.
That's crazy. You heard all that and didn't learn nothing?
I was here before them.
You stare into the light
Take y'all
until it's
happy asses
blinding.
to the beach.
You got it?
So yeah. So I said it
We got
earlier
the
that
beach yesterday.
So I said it earlier that what my wife does for me is it's no money value for it. So like what Sharon said, me trying to compensate it, it's almost like I couldn't work enough hours in the world to compensate how she make my life a lot easier. So what I try to do is I try to be the companion that she needs. So for example, I don't care for Asian dating shows. So being able to sit there, laugh with her, understanding her life, giving her a level of she loved laughing. Like I said, I can't do it financially. I just try to do as best I can, like taking her to Ali Sadiq concert this Saturday. I'm taking her to Dave Chappelle. Like I'm just trying to bring her laughter, joy, trying to show her a little bit of piece of my appreciation for her. You know what I'm saying? So like it's not nothing I can do, but I noticed that she noticed when I say, hey, you know what? Go get your nails done, and she don't even like doing that. Or I say, hey, go do a spa day, right? Like I said, monetarily, I never can do it. And I also try to support her dreams. What people don't know about my wife is that I told her, I don't care what business you choose. I don't care if it's successful, it's past. I'm going to, first of all, I fund it. And not only would I fund it, I'm also going to be willing to be your secretary. If you need me to be your best salesman out there, if you need me to be your marketing guy, like I just want to make sure she know that I got her back almost a fraction as much as she have my back. So that's what I try to do is just try to be her aid, help her to get to whatever goals she want outside of our marriage because she is a whole human outside of our marriage.
And also, I want to say this for all the girls that's trying to say, name one thing, Sharon. Well, one thing I did for my wife was take her out the workforce. How about that?
Only all these niggas on the real,
You feel me, Diva?
These niggas are all
Yes.
lying for real, for real. They're all miserable. They live in a dark hell. They're just not going to share it on this panel. They wish they had the kind of peace that I had. When I go to the bathroom, I ain't got to worry about no drawers in the sink. I ain't tripping over throw pillows and shit. I only got to wash one car. They liars, man. They wish they could live like me.
And you know the crazy part about it, Sharon? I hear dudes that say, hey, I wouldn't watch no Asian show. What I told you she do for me, you can't give her an hour to watch something that's not entertaining to you. Like people are so selfish in these relationships, man. I think men gotta have that servant heart.
Just to add on to what you're saying right quick, because mine would be more than anything, I think people who aren't in that situation don't understand how important just listening is. Just sitting there listening. That's major.
That's so important.
For my household anyway. She wants to be heard. She don't want to be cut off. She don't want to discuss. She don't want to debate. Just sit your ass down and listen. Okay. And it's up to you, what would be me in this instance. It's up to me to know when those times are. Every time ain't for discussion. Sometimes she just want to be heard, even if it's a rant, whatever. Just listen. Right. And the importance of that, I think, is, you know what I mean? The whole point is, right, what are you doing for her? Well, if that's what she wants, that's something you're giving her that she wants. And I think it's important once you get in those relationship settings to understand that that is something very important. I don't need her to sit down and listen to me like that. I don't, you know what I'm saying? I don't have an uncontested conversation I want to have. But that's how she is. She wants to talk, and however long she talks, I'm listening.
Hey, you know what else? You know those tasks to build on that is very difficult for us. Well, for me, to express what I'm giving to my wife, because I have my own love language, how I want to be received, and she have her own the way how she wants to be received. And so, what is important? The things that I do that is important to her, I probably don't even look at it as important. I don't even really recognize because that's what she enjoys in me. I'm not trying to. I don't even know how to really explain it. Like, so I don't know how to explain past that. I don't have the proper words for it. The things that I do, it makes her enjoy me. So it's kind of hard for me to really explain that.
But Sharon, you need to tell the truth.
I don't even think she look at when she gives me a water as something that I see as appreciative. Like when she bring me some water or bring me some food, she don't look at like, yeah, that's what my man loves about me. I think if I was to ask her, what do you think Sharon love about? She'd probably say something completely different from what I say. I think that's why it's
Natural
difficult.
love right there, man.
I think it's difficult for the other person to actually express what you do for the other person. Yeah. So
You sound like a
Defend
mad
her
fat.
from the hens.
You hear me?
Say that
You hear
again?
me down in the chat? You sound like a mad fat bitch that's mad because you can't afford a BBL. Now tell that shit to somebody. I don't give a fuck about that fucking BBL shit. Take your fat ass to the motherfucker to Miami and get a BBL, bitch. That way you don't have to be on here talking about somebody who's not talking about you. Somebody who doesn't even fucking know you or know you exist. God damn, y'all weird as fuck.
I defend
I'm
her
gonna
from
bring
the
up.
hens. That's
I'm
what I
gonna bring
do.
up somebody that knows all about marriage. He's gonna tell us all the great things about his wife and what she brings to the table. Welcome to the
Great.
show,
Another happy motherfucker.
Jalen, Mr. Truth.
Hi, Mr. Sharon. How you doing today?
I'm doing
Mr.
well.
Sharon, I want to. I know everything about marriage, but hey, you create these females are creating the next generation of other females to be bitter and single. I'm planning on stopping all this stuff. You know why? Because most older black women are teaching younger black women to be miserable monsters. That's why I'm having a problem with that.
Thank you, Jalen. We appreciate your
He been thinking about that all night. He couldn't wait to catch it.
I'm not. I
Yeah.
wasn't thinking about that yesterday.
Bro, get your nostrils out the camera, bro.
But why is you?
been talking
But
about
why
black
is you wondering
women.
what my appearance look like?
Ain't never had no
Unlikely.
black. He never had no black woman in his life, and he wasn't talking about black women. This is
Hey
crazy.
man, it's already
Now he
got a
got
little
that
saucy
blow up
one
doll
time
that
now.
his blow up doll black. So
Hey, that's a good
Nigga, I
question,
ain't
Lee.
got
Hey,
no
what color
blow
is
up
your
doll.
blow up
Hey, leave
doll?
my man.
What color is your blow up doll? I want to know.
Hey, hold on, y'all. Leave Jalen alone. Let him. He just wanted to express himself real quick. He got it
I
off
ain't
his
got no
chest.
blow up
That's
doll,
all.
nigga.
What happened to your
All right,
hair?
man. All right. Hold on. All right.
Let's talk
Anyway,
back about the women. I
y'all
want to
crazy
make.
as hell.
I ain't see Reese cry yet. Let's circle back about these women, man. I gotta break them. We gonna break him. He gonna have a wife by the end of
Oh
2025.
man.
You have to find him a wife.
All right. So
We're 100 years old.
So where we at? We're at the 6 hour mark. Yeah, that's pretty good right there. Diva, you got any final words?
Go make more money and bye y'all.
Nothing wrong with being. Let me